Reincarnated as the leader of the Villainous Night Order. I'm going to discipline them. Volume 1. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. The past me and the present me. How utterly irritating. Despite being protected by us, these frontier residents only show scared faces. I'm fed up with them. Knight Commander. We've received a request for assistance from the Rosh unit that went to the Eastern Forest. It seems that 3 bear demons have appeared. She can't handle something like that. Let's go. I click my tongue and turn on my heel. If it's during combat, there's no time to put on armor. Although it's light gear for patrols, it should be fine for me. Returning to the accommodations provided by the Frontier Earl, the horses are already prepared, and I, along with my 4 direct subordinates, mount our horses and head towards the Eastern Forest. Even though it's still autumn, riding in this northern area steals away warmth with the cold wind. Upon arrival, 3 out of the 5-man unit are already covered in blood, lying on the ground. And under the shade of a tree, there seems to be a man from the town, trembling as he watches the battle. Rosh, what's the situation? Commander Justin, we've defeated 1, but 3 are severely injured, and there's a child behind that tree. Rosh unit fall back. Disperse. If there's a child, we must deal with it before they leap out in fear. Fortunately, even with a short signal, my well-trained elite subordinates can understand. Dismounting, we surround the 2 bear demons, and as 2 of them are distracted, we swiftly strike. Even with their demonized, toughened fur, we easily subdue them with my sword imbued with magic. It seems my subordinates managed to defeat the other one. Papa. Tum. As the bear demons stop moving, a child rushes out from the back. Simultaneously, the bear demon that had been lying since our arrival stands up and leaps towards the child. Normally, I would have immediately cut down the bear demon. Normally, I would prioritize defeating it over the child's life. Normally, I wouldn't shield someone with my own body. But that child's figure overlapped with someone. Before I knew it, my body moved on its own. The bear demon, which had risen and attacked, collided with me as I held the child, and at that moment, everything went blank like when I was hit by a car. Where is this? Commander Justin, are you awake? A foreigner dressed like a knight is saying something to me. Commander Justin, me? I definitely don't look like anything other than Japanese, so there shouldn't be any mistake. I remember protecting my younger brother when he jumped out onto the road, my head. Commander, hey, get a healer. As a sudden headache strikes, the surroundings become noisy. As I focus on the painful spot to suppress the pain, memories resurface like the fog in my mind clears. I'm the eldest of 8 siblings. When our father had an accident when the youngest twins were young, I was a university student supporting my mother. That's right. The 3rd youngest brother found me across the road and jumped out, likely causing my death. And then, I remembered the memories from the time I was born in this world. I want to think it's just my imagination, but it's eerily similar to the contents of a novel I was obsessed with in high school. If I really have been reincarnated into the extremely wicked Knight Commander, who is killed by the protagonist in the novel. Justin Knight Commander, have you awakened? Shall I proceed with the examination? The one trembling and timidly speaking is the resident healer stationed in this lodging. I've been quite harsh with them, so they're extremely scared. Oh, sorry for the trouble. But before that, are that child and my subordinates all right? Including my subordinates present, everyone in the room freezes in surprise. I'm trying not to change my way of speaking, but before anything else, I wasn't the type of person to care about the well-being of children or express gratitude to my subordinates. Why, yes, thanks to Commander Justin, the child only suffered minor scratches, and the subordinates have no lingering effects, so please rest assured. Well then, I'll begin the examination. How are you feeling? Oh, I feel a bit confused. I might say something strange. Do you remember yourself properly? My name is Justin de Vandière, 22 years old, commander of the Royal 3rd Night Order. In my past life, I was Naoki Mino, also 22 years old, a 4th-year university student who had received a job offer and was freed from job hunting. I'm the 3rd son of the Vandière Marquis family, currently on a rescue mission to the Talaron Frontier County, where monster sightings have increased for about a month. While taking care of my 7 younger brothers and reducing the burden on my mother, I cooperated with my brothers to handle most of the household chores. For now, it seems there's no problem. However, even though healing magic was used, please rest on the bed today and continue to rest for 3 days. Normally, with an injury like yours, you wouldn't be able to move for a month. The healer and my subordinates breathed a sigh of relief. Even if I had an extremely wicked personality, I'm probably the strongest in the country. If I, who could be considered a main force, can't go on missions, it would be a crisis for this territory. But still, I've been quite arrogant, using the card of being the force for monster subjugation. Not only to my subordinates and residents, but even to the frontier earls. Because of my attitude, my subordinates probably think it's natural, and I've caused a lot of trouble for those around me. Even though I didn't have memories of my past life, I must have been really insufferable. As I think about it, tears start streaming down uncontrollably onto the sheets. Commander. The room freezes as I suddenly start crying. Chapter 2, Surprise from Surroundings. I'm sorry, I feel ashamed of my past actions. My subordinates and the healer seem to be unable to close their eyes, keeping them wide open. Just as I wiped away my tears, feeling awkward, there was a knock on the door. Excuse me, Commander Justin, I heard you've awakened, so I brought your meal. It seems Arnold, one of my squad who wasn't in the sick room, brought the meal. Thank you. I'm sorry. As soon as I expressed my gratitude, Arnold almost dropped the tray with the meal. Moreover, he froze when he saw my tear-stained eyes. Since there are no abnormalities in consciousness or magic circulation, I'll take my leave. The healer hastily left as if fleeing. At the same time, Arnold rebooted and placed the meal tray on my lap. You should also have your meal. I'm sorry for worrying you. And no, then we'll take our leave. Please enjoy your meal. Vice Commander Aurel said on behalf of them, and everyone left. In the quiet room, I let out a sigh. I'm really in trouble. My name, my position, even the names of this country and the prince, they all match perfectly with that novel. Once again sighing, I scoop up some soup and bring it to my mouth. It's not bad, but it's not delicious either. Maybe the seasoning is lacking because the spices are imported. Since I was told to rest for 3 days starting from today, maybe I'll go see some spices in town during that time. A stroll should be fine. I finished everything, but it was quite a problem. I had been eating like this, thinking it was normal, but now it's quite a dilemma for me. As I finished the meal, I tried to take the dishes to the dining hall, but the healer said not to leave the bed today. Arnold will probably come to collect them later. I placed the tray on the bedside table and slipped under the covers. It's warm, since this world is just like Japanese novels, the time, seasons, and even the way of counting numbers are the same as in Japan. However, the buildings are constructed like those from medieval to Renaissance Europe. In other words, there are drafts. To live in such a building and not catch a cold, my body must be sturdy. Even though I was asleep until a moment ago, I'm gradually getting sleepy after eating. I heard a knock on the door beyond my fading consciousness, but I felt too lazy to respond. The sound of the door opening and 2 people entering was felt. Is he sleeping? Yeah, looks like he ate properly. But I never expected the commander to protect a child. This voice is Arnold and Simon from my squad. Normally, the commander wouldn't care about a child and prioritize subjugation. And to inquire about the situation immediately after waking up is unheard of. Yeah, right, and you cried, didn't you, in front of us? Feels like a sign of impending doom, too scary, man. There was a small clatter, indicating that the tray had been picked up. Anyway, let's talk to Vice Commander Aurel about what to do from tomorrow. The commander will be absent for 3 days, so we'll have to manage without him, right? Should we take a break too? We can't. Of course, it's forbidden to go play in the brothel under the guise of patrol. We all got penalized collectively, you know. Sorry about that. Our commander may have an evil personality, but when it comes to missions, he's serious. That's our commander for you. If it weren't for that, you wouldn't be appointed as the commander of the Royal Third Night Order at the age of 20. It's like you became the commander of the Third Night Order just because of your strength and seriousness about missions. I'd rather just guard the royal family and dignitaries in the First Night Order. If that's not possible, then I wouldn't move from the capital even in the Second Night Order. What are you talking about? Only nobles can join the First Night Order, and even the Second Night Order is difficult without a noble or knightly lineage. And in the second night order, if you become a gatekeeper, you have to stand still at the gate all day long, right? Simon, that's impossible for you. Indeed, rather than staying still all the time, it seems like I'm more suited for hunting down monsters like this. The sound of the door opening was followed by the two leaving the room. Unlike the first and second, the third night order, where I serve as the commander, is dispatched to locations where assistance is needed. It's not an exaggeration to say that as long as you have the ability, regardless of lineage, you can join. However, it was still necessary for the commander to be a noble, so I, who had shown promise in my family's marquisate at the time, was chosen. It seemed like a good opportunity for my family to get rid of me, the uncontrollable troublemaker. Things progressed smoothly, and before I knew it, I became the commander of the Royal Knights. My subordinates, who had witnessed my tyrannical behavior, were similarly disliked by those around them due to their arrogant attitudes. However, they couldn't complain too much since our third night order's strength was necessary for monster subjugation. The next morning, after returning to my room and changing, I headed to the dining hall for breakfast. But my view was high. In my past life, I was around 180 centimeters tall, but now I'm probably over 190 centimeters. As usual, my subordinates were there, displaying their arrogant attitudes towards the cooks. Of course, the knights had much more bulk compared to the cooks. The cooks were clearly frightened by such a difference in physique. "Hey, hurry up, otherwise I might mistake you for a monster and chop off your head." "Yuck, I'll bring it right away." With a sigh, I entered the dining hall. When one of them noticed me, everyone greeted me in unison. At first, there were those who resisted, but since I silenced them with my strength during training, they were obedient to me. "Good morning, everyone. Don't give the cooks too much trouble." With that single word, everyone present froze with their mouths wide open. Certainly, until now I had been ignoring them, or rather, I had no interest in them. But later on, I want to check what kind of seasonings and spices are available in the kitchen, and I need to earn some points with them. After my subordinates left for training and patrol, I visited the kitchen and managed to surprise the cooks with my unusual behavior. It's all part of the fun. Chapter 3, Shopping. I checked the seasonings and spices in the kitchen, and, armed only with my sword, headed out into town in casual clothes. As people caught sight of me, they all hurried past with fearful expressions. From now on, I'll have to demonstrate through actions to gradually change their perceptions. Fortunately, since I also patrol around the capital, I know the location of the shops without needing to ask for directions. Receiving the cold stares of the residents, I made my way to the shopping district. Unlike ingredients sold in the market, spices were considered luxury items, so I entered one of the stores in the shopping district. Upon entering the shop, the owner visibly flinched but quickly put on a polite smile, as expected of a merchant. Well, if it isn't Knight Commander Vandier, what can I do for you today?" "Just here for some shopping." "Hi. We don't stock weapons here, you know. This is primarily a shop that deals with spices." It's understandable that the shopkeeper was puzzled. Since there are cooks in the barracks and all food-related items for camping are prepared by them. Moreover, even if the noble I was until yesterday had visited, he wouldn't have known what any of them tasted like. "I understand. I'll take a look around the store. Of course, please feel free to browse. If you need any assistance, just let me know." The spices in the store were imported, so there was quite a limited quantity. Salt was expensive too, not being near the sea, come to think of it. Black pepper is worth as much as gold of the same weight, man, it's expensive. Fortunately, I didn't have any hobbies, and I had plenty of money, so I was fine. But if I were just a regular knight, the prices here would have made me turn back. It was a good idea to bring extra money. I decided to buy salt, pepper, nutmeg, and cinnamon for this territory. Unfortunately, I'll have to give up on making curry from spices. I vaguely know the names of the necessary ingredients, but I've never made it from scratch. I asked the shopkeeper to measure out the amount I wanted for today. In this world, things are generally sold by weight. I handed over a gold coin, which is worth my monthly salary in Japan, for an amount that would probably cost less than 1,000 yen back home. "Shopkeeper, where can I get items like thyme and rosemary?" "Well, those two are available at the apothecary." "Apothecary? Ah, right. I remember reading somewhere that herbs are used like medicine because they have a calming effect. I see, understood. I'll be back. Yes, we'll be waiting for you. Seeming to have recognized me as a valuable customer, the shopkeeper saw me off with a beaming smile. The purchased items were stored in a magic bag, a waist pouch type attached to my sword belt, which had the capacity of a whole carriage and cost as much as a mansion in the capital. There's no function for stopping time, but due to the time delay effect, even if a year passes, only half a day will have elapsed inside the magic bag. It's a high-end item imbued with magical registration, so only I can use it. Therefore, anything I don't want others to see can be stored inside, so I don't need to worry about anyone seeing what I buy. Next, I started walking towards the apothecary. I occasionally saw knights from this territory on patrol, but when they noticed me, they would quickly turn down a side street without crossing paths. I had been quite sarcastic to them, too, so they probably avoided me in anticipation of more sarcasm. I really need to change the perception of the Third Night Order before returning to the capital. I remember that when I returned from the border territory of the Marquis, a protest letter from the Marquis arrived at the royal palace, and the fiancé of the crown prince, who was being educated in the royal palace, blamed me during an audience and was later attacked and lost her chastity by the fallen me. I won't do it, though. There was no evidence when she was attacked in the dark, but the crown prince became convinced that I was the culprit and began to corner me with confidence. Before coming to this territory, she had been persistently pursuing me. Rather than liking the noble lady, it seemed more like harassment against the crown prince. It seems that the recent misconduct was due to jealousy of the crown prince, whose future had been promised since birth. Before that, it was rebellion against the family that didn't acknowledge my abilities like a child. In a sense, it's probably because I grew up knowing only a narrow world, not knowing how to express anger, not knowing what to do, and as a result, ending up being killed by the protagonist is just too sad. If I didn't have combat abilities, I would have just been a disgruntled third son. What I've done may not be forgiven, but I can't help feeling a little sorry for the person I've been until now. I'm sure, if I turn that corner, there's the apothecary. As I opened the door to the apothecary, I heard a child's voice. Please, this is all I have right now, but I'll definitely pay you back. I've told you it's no good. If you don't have money, then go home. Huh, Knight Commander Vandier. Do you, have business at a place like this? The apothecary shopkeeper, who had been shooing away an 8-year-old boy with a flick of his hand, noticed me and hastily came out from behind the counter. I'm looking for something. By the way, who's that boy? When I directed my gaze towards him, the boy visibly flinched. Chapter 4, First Good Deed. I'll see this child off, so please don't worry. Come on, hurry up and go home. Wait, doesn't this child need medicine? I stopped the shopkeeper from pushing the boy out. He looked about 8 years old, and he probably wouldn't be here alone unless something serious had happened. Yes, but he doesn't have enough money, so I was going to send him home. In that case, I'll pay. Get the medicine for him. Also, do you have thyme, rosemary, laurel, and basil? Yes, of course. They're over here. Would you like me to mix them? The shopkeeper pointed to a wooden box filled with various herbs. It seemed that leafy herbs were treated as medicine, so I grabbed some familiar ones. Oh, there's chili peppers here too. All right, get medicine for this child and these too. Since there were healing potions and antidotes available, I bought one of each. Here you go, thank you very much. Ignoring the fidgeting child, I received the items in exchange for the payment. Despite the quantity being more than enough, the price was less than a tenth. Well, some herbs grow back every year once planted, so that explains it. After receiving the goods, I tried to leave the apothecary, but the boy didn't follow. Perhaps he didn't expect to get medicine from the notoriously wicked Knight Commander. Where's your home? You need medicine, right? Ah, why yes, thank you very much. With a tearful expression of gratitude, he began to lead the way with quick steps. Even with his hurried pace, it was just a normal walking speed for me. With the shopkeeper's farewell behind me, I followed the boy into the dirty alley. In one corner of the so-called slums, the boy's house stood. It was a dilapidated wooden structure that looked like it would collapse with a single kick. Ah, big brother. Inside the house, there was a girl about 4 years old. And in the bed beyond her was a woman with a pale, sickly face who seemed to be her mother. Chloe, were you a good girl? Knight Commander Vandier bought medicine for Mom. You can relax now. Wow vivand van. Struggling with the difficult name of the house, the girl called Chloe was having a hard time. Hee hee, if it's hard to say, you can just call me Big Brother. Yeah, thank you, Big Brother. You're welcome. Perhaps because she didn't know about my reputation, the young girl thanked me with a bright smile. As I squatted down to pat her head, it felt extremely greasy. Presumably, her mother was too sick to even bathe properly. How about cleanse and refresh? Feel refreshed. Amazing, I feel refreshed. Are you a noble, Big Brother? In this world, most people with magical abilities are nobles. Or rather, many nobles have gained their status by achieving feats with their magic. It's common knowledge that those who can use magic are usually nobles. That's right. All right, let's give Mom the medicine. Yeah, come over here. Chloe tugged at my hand with her small one. It would have been cute even if I had younger siblings. While the boy froze in place behind me, it was best to give the medicine to the mother first. I hate to say it, but even the mother smelled quite bad. The medicine handed over by the apothecary should have been an effective magical potion like a comprehensive herbal remedy. Would it really work properly for this mother? For now, cleanse and refresh. Here, medicine. Can you sit up? When I called out to her, the mother slowly opened her eyes, but she seemed to have trouble focusing for a few seconds before her eyes widened. Knight Commander Vandier. Why are you here? The surprised mother tried to sit up, but she lacked the strength and fell back onto the bed. Don't strain yourself. I just happened to meet this boy and the apothecary. Take the medicine, I'll support you. That's money to buy medicine. To mention money right away, they must be in quite dire straits. Don't worry, I bought it on a whim while shopping. It's pocket change for me, so don't worry about it. More importantly, drink the medicine quickly and put the kids at ease. I put my arm around her back and helped her sit up, and she drank the medicine with trembling hands. It seems that the quality of the medicine from that shop is good. The mother's complexion improved rapidly. How do you feel? Thanks to you, I feel much better. How can I ever thank you, Mark too? It seems that the boy's name is Mark. Now that I think about it, I hadn't even asked his name. The children seemed relieved to see their mother's improved complexion. Knight Commander Vandier, thank you. Thank you, Big Brother. Chloe. Calling Knight Commander Vandier, Big Brother. The flustered mother scolded Chloe, but I raised my hand to stop her. It's okay. I said she could call me that because my name is hard to pronounce. Well, Knight Commander Vandier, you're so kind. There was a moment of hesitation, probably meaning contrary to rumors. I certainly used to be a bit of a troublemaker. But more importantly, let me cast a cleansing spell on Mark too. If you don't tidy up, the shop will start to dislike you. Cleanse and refresh. Wow, that's amazing. Thank you, Knight Commander Vandier. Haha, how many times have I thanked you today? As he said this, Mark wiped his eyes. He must have been quite anxious, holding his unconscious mother and his young sister. At that moment, the door of the house opened with enough force to almost break it, and a drunken man entered. Hey, is it true you brought a man in here? Joseph just saw it a while ago. It seems like the vermin of this house has returned. Chapter 5, Slip of the Tongue. You, Knight Commander Vandier, provided the medicine. What? That damn Knight Commander did that. Wait, Knight Commander Vandier. Seems like he's quite drunk. As he enters, he staggers, struggling to maintain his balance, and looks at us with surprise while arguing back against his wife's voice. You're drinking while neglecting your sick wife and young child. It's quite a privileged life you have. Don't you think it's strange that you have money for alcohol, but not for your wife's medicine? Well, this is our family matter, so it's nothing for someone like Knight Commander Vandier to worry about. Don't concern yourself with us, please leave. Though he looks down on me, the man laughs and tries to usher me out. But if I leave now, I can't shake the feeling that the children and their mother will suffer. All right, understood. But before that, let's have a little chat. I intended to smile gently, but it seems my villainous smile was rather terrifying. The man's face contorted in response. Odd, he has a villain's face, yet he should be quite handsome. Big Brother, are you taking Daddy away? I'm just going to have a little talk. Well, I might have to give him a little smack to get rid of the bad bug in him, but don't worry, I won't hurt him badly. Okay. After patting her head, Chloe nodded with relief. I approached her father, still holding his arm, and led him outside. What do you think you're doing? Aren't your family important to you? Hess, someone like me, who's nothing but a troublemaker, is better off not being at home. A troublemaker. Yeah, I used to be a craftsman, but I couldn't work properly due to injuries suffered during military service. After seeing how my wife got sick from overworking, I couldn't bear it and had to drown my sorrows in alcohol. Seems like he's just disillusioned. He's not such a bad person after all. The problem lies in the lack of compensation for the injuries he sustained during military service. I can't do it right away, but I'll suggest to the Lord to provide relief measures for those who suffer from injuries due to military service. Even if you can't use your hands, you can still use your feet, right? It would be good to have a place that offers jobs suitable for those with injuries. For now, you don't have to repay the medicine for the children, but if you don't treat your wife and children well, you'll regret it. I'll come by to check on you someday. Why, yes. When I mentioned relief measures, a glimmer of hope appeared in the man's eyes. Indeed, a sense of purpose is necessary to live on. I should probably arrange a meeting with the Lord when I return. Perhaps due to my firm grip on his arm or my stern gaze, the man's drunkenness seemed to have completely disappeared. I let go of his arm, leaving him slumped, and returned to the barracks. Heading to the knight's office, I called out to the clerk, who visibly jumped. Previously, I had been harsh on him for his overly timid attitude, so perhaps he expected me to be even harsher now. Tell the Margrave I want to meet him. Say I found some issues during my visit to the town. Why, yes. The clerk responded and hurriedly began writing an application. If there were any previous matters, I would have barged into the Margrave's office without hesitation, so he might be surprised when I submit a meeting request like this. I'm quite disliked, aren't I? It wouldn't be surprising if I were regarded as a pest bothering an unwilling daughter, especially considering how I used my position to pressure others regarding territorial defense. Let's refocus and go see the subordinates training. Even if I'm not swinging a sword today, I can still provide guidance. I believe Cassius, who just became a knight from a squire, should be there today. Cassius has a personality similar to his younger brothers, right? Come to think of it, they're both 18 years old. While I've taught the older brothers all the household chores, I'm worried if they can handle everything properly in my absence. As I arrived at the training ground, I heard the clashing of swords wielded by knights and the thuds of wooden swords used by squires and below. The third knight still exuded a tough atmosphere as always. It's probably because of all the remarks from the members of the first and second knight orders about being a ragtag group or having no quality that they feel inferior. Even though we're clearly winning in terms of strength alone, I don't think there's any need to feel inferior. Maybe it's just my noble perspective, or perhaps it's because most of them come from commoner backgrounds. Since coming to this Margrave territory, we've been hunting monsters daily, and I feel like overall, everyone's skills have improved. There are more individuals who have crossed the line of progress, a common occurrence during skill advancement, which makes them more prone to injuries due to changes in body movements. Whoa, are you okay? When I looked towards the source of those words, I saw Cassius bleeding from his arm. It seems even though the blade was crushed, it still managed to cut through, leaving a deep gash across his forearm from elbow to wrist. He was holding the limp arm with little strength, trying to stem the bleeding, but blood kept dripping. While everyone around us froze in shock, I instinctively rushed over. Hey, get a healer immediately. Cassius, keep your arm elevated. Ouch, it's not a big deal, so I'll be fine. For the time being, I tried to elevate the wound above the heart and use a handkerchief to apply pressure and stop the bleeding. However, Cassius resisted my attempts. Just listen to what your big brother says. Realizing I had accidentally made a slip of the tongue by associating him as my younger brother, the training ground fell silent, as if frozen solid. Chapter 6, Change. I messed up in a panic. It's absolutely impossible for me to refer to myself as Big Brother like that. What if they find out about memories from my past life? All right. Normally, Cassius, who is usually cheeky, replied calmly, but I could feel embarrassment creeping up on me, making my face and ears turn red. Or is it just my imagination? No, it's not. Everyone's gaze is piercing through me. Others, continue your training. With a commanding tone, the subordinates present snapped back to attention and resumed their training. Cassius, if you can walk, Let's go to the infirmary from here. It's better not to lose any more blood for a quicker recovery. Why, yes. While he was quiet, I quickly tied up his arm. Supporting his arm to avoid touching the wound, we started walking, but Cassius seemed extremely flustered. I wish he'd stop staring at my face like that. Damn it, my ears must still be burning, making them probably red. What are you staring at? No, the captain earlier ouch. Mid-sentence, Cassius spat out and winced as the wound stung. He was definitely about to mention my big brother remark. It can't be helped. How many years do you think I've been a big brother all these years? My brother is the same age as Cassius, 18, so I've been a big brother for 18 years. The youngest twin was 5, so you can't help but refer to yourself as big brother. If he laughs anymore, I may have to make him unable to laugh. Am I being influenced by my past way of thinking? If so, I need to be careful. Otherwise, I might be heading straight for a future where I'll be killed. Talking consumes energy when you're injured, so don't speak anymore. Didn't the captain speak to me just now? Did you say something? No, nothing. As I glared at Cassius muttering, he immediately fell silent. At the same time, a healer escorted by Squire appeared from the infirmary. Oh my, this is bad. I'll apply healing magic right away, The healer glanced around anxiously. Since healing magic also depletes the recipient's stamina, they probably wanted him to sit down. Cassius, sit over there. You might feel dizzy once the healing magic is applied. Hi. I'm not that weak, though. Cassius. Yes. Calling his name in a deliberately low voice, he obediently complied. In cases like this, speaking calmly and softly is more effective than shouting. Although the knights are more mischievous than my brothers, my experience as their big brother seems to come in handy. Well then, healing heal. It was like watching fast-forwarded footage, as the wound closed up rapidly. I can heal minor scratches myself, but I can't heal such a deep cut. The difference in power is astonishing depending on whether one has aptitude or not. However, it seems that the healer's magical power is not that abundant, as they looked sweaty and exhausted by the time the wound closed. Phew, you should be fine now. Receiving healing magic is tiring after all. Well then, back to training. Without even thanking the healer, Cassius got up. Hey, at least say thank you properly. Hi. The voices of the 3 people present overlapped. The previous me wasn't someone who easily said thank you either. But from now on, for the sake of educating my subordinates, I have to take the lead in acting correctly. Training ground side. After Justin and Cassius headed to the infirmary and disappeared from the training ground, the movements of the knights who had been sparring ceased. Then, someone spoke up. Hey, I didn't mishear that earlier, did I? Did everyone else hear it too? Yeah, I doubted my ears too. It's strange enough for the captain to show that kind of consideration for Cassius. So that earlier wasn't a mishearing. The captain said big brother about himself. The knights exchanged glances and swallowed nervously. Big brother. They all said it simultaneously, then collapsed or doubled over, laughing. Ha ha ha, that's unbelievable. And did you see it? He was so red, right? Ha ha. I've never seen the captain like that before. Ha ha ha. Hee hee, nobody else would believe it if we told them, ha. If he was always like that, it'd be cute. Ouch, what the heck. Hey you, even though you're a squire, you hit me. Isn't it because Amdio said something weird? Most of the people present either hit or kicked the knight who spoke the furthest from Justin's words. Even those who didn't lay a hand on him were rubbing their arms as if they were shivering. For them, it's a means of self-defense in a way, as they are often not properly recognized by others due to their birth. While they are acknowledged for their abilities as watchdogs, whether they will be viewed more favorably in the future depends on Justin's guidance, as their pack-like, hot-tempered nature persists. Chapter 7. Let's make it delicious. After making Cassius thank the healer, everyone returned to the training ground, practicing with an odd restlessness in the air. Maybe they were worried about Cassius's injury. No, considering their personalities, that's unlikely. After a while, I noticed my subordinates looking nervous around me. Then it hit me. Were they talking about how red my face was earlier? The atmosphere was reminiscent of when my brothers would gleefully gossip about my mistakes behind my back. Cassius, take a break. Normally, you wouldn't let me rest. Could it be that the captain is joining the training? I remember the captain was also told by the healer not to train until the day after tomorrow. Don't worry, I won't be doing that. With a smirk, not only Cassius, but also the other subordinates gasped. Are they really that afraid of my smile? Captain Justin, what exactly are you planning? The squire who had gone to call the healer timidly asked. When I was watching earlier, I noticed that many of you are neglecting the basics. Let's start with 1,000 sword swings. By the time that's done, it'll be lunchtime. Upon my declaration, the expressions of my subordinates changed, and Cassius secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems you've been wasting time chatting and taking breaks. Do you have enough energy left? Start. The subordinates began the grueling task of 1,000 sword swings, just as I had made them do when I had first become captain. Occasionally, amidst the counting, you could hear comments like devil or demon. Due to the influence of Japanese novels, various things, including names and ingredients, have a Japanese touch. After the sword swings, slightly past lunchtime, the training was over. Some had lost their balance or developed odd habits along the way, so I mercilessly corrected them all. Tomorrow, I'll watch Cassius's swings too. Why yes. Thank you. He only uses polite language when he's scared. But since everyone worked hard, I'll reward them with a change in the taste of lunch. I think it'll taste better with just a bit of salt and pepper added. All right, let's head to the cafeteria. The subordinates replied and quickly followed me, putting away the swords and wooden swords they had been using. They must be looking forward to the meal after exercising so much. Upon entering the cafeteria, the outdoor team had already started eating. After picking up lunch trays at the counter, we sat at a long table. As soon as my subordinates sat down, they devoured their food eagerly. After taking just one bite of everything, I instructed one of the squires to fetch a mortar and pestle. I realized we didn't have a pepper mill, so I brought the mortar set from the kitchen and began grinding black pepper. Whoa, Captain Justin, is that pepper? Eweg, who had gone to fetch the mortar, exclaimed in surprise. Yeah, I felt it was a bit lacking, so I bought some. Wow, how much did that cost? It's definitely gold coins, right? Seemingly realizing it from Eweg's voice, similar comments came from the kitchen. I sprinkled the ground pepper and salt into the lens bean and chicken soup, mixing it with a spoon. It's considerably tastier now. But one more flavor, I also bought basil. Taking a few basil leaves from the magic bag, I finally shredded one and mixed it into the soup. Okay, this should satisfy you all. Want to try it? Is it okay, please? Eweg handed me the soup plate, and the other subordinates brought their soup plates to me one after another. All right, you can shred the basil yourself. Here, take it. Adjusting the amount of salt and pepper to the soup's volume, I handed out basil leaves one by one, watching them happily add them to their soup and mix them in. It's delicious. What is this? Cassius, who was the first to taste it, shouted loudly. Upon hearing his voice, the other subordinates hurriedly brought the soup to their mouths. It's true. Is this what they mean by flavors coming together? It's completely different. So delicious, it's like a completely different soup from earlier. Due to the commotion from the subordinates at the same table, those who still had soup left from the outdoor team started to stand up with their soup bowls. Those who had already finished their soup were glaring at their empty bowls with frustration. Listen, both salt and pepper are luxury items. It's natural for us, who move our bodies a lot, to find richer flavors more delicious. However, with the budget allocated to the cooks, the current taste is the limit. If you want something tastier, you can pitch in a bit of money, equivalent to the cost of a drink, and buy salt and pepper. What do you say? I'm in. Me too. All the subordinates at my table agreed, but the others hesitated. I gestured to those still holding their soup bowls with my finger, offering to season it further. Their expressions changed drastically. I'll pitch in too. Indeed, deliciousness knows no bounds. In this world with few entertainments, food holds significant weight. What's all the commotion about? Just as the discussion was about to conclude, a man's voice echoed in the cafeteria. Chapter 8, Lecture. Oh, Vice Commander, hurry up and bring the dishes. The commander will be surprised when he tastes them. The one who appeared was Vice Commander Aurel. It seems he just returned from the outdoors. Despite Cassius not being scolded by Aurel for carrying his own lunch, he spoke to him as if nothing had happened. Seasoning by the commander. Aurel looked at me with a puzzled expression. Due to my status as a son of a marquis, I hardly had any experience going through the usual apprenticeship period to become a knight. Therefore, he knew that I had no connection to things like cooking. Thanks to Cassius's unnecessarily loud voice, Aurel, who had brought his own lunch, had accompanied us to the cafeteria's head chef. Although he was smiling, his aura revealed his wounded pride and indignation. "Commander Justin, what do you mean by this?" Vice Commander Aurel, despite being 5 years older, perhaps because he was the son of the Baron Luminar, treated me with the most polite demeanor among the subordinates. The skills of the chefs are not bad, but due to the high cost of seasonings, the flavor tends to be subtle, right? We were just suggesting that we pool our money together little by little to buy more seasonings. For example, like this. Just like with the other subordinates, I added salt and pepper and shredded basil into the soup. "Come on, Vice Commander, hurry up and mix it and try it." Okay." Prompted by Cassius, Aurel, still bewildered, mixed the soup and tasted it. He didn't say anything, but his expression said it all. Those who had already tried the seasoned soup were grinning as they looked at Aurel. Vice Commander Luminar, may I also have a taste, please?" Timidly making the request was the head chef. Usually he wouldn't come near us, but apparently he was very curious about the taste. "Oh, for the future of our cooking, it's better to know the taste, right? It's quite different from usual." The head chef, using a spoon he had prepared, took a sip and his eyes widened. I knew that using high-quality pepper and seasoning it richly would make it delicious, but what's with this unique flavor? "I think I've seen these leaves at the apothecary's." As he swallowed, the head chef muttered while pondering. "That's basil sold at the apothecary's. I've bought several things that can be used from the apothecary. Wanna see?" "Yes, please." Okay then, let's go to the kitchen after finishing the meal." "Thank you. We'll be waiting." The pressure was unexpectedly strong. Perhaps because they were employed by a lord, the chef seemed to have an exceptional passion for cooking. Wow, it's like Commander Justin is missing. That's right. I wonder if he's been replaced by someone else since yesterday. Arnault and Simon, who witnessed me crying yesterday, were whispering to each other. They apparently came to the cafeteria together after being under Aurel's command and touring the territory today. Afterward, the others also slyly seasoned their meals and agreed to contribute money for the seasonings. Yes, indeed, deliciousness knows no bounds. After the meal, we headed to the kitchen, where we were greeted by the tense-looking chefs. The Third Night Order, unlike the large group of the Second Night Order that protects the entire capital, has about 50 members. In their dormitory, there are 4 cooks and 1 apprentice. Don't be so nervous. I only know a small part of it myself, so I'm not that knowledgeable. But using medicinal herbs in cooking is brilliant. Please, come over here and teach us. I remember there should be an episode in the latter part of the novel where a saint who appears spreads various experiments she tried in a remote village with herbs. But it's tough to keep eating subtle dishes until the saint appears. Well, it can't be helped. Yeah, it can't be helped. As I made excuses to myself, I took out the items I bought from my magic bag and lined them up on the countertop. When I brought out the salt and black pepper, the cooks swallowed audibly. Well, of course, it's because it's enough salary for a month of the Knight Commander. This is thyme, mainly used in fish dishes, but also used in meat dishes to remove odor and as decoration. Rosemary here is also used as decoration, but it's rubbed into meat dishes for pre-processing or used fresh to steam with meat to add fragrance. Laurel is for stewed dishes, both to remove odor and add fragrance. Basil can be used for flavoring in various dishes. As I explained while lining them up, the head chef was diligently taking notes. The cooks who weren't taking notes probably couldn't write. Amidst the restless expressions of the cooks after hearing the explanation, the apprentice boy spoke up. Knight Commander Vandier, how do you know all this?" The cooks around him had expressions that seemed to say they were eager to hear as well. When asked how I knew, it was because in my previous life, if my whole family went out to eat, it would cost a fortune, so I used to make what you might call cafe-style meals, to give them the feeling of dining out. Especially because my mother was delighted with fancy plates, I always made herb-based dishes for Mother's Day or birthdays. I couldn't possibly talk about my previous life, so what should I say? It's because I was taught various things as part of my education, including herbalism. It was necessary to have knowledge to counteract poison, so I just remembered that. Wow, as expected of a noble like you. Well, as long as it's not a complete lie, it should be fine. I definitely learned about various herbs and poisonous plants that were close at hand. While lecturing the cooks like that, I would only come to know a few days later that the fact that I had been called Big Brother at the training ground in my absence had spread within the Night Order. Chapter 9, Meeting with Margrave Talaran. On the third day of being told to rest, my request for a meeting with Margrave Talaran was granted, and I was scheduled to meet him. He's probably on high alert, considering I've been making veiled threats about the heroine and her entourage. Just wanting to harass the crown prince and trying to obtain someone I don't even like by threatening the heroine and those around her. My character was quite twisted, looking back. Anyway, this time I need to reassure them, including about that. Since I was off duty, I visited dressed not in my usual night attire, but in noble clothing. To reassure them, I left my beloved sword behind. Upon entering the summoned office, I found not only Margrave Talaran, but also several knights lined up behind him. Are they really considering me that dangerous? Excuse me, I appreciate Margrave Talaran's time. As I greeted them, both the Margrave and the knights behind him were surprised. Well, it's probably because I'm so polite. Until now, I haven't been hiding the attitude that without my power, these guys can't even protect their territory. So what's the matter this time? I could almost hear a voice in my mind saying, "Get out quickly." But unlike before, this time I came to talk about something beneficial for the territory. I went shopping yesterday and witnessed a significant issue in the territory that needs improvement, so I thought I'd report it. An issue in the territory? You. He chuckled dismissively. All right, if that's the attitude, I'll refute it without hesitation. Yes, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the public order in the capital has deteriorated because of it. It seems that the people perceive Margrave Talaran as a ruthless lord who uses his subjects and then discards them. What? The knight commander, with a furious expression, put his hand on the hilt of his sword. This guy, while not a bad person, is a bit troublesome because he's so devoted to the Margrave, having been helped by him when he was young. However, the Margrave lightly raised his hand to restrain the knight commander. Let me hear it. Yes. When I called the people to gather and exterminate monsters, what do you do with those, including knights and soldiers, who suffer lasting injuries? If they're no longer fit for duty, they're obviously removed. We wouldn't force injured people to fight. He had an attitude as if to say, "What are you talking about?" I let out a big sigh conspicuously. Sigh, I'm saying you're using them and then throwing them away. Do you know how those injured individuals live afterward? People who can't return to their original jobs because of their injuries. For the first time, the Margrave's movement stopped, as he seemed to consider this. The knights exchanged glances. They probably never expected me to bring up such a thing. Well, they're probably supported by their families. The Margrave answered with a wavering gaze. I see. So one day, someone who was supporting their family suddenly can't work anymore. I saw a family like that. The husband, who was a craftsman, lost his job due to an injury, and the wife, who was trying to support her husband and children, got sick from overwork. They couldn't afford magic medicine, and were about to be driven away by the apothecary. In this world, there are naturally no insurance companies, and there's hardly any social welfare. If you can't live, you're practically told to go die in a ditch, showing how little value life holds. And then, if it's knights or soldiers, they would receive some retirement compensation when they retire. But there are no relief measures for ordinary citizens. How many people end up embittered and causing trouble to those around them because of this? At the very least, there are plenty of possible relief measures, such as establishing facilities in the slums for free treatment or arranging jobs for those with lingering injuries, even if they have after effects. It felt like I was lecturing, but I poured out my thoughts in a long string. Is that the idea of Servandier, the knight commander? Well, yes. If you tell me not to meddle in the affairs of other territories, then so be it. But because I could see that public order in Margrave Talaran's territory is steadily worsening, I felt it necessary to offer advice. That's all there is to it. I had said everything I wanted to say, so I bowed my head slightly at the end. But Margrave Talaran looked at me strangely. That's it, nothing about my daughter. Yes, I don't think I'll have anything to do with the young lady in the future. However, no, it's nothing. I don't need to say unnecessary things like, your daughter will become a concubine in terms of power balance. Some nobles in the novel thought it was good that the young lady's virginity is lost, because it helped avoid obstacles to the marriage between the crown prince and the saint. In reality, if there are two heroines, I think the young lady will become a concubine when the saint becomes the primary wife. The main character, Crown Prince, fell for the saint easily, after all. Well, if you have something to say, say it. I'm not the culprit, but I still want the young lady who suffered greatly in the novel to be happy. If Margrave Talleyrand moves to protect the position of the primary wife from now on, maybe things will work out somehow. Do you think the number of monsters has been abnormal in recent years? Perhaps a saint might appear. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say that the conditions necessary for a saint to appear are being met. You can't be serious. Well, assuming we deal with the monsters somehow, the problem is about the young lady. What does my daughter have to do with a saint? Is my daughter a saint? Margrave Talleyrand slammed his fist on the desk. Well, if that were the case, there wouldn't be a problem at all. No, if a saint were to appear, the royal family would move to make her the crown prince's primary wife. If you don't want your daughter to be in the position of a concubine, I recommend making arrangements from now on. What are you planning? It's all because of my actions so far, but it's getting more and more troublesome. I've had various thoughts over the past few days and reflected on my past actions. It's understandable if you find it unbelievable, so I hope you can judge based on my future actions. Well then, excuse me. Taking advantage of Margrave Talleyrand's stunned silence at my declaration of reflection, I hurriedly escaped from the office. Chapter 11, Placing Orders. Continue with what? Gaspard, the subordinate who made the big brother comment earlier, spoke while avoiding eye contact. You don't usually use honorifics, so it's too obvious. About what you said, big brother. Damn, it's incredibly embarrassing to use the word big brother in front of these guys with memories of my previous life as Justin. Wow, the commander is blushing. I'm not blushing, Gaspard exclaimed in amazement, and I couldn't help but retort. The atmosphere grew tense due to the strong vibe I emitted, silencing everyone. So, who told you guys? Well, we heard everyone talking about it. Probably everyone in the third night order knows about it, right? What? I almost collapsed to my knees, but managed to hold myself together. I couldn't afford to show an embarrassing sight in front of them, given my memories. However, Simon continued to add insult to injury. Yeah, when I heard that the commander blushed back then, I thought it was definitely a lie. But seeing the commander now, I'm sure it's true. Haha, ow, what are you guys doing? Seeing me fall silent, the others began to scold Simon, hitting or kicking him. It seemed they panicked when they saw the murderous intent emanating from me again. HMPH. Expressing my displeasure, I left my subordinates and headed to the apothecary. After a few moments of slapping sounds behind me, it seemed like everyone was following. Wait here, all of you. It's cramped if everyone goes in, so Florian and I will handle the conversation alone. Florian, you're acquainted with the apothecary, right? Yes, the knight's potions and medicinal herbs are bought here. Good, make sure not to intimidate pedestrians or the apothecary's customers. As I warned my subordinates, they made bored faces. It was a good thing I nailed that down. These rascals tend to scare people around for fun. Entering the apothecary, the shopkeeper froze when he saw my face. Unlike last time, I came in my knight's attire, so he might have thought I was suspected of something. But when he saw Florian's face, he visibly relaxed. If they were going to arrest a suspect, they wouldn't need a clerk. Welcome, how may I assist you today? I left negotiations mainly to Florian, planning to delegate all future dealings to him. I gestured with my chin, and Florian stepped forward, holding out a paper listing the items to order. We have items we'd like to order for regular delivery to the knight's lodgings at the Lord's mansion in the future. I see. What and how much would that be? For now, it's these items. We may need varying quantities in the future, but we plan to order regularly. The shopkeeper's face lit up at the word, regularly. However, his expression turned disappointed as he looked at the paper. He probably thought expensive potions would sell, but it turned out to be only cheap herbs. These are for the infirmary, no, they're for the kitchen. Yes, Sir Vandier, the knight commander, taught us a new way to use them, so the cooks and knights wanted to try. Sir Vandier, the knight commander. The shopkeeper stared at me with a blank expression. It's common knowledge that nobles like me are far from cooking, so the shopkeeper's reaction was expected. If you want, you can ask the cooks about the usage. I don't intend to keep it a secret. In fact, I'd welcome it if the information spreads, and if it leads to more delicious restaurants, all the better. That way, Mr. Shopkeeper, you'll probably profit enough from the deliveries to the knight's lodgings. So, make sure to study the items properly for delivery to the kitchen of the knight's lodgings. Why yes, of course. I thought I smiled wryly, but apparently it looks scary. It's fine to deliver them to the kitchen of the lodgings, and please hand the itemized list to the cooks. Understood. With this quantity, I believe we can deliver it today. In that case, it would be helpful if you could do it before dinner preparations begin, for everyone's peace of mind. Seeing Florian looking at the shopkeeper with pleading eyes, the shopkeeper seemed to understand various things and nodded firmly. After leaving the apothecary, at the next stop, the spice shop, I made sure to subtly negotiate discounts while fully showcasing the presence of my subordinates from outside. In front of the apothecary side. Hey, Simon, stop laughing already. What will you do if the commander comes out of the shop? While Justin entered the apothecary with Florian, Arnault chided Simon, who had been shaking his shoulders without making a sound. I mean, when the commander cried, I thought it was bad, but this time he called himself Big Brother, haha, and he blushed. I didn't see it with my own eyes, so I never believed the commander cried, but seeing the commander just now, I can believe it. Gaspard, who exclaimed in surprise at Justin's Big Brother comment earlier, nodded earnestly. Hey, if the commander asks, we don't know what'll happen to us, so don't say anything. You, if the commander asks, just say you heard it from Vice Commander Aurel. Under no circumstances should you reveal what we said. Okay, I won't say anything anymore. Arnault and Simon cornered Gaspard together, and he nodded meekly. But really, in these past few days, the commander seems like a different person. He even showed a smile to the kids, you know. It wasn't his usual condescending smirk. Marius, the only squire in Justin's squad, muttered while looking at Justin through the window glass. Despite being the youngest at 16, he was the squad's biggest cynic. That's right, I was seriously freaked out. The commander always laughs with such a serious face. Simon smirked, looking slightly upwards with a mischievous grin, but the others didn't react and turned away. When Simon tilted his head in confusion, a voice came from behind. Oh, would you show me that face too? At Justin's words, Simon turned around with movements that sounded like rusty tin, facing exactly the same smile he had imitated before. And no, it was just a joke. Normally, Simon would have been mercilessly beaten with the sheathed sword. But this time, he was punished by being squeezed with an unprecedented fist instead of the sword, which he had never seen before. However, none of his comrades tried to help him. Chapter 12, Omens. After finishing the patrol around the town and placing orders at the shops, we returned to the barracks for our lunch break. Usually, we rely on the sound of the bell ringing at noon to return, but since the absence of nights can make it easier for crimes to occur, some squads return at staggered times. Ah, I'm starving. Oh, isn't that Florian who returned earlier over there? It must be nice for you, getting to lunch so quickly, being a clerk and all. Hey, don't bother Florian. He's doing a different job from us and having a hard time. If you want, you can try being a clerk for a few days. Eek, no way, I absolutely won't do it. Simon tried to tease Florian, who had returned to the barracks earlier after finishing the order job in the morning, so I stopped him. Considering Simon's personality, paperwork would be absolutely impossible for him. Florian seemed visibly relieved that I intervened. Commander Vandier, thank you. I've already handed the documents to the head chef and explained everything. I see, thank you for your hard work. Don't worry about us, just enjoy your meal. Come on, let's go, Simon. Roger that. Heading to the counter with my subordinates for lunch, I heard voices from the table where the clerks were sitting, questioning whether I was really Commander Vandier. They're surprised now, but I need to make it so that in the future, this is taken for granted. I grabbed some bread and soup, the usual lunch with fruit on the side. Today's soup seemed to have sausage in it. As I was about to eat, my subordinates were looking at me with expectant eyes. All right, but the pepper is still in grains, so I'll need a mortar and pestle. I'll get those for you. Marius, the squire, quickly stood up and headed towards the kitchen. I couldn't help but smile at my subordinates' obvious attitudes. Hee hee, you guys are quite gluttonous too, huh? I knew you liked eating, but didn't realize you were this much of gluttons. We're not laughing, I mean, it's not that we want to eat more because it's delicious. But the soup you gave us yesterday, Commander, that's the kind of taste that makes you want more. Simon said as he pushed the soup bowl towards me. From tonight, maybe our meals will change into ones that we think are delicious. Commander is considering making even the modestly seasoned food enjoyable with the flavors of sausages and other ingredients. So be grateful and eat it. Wow, did those words of gratitude really come from the commander? Did you say something? I glared at Arnold, who quickly looked away. No, nothing. Oh, look, Marius is back. Such reactions are only for now, I told myself, as I started to crush a few peppercorns in the mortar and pestle that Marius had offered. Quite proactive, aren't they? As our meal was coming to an end, there was suddenly a commotion at the entrance of the barracks. What's going on? I stood up and went to check, finding Vice Commander Aurel and his squad covered in blood at the entrance. It seemed like they had gone to thin out the monsters in the forest, but all 10 of them were injured. Call the healers immediately, tell them there are 10 injured. Aurel, what happened? Although the injuries seemed relatively minor, their night uniforms were still stained with blood. Since everyone was slumped at the entrance, I applied healing magic to Aurel to make it easier for him to talk. Thank you. Strange monsters suddenly increased around the eastern ruins, and although we managed to defeat them, you can see the result. Luckily, there were no casualties. Aurel chuckled self-deprecatingly, but I felt a bit uneasy at the mention of the eastern ruins. It triggered something in my memory from the novel. Oh, right. It was about sending injured subordinates to the forest, and then the stampede happened, resulting in nearly half of the subordinates being wiped out in the forest with the ruins. I remember the vice commander died during that time, and when I returned to the capital, the newly appointed vice commander was a subordinate of the crown prince. The new vice commander was the one who had been scheming to add insult to injury. In any case, you've returned safely. With the recent increase in monster activity, it's likely a prelude to a major stampede. Marius, immediately go to the office and have the clerk inform the border count that a major stampede is imminent. Yes, sir. In the novel, they were too overconfident and sacrificed their subordinates thinking they could handle it themselves. They abandoned the vice commander, whom everyone had relied on, and lost the trust of the surviving subordinates. Knowing that, there's no choice but to cooperate with the border count. After a while, 3 healers, including those off-duty, arrived, but they were overwhelmed, so only the severely injured were taken to the infirmary. The relatively minor injuries were treated with healing potions, and the knights present took them to their rooms. While the wounds were healing to some extent, they were still dizzy from the impact on their bodies. This period of lingering effects would last at least within a week. The old me might have said they could go back tomorrow. But because there are preparations to be made, the possibility of tomorrow is low, maybe the day after tomorrow is questionable. Is Commander Vandier here? As everyone went to their rooms, and I pondered alone at the entrance, the Knight Commander of the Border Count suddenly appeared. Chapter 13, Commander Clement of the Border Knight Order. I'm here. Why is this person so angry? If he's here about the stampede, is he upset because I'm speculating or something along those lines? Knight Commander Vandier. What on earth are you thinking? Stampede hasn't occurred in over 100 years. It won't happen now. His opinion was even dumber than I expected. Just because it hasn't happened in 100 years doesn't mean it won't happen now. If anything, if it happened 100 years ago, it could happen at any time. Or perhaps, is it because he's at an age where his physical strength as a knight is declining, and he doesn't want it to happen? I haven't heard his age, but I think he's probably in his mid-40s. Just because it hasn't happened in 100 years, why don't you think that it's happening now? History teaches us that stampede occurs in cycles of 100 to 300 years. Or not. Tusk, shouldn't even commoners learn history? Anyway, don't you think that the recent increase in the number of monsters is too much to be just a mere outbreak? In fact, today, my subordinates, despite being just 10 people, all returned injured. As a knight commander who rose through the ranks from a commoner, He is superior both in age and in position. If it were the old me, I would definitely speak politely, but thanks to Justin's memories, I can speak as if I'm superior without hesitation. Even with the elite 10 of the Third Night Order. Normally, even monsters that can barely be defeated by 10 knights from the Border Count's Night Order without getting injured. The squads of 5 from the Third Night Order can return without any injuries. If such elite fighters are battered even when there are 10 of them, it's natural to feel uneasy. That's why I advised the Border Count. Immediately check for any weaknesses in the city walls and recommend repairing them as soon as they're found. I heard that many times there were panic and chaos among the residents because small monsters entered the town through the broken parts of the walls in the Duke's house, causing them to panic. If there's a chance that stampede could happen before my subordinates are fully recovered, it's better to prepare as much as possible. And what if nothing happens? A responsibility. I'm just presenting the possibilities. It's the Border Count's job to make decisions, right? Even if nothing happens, won't repairing the city walls be beneficial to the Border Count's territory? What responsibility do I have? If the Border Count has learned history outside of Talaran, I think they would make the same judgment as me. Get out of my way. Yeah, I recommend immediately reorganizing the knights and soldiers based on the assumption of stampede. With a frustrated look, Commander Clement, the Border Night Order, turned on his heel, and I gave him advice, not knowing if he would listen to it obediently. As the entrance quieted down, I headed towards the infirmary, where the treatment would be finished soon. I needed to see their recovery status, decide whether they could be used for rear support or if they should remain at rest. You're in the way. Entering the infirmary in one corner of the barracks, I saw my subordinates lying limply on 5 beds in the back. The moment I entered, not only the healers, but also the subordinates stopped their movements, grimacing in pain as they tried to sit up. It's fine. Just stay lying down without pushing yourselves. As I said so, everyone's movement stopped for a moment. Normally, they would be cursing and saying things like pathetic, or they're still my subordinates, but none of that came out. Tell me about their condition. How many days of rest do they need? Do they need rehabilitation? Oh, yes. Those in their rooms should be fine with 3 days of light activity reduction. However, those here should stay in bed for 3 days, and then gradually move their bodies after a week. The healer who treated me answered. Got it. Then you guys stay here and be taken care of for 3 days. I'll come to check on you, so be good and stay quiet. For some reason, my subordinates were wide-eyed as if their eyeballs were about to pop out. Wait, did I just say the catchphrase I use when my younger brothers are sick and sleeping? All right, let's just leave as if nothing happened. All right, I'll leave my subordinates to you. Yes, leave it to me. The healer who replied with a smile, was that just a forced smile? It's not like they're genuinely smiling at me, right? Oops, I shouldn't be worrying about that now. I need to rearrange the formations as I told Commander Clement of the Border Night Order, and the Third Night Order also needs to do the same. Next, I'll head to Vice Commander Orel's room. There's definitely something wrong. Did I hit my head and go crazy at that time? No, maybe that demonic bear at the time had a curse skill and cursed us. I heard Arnault and Simon's voices from Orel's room. All right, I'll have these two work extra hard to make up for the subordinates who can't move due to the stampede this time. With a smile on my face, I knocked on the door to Orel's room. Chapter 14. Strategy Meeting. Please. I heard Orel's response, so I plastered on a smile and opened the door. May I have a moment? I'd like to discuss the plans starting from tomorrow. Also, I'd like you two to listen in. As I started the discussion, Arnault and Simon tried to sneak out of the room. I stopped them, maintaining my smile. Thanks to speaking in a notably low voice while still smiling, the two let out small, suppressed screams. As we began the discussion, I sat down on a chair while Arnault and Simon stood at attention, just like they would during training. With a wry smile, I informed them about what I had heard from the healers earlier. So, regarding Orel and those recuperating in their quarters, we've decided to enforce 3 days of rest. The 5 in the infirmary will be resting for a minimum of 1 week. Most likely, the stampede will occur during this time. Stampede, it's the first time I've encountered it, remarked Arnault. Don't worry. You won't be going to battle against the monsters this time. You'll be doing office work in the office. That's why I came to discuss the reorganization of our troops, I explained. All right, please put me in the same squad as the commander. Obviously, I'll be at the forefront, right? Simon exclaimed, raising his hand. My squad intends to rush into what we believe to be the source. You can let loose as much as you want, I replied. The source. Without a break, straight into it? Arnault complained reluctantly, but when facing actual monsters, he would wear a fierce smile and crush them. Although not explicitly stated in the novel, I learned from my tutor that the cause of the stampede was the evil shard known as the Demon Stone. Normally indistinguishable from ordinary stones, when accumulated magical energy saturates it, it attracts monsters. Once the magical energy overflows, it causes a stampede. It is only then that one can distinguish the stone as a fragment of the evil god. Alternatively, high-ranking priests or holy maidens should have been able to identify it using their divine powers. There should have been an episode where the heroine, a holy maiden, discovered the evil shard in the ruins when she later visited the territory of Talaran. I expect the cause to be in the ruins of the eastern forest. We'll enter the ruins tomorrow and wait for the stampede to occur. If the cause is indeed the evil shard, we should be able to find and destroy it immediately, right? Indeed, destroying the fragment of the evil god would minimize the damage, but that would mean being at the epicenter of the stampede, right? Aurel looked at me with concern. There's a danger that the monsters might all come at us at once. But hey, isn't there another way to end the stampede? How have we ended it before? Simon, being the most straightforward member of the squad due to his commoner background, hadn't experienced a stampede before, so it's natural for him not to know. There are two ways to end a stampede. One is to destroy the magic stone known as the fragment of the evil god when it activates this time. In that case, since the cause is gone, the next stampede won't happen. And the other is to wait for the monsters to stop spawning until all the magic essence stored in the fragment of the evil god runs out. Once all the magic essence is exhausted, no more monsters will be born. However, if you choose the latter, the damage caused by the monsters will be catastrophic. But it's an extremely difficult task, as destroying the fragment of the evil god and ending the stampede has only been accomplished twice in our country's long history of 8,000 years. Aurel added to my explanation. Wow, so if we do that, we'll be treated like heroes, right? I'm definitely going with the commander, Simon exclaimed. Don't worry, my squad was planning on going together from the start. I'm also thinking of bringing along another squad. Do you have any squads that can coordinate well? It should be a squad that hasn't suffered any injuries this time, I asked. In that case, how about Elliot's squad? They've been getting stronger lately. What do you think, Arnault? Simon suggested. Yeah, that's true. Plus, they have Cassius, so it's not that. I mean, they have 2 squire knights, but I don't think there's any problem with their abilities, Arnault responded. Elliot's squad, indeed, they have the ability, I agreed. For a moment, I felt like Arnault was about to say something ominous, but since I had already chosen a capable squad, I had no intention of rejecting it. Elliot's squad should be able to keep up with everyone in Justin's squad. It would have been best if my squad could move, but since it's going to start tomorrow, we might just become a burden, Aurel lamented. Don't worry, I'll end the stampede as soon as possible so you can rest peacefully, I said, giving Aurel a confident smile. Chapter 15, Departure Report. The next day, I was summoned by the Baron of Talaran Borderland. I knew the reason, it must be about the stampede. Guided by the steward, I was led to the office. The difference from last time was the number of knights lined up behind the Baron. This time, it was only Commander Clement of the Border Knights. I apologize for calling you here. No, I also had something to tell you, so I wanted to meet with you. When I mentioned wanting to convey something, the Baron twitched his eyebrows. What is it that you want to convey? If you've heard from Commander Clement of the Border Knights, it's probably the same as what the Baron wants to discuss. 2 squads from our 3rd Knight Order will be heading to the forest today as part of our stampede countermeasures. Fortunately, we can predict the approximate location of the source of the outbreak, so if all goes well, there won't be another stampede in this area. I'll also be participating in this operation, so during that time, I leave the command of the 3rd Knight Order to Vice Commander Aurel de Luminar. What? I knew that this area had been destroyed by stampedes many times before it was called the Talaron borderland, but I never thought it would happen in my time. However, if we can destroy the fragment of the evil god immediately after the stampede occurs, the damage will be significantly reduced. I entrust this to you. Baron! It was not me but Clement who exclaimed in surprise, because the Baron stood up and bowed his head to me. I can't irresponsibly leave it to you, but I promise to do my best to minimize the damage. Just those words are enough. Saying that, the Baron extended his right hand. When I shook hands with him, he shook my hands very firmly. But in fact, this was the first time I shook hands with the Baron. Maybe I can consider this as an improvement in his evaluation of me. Since Clement seemed unusually frustrated, I left the office without giving detailed instructions on the operation. It might be that he didn't like the fact that even though he dislikes me, I'm being recognized by the Baron. On the way back to the dormitory, I passed by a member of the Border Knights whose name I didn't remember. They hastily left as if to avoid me, but I'm used to such treatment, so I didn't mind. It's a little lonely, though. When I arrived at the dormitory, my squad and Elliot's squad were gathered. Everyone was full of motivation and ready to go. My subordinates really have a lot of spirit. Do you all have portable food, water, and potions? I'll go pick up the food from the cafeteria now. You guys do the final check on your weapons and wait in front of the training ground. Yes. If it were me before, taste would have been secondary, and I would have gone to the forest with just portable food. But now I know that my motivation changes with meals, so I ordered 3 meals worth of boxed lunches from the chef in advance. When I informed my subordinates who were going on this operation, they were as delighted as my younger brothers when I made cake for them, and it warmed my heart. When I went to pick up the boxed lunches at the cafeteria, there were rows of the same containers, and there was a strangely large wooden box placed at the end. Chef, I've come to pick up the ordered food. Is everything here okay? Yes. I've prepared 120 servings for 10 people for 3 meals for 4 days. Sir Vandier's magic bag has a time delay, so you can leave it here with peace of mind. These are freshly made and hot, so please store them. The ones over there are sandwiches and bread-based items, so they'll be fine later. As expected of a chef, he seems to have thought about making it delicious. Perhaps because the supply of spices and herbs has increased, my favorability rating has skyrocketed, so he's probably doing this even better for me. I see, thank you. By the way, what's that? That was delivered from the main mansion just now. It seems to be a gift for Sir Vandier and everyone. But since the taste is different between the main mansion and the dormitory now, I don't think it will suit Sir Vandier or everyone's taste. The chef sighed in concern, so I proposed a solution. In that case, you should just give it as a gift to the Border Knights. If they say anything, just say that you couldn't deliver it because we had already left, so there shouldn't be any problem. It would be too heavy for the injured in the dormitory to eat, and it would be a waste if it's spoiled while the 3rd night order was out. So make sure it gets delivered by saying it's a shame to let it go bad. They'll probably eat it during breaks at the Border Knights training grounds. I see that's a good idea, thank you. No, as a chef, it would be unbearable to waste food, right? Commander Vandier, thank you for thinking that far ahead. Well, anyway, I'm grateful for preparing the boxed lunches. I'll leave the remaining meals to you. Even though he had taught his younger brothers not to waste food, Vandier left the cafeteria, avoiding the chef's expression that seemed to say his eyes were getting warm, and headed to the training ground where his subordinates were waiting. Chapter 16, Unexpected. Gathering with my subordinates at the training ground, we were supposed to head to the eastern forest on horseback as usual. But this time, we decided to go by carriage to make it harder for the monsters to find us in the forest. It's just a prediction, but there should be a magic stone called the Shard of the Evil God in the ruins of the eastern forest that causes the stampede. It seems that the magic overflow can be seen from the moment the stampede occurs. If you find it, prioritize destroying it above all else. The difficulty lies in the fact that until then, it just looks like an ordinary stone, but to minimize damage, this operation is absolutely necessary. I explained the operation in detail during the journey. In case stubborn Clement tried to interfere even a little, we only informed the border lords of the forest as our destination, so my subordinates were hearing it for the first time. The Talaran border lord's territory, surrounded by forests on 3 sides, has its center to the east. So if a stampede occurs, monsters will come pouring in from 3 directions. The Talaran border lord's territory was in a state of destruction in the novel. After getting off the carriage, we headed towards the ruins, slaying any solitary monsters along the way. If they came in groups, we would avoid them to conserve our energy, but encountering just a few would still be better to reduce their numbers. After about an hour of entering the forest, the ruins came into view. It was built like a small Parthenon temple with traces of a chapel underground. There should still be monsters being attracted here. Be careful not to be noticed, I whispered, and my subordinates nodded silently. Fortunately, the entrance to the ruins underground was small and hard to find, so monsters rarely entered. However, this time, because we were wearing armor, it was inevitable that we would make some noise. We tried to move while the wind was blowing and the leaves were rustling, minimizing our presence as much as possible as we entered the ruins. Phew, there really are a lot of monsters. Are those the monsters that were attracted by the shard of the evil god? Yeah, if we were told to wipe them out, it wouldn't be impossible, but if their numbers increase, it'll be tough. Simon and Arnold cracked jokes in the room, illuminated by the magical lights of the magical instruments. The Elliot squad seemed a bit tense, with noticeably fewer words than usual. My squad seemed unfazed, as they were accustomed to my reckless actions. If they were nervous now, they wouldn't be able to handle it if we had to spend several days here. It may start as soon as today or tomorrow, but until then, stay relaxed but vigilant. If you can't move when it matters, it'll be a problem. You can even remove your armor for now. With that, everyone started taking off their helmets and gloves. But if it looks like an ordinary stone, would you be able to distinguish it from the rocks lying around because it's a ruin? Because, maybe this stone could be it, right? Cassius smashed a palm-sized stone, lying around the altar with the tip of his sheath. At that moment, a powerful wind blew through, and I could feel the air around us change. What was that just now? Cassius, you didn't by any chance. What do you mean? I didn't do anything weird, did I? Surely he just smashed the shard of the evil god. He himself didn't understand what had happened, and he looked around nervously at the sheath, the broken stone, and the surroundings. Arnold and Gaspard, go check outside. There should be fewer monsters now. But still, be careful since they might not be completely gone. Got it, the atmosphere outside does feel different from before. Let's go, Gaspard. Yeah. As the two headed outside the ruins, I wrapped the broken stone in a handkerchief and put it into my magic bag. Captain, what are you going to do with that stone? Cassius tilted his head as I carefully handled the broken stone. Most likely, this was the shard of the evil god. It's either good luck or strong attraction. We won't be able to discern it ourselves, so we need to have it examined by a high-ranking priest at the temple. But well, good job. Ouch. Ouch, don't touch me so roughly. When I roughly rubbed his head, which was slightly higher than mine, it seemed to hurt, and Cassius's head drooped. I wasn't trying to shorten him just because I was shorter. Captain, the monsters outside are gone. Well, not completely, but there are way fewer than before. Right, Gaspard? Yeah, it feels like we can breathe easier. That confirms it then. With the report from Arnold and Gaspard who returned, speculation turned into certainty. While my subordinates were genuinely pleased that the stampede had disappeared, I felt complicated inside. Think about it, we set off insisting that the stampede would occur, and now we have to report that it won't happen anymore. So I absolutely need the high-ranking priest to testify that this stone is the shard of the evil god, or I'll be in trouble. I know for sure, but if someone who dislikes me investigates it, they might argue that it's not the shard of the evil god even if it is. Then I'll end up being seen as a clumsy person who staged it. Captain, I'm hungry. Everyone looked at me with hopeful eyes, probably wanting to eat the lunch boxes I'm holding. Come to think of it, it's already past lunchtime. Let's go out and eat. With the confirmation that the stampede had disappeared and my subordinates being in a picnic mood, we headed to the surface. Chapter 17, Picnic Mood. This is delicious. It was worth spending extra on the spices. And to think it was the captain who suggested it, it's unbelievable, isn't it? As Simon took a bite of the salmon pie from his lunchbox, the others nodded in agreement, as if echoing his sentiment. They were currently having lunch seated on the stairs at the entrance to the ruins. Although there's no sea in this border territory, there are rivers, so during autumn, salmon can be caught, making salmon pie a specialty dish in this area. Until now, I had thought that dishes here were somewhat bland, not really bringing out the flavors of the ingredients. However, this salmon pie, with its savory flavor and the rich aroma of butter permeating from the pastry, had transformed into an exquisite dish. This was probably due to having extra budget for spices, allowing for the allocation of funds towards ingredients like butter and olive oil. Thanks to Captain Justin's magic bag, we can eat it while it's still warm. Even though the sun is shining, the wind is cold, so it's nice to warm up from the inside. Marius, the squire, crunched on chickpea fritters while turning his face towards the sun. It almost made me want to ask my subordinates if they had forgotten why they had come here, as they were leisurely enjoying their meal. I'm the only one feeling uneasy about what comes next. Damn it, if it were the me before I recovered my memories, I wouldn't be so troubled. Right now, I just want to go back to being the previous me, Justin. After we finish eating, we'll head back to the capital. It'll take about an hour to get back, since we don't have carriages or horses. Oh, right, it would be nice if we had some kind of magical device that could contact the barracks from here. Since our usual mode of transportation is horses, Arnault started complaining. Well, it's not exactly a magical device, but if we could change the color of the smoke from a rocket firework. No, a smoke signal to indicate when we need to be picked up, but is there anything that could serve as a substitute for a smoke signal? Using real wolf droppings would stink, and carrying them around or using them would be unpleasant. And if we made it with magical devices, it would be expensive. While muttering to himself about communication methods, when I lifted my gaze, I noticed my subordinates were all looking at me. What's up? Well, Captain, you started saying something complicated. I didn't understand some of the words you used, but I was impressed that nobles know so many difficult things. Simon handed me his empty lunchbox as he said that. It seemed like he didn't want to be considered at the same level as Simon, who was the most muscle-headed among them. Or perhaps the other subordinates were eating their lunch or looking around, avoiding eye contact. Well, commoners have limited access to libraries. Simon, with your intellect, you probably wouldn't be able to get into the Royal Academy. The Royal Academy, attended by noble children from the ages of 12 to 16, is accessible to only a handful of exceptional commoners. Naturally, both myself and Vice Captain Aurel have attended in the past, but the other members, despite their excellent swordsmanship, would have been expelled due to their behavior. That's harsh, but you're not wrong. Haha, Simon's good point is that he knows himself well, right? When Arnault started laughing, the others joined in. Any tension that was present upon arrival had completely dissipated, and everyone seemed to be having a good time. However, by the time we finished our meal and left the forest, everyone had relaxed too much, so I had to give them a stern warning. Upon returning to the barracks in the capital, I left my subordinates there and entrusted the report to Aurel and his team. Then I headed to the Lord's manor. Oh, I feel uneasy. I'm worried about being accused of something unfounded. As I rang the door knocker at the entrance, the steward appeared. He informed me that the border count was in his study, so I was escorted there. The steward didn't bother hiding his puzzled expression, so perhaps he suspected that we had abandoned our mission and returned. Master, Captain of the Vandier Knights is here. What? Let him in. Trying not to be caught by the steward as he opened the door in response to the Count's command, I took a deep breath quietly. Because we came suddenly, there were no border knights to escort us this time. Weren't you supposed to go to the forest for stampede countermeasures? With a cold gaze, he threw those words at me. Well, I can understand his feelings. Stampede won't happen anymore. Thanks to the achievements of my subordinates, we successfully destroyed the shard of the evil god. What? Stampede hasn't happened yet, has it? Surprised, the border count stood up energetically. Yeah, I expected that reaction. It can only be described as a coincidence, but considering the circumstances, it seems undeniable that we destroyed the shard of the evil god. I brought what appears to be a shard for confirmation by a high-ranking priest from the temple. If this is indeed the case, the Talaran border territory will no longer be troubled by stampede in the future. As I gently touched the magic bag hanging from my waist, the border count swallowed hard. Depending on the outcome, the safety and prosperity of the territory could be affected, so it was only natural. Jairm, send a messenger to the temple immediately and summon a high-ranking priest for the judgment of the shard of the evil god. Understood. The steward replied in a slightly elevated tone and then left the study, leaving me behind. Could it be that the border count and I will be alone together until the high-ranking priest arrives? Chapter 18, Judgment. Master, the priest has arrived. The steward's voice at that moment sounded more handsome than any voice actor to me. The atmosphere after the steward left the study? I know they dislike me, but I wish they'd stop with the snide remarks since I've done my job properly. We, who came to the Talaran border count for the sudden increase in monsters, will return to the royal capital if the destruction of the fragment of the evil god reduces the occurrence of monsters. In other words, we're returning to the royal capital, where the daughter of the Talaran border count resides, and furthermore, to the royal castle, where she lives as the fiancée of the crown prince for her education. As the father who has heard from my daughter, Diane, about the things I've been pursuing, it's equivalent to pests heading toward my daughter. If I were to paraphrase what was indirectly conveyed, it would be something like, "Can your words, which were so attached to your daughter, be trusted at all? It might have been better if you had died here, so that my daughter could live in peace. Some praise you, but I won't be fooled," and so on. He really let out all he wanted to say, albeit indirectly, since we'll be leaving soon. Although I desperately, indirectly appealed that my past actions were just youthful indiscretions, and asked to be seen as a different person from now on, from the look in the border count's eyes, it's doubtful he believes me. Let him in. Accompanied by the steward, the priest who entered the study was one I had seen several times before. With the emblem of a high-ranking priest, the priest, who wore a stole, looked at the fragment of the evil god wrapped in a handkerchief on the border count's desk, his expression changing and covering his mouth. This is, even if it's just a remnant, it's so ominous. His reaction seemed as if he could see spores of mold being emitted. So this means it's a genuine fragment of the evil god. I've only heard about fragments of the evil god in legends, but if this is said to be one, it emits a convincing aura of malevolence. Although it seems to have no further effect, I recommend purifying it as soon as possible. Purification, huh? The border count groaned. Well, of course, to purify magical elements that have turned into malice, unless one is a saint, several high-ranking priests are needed, which means a considerable amount of purification offerings will be necessary. With the financial strain that the Talaran border count has been under due to the increase in monsters over the past few months, it will be quite difficult. Border count, this is an important piece of evidence. It might be better for me to take custody of it and submit it to the royal castle. If you could write a note confirming this to the priests, and if you submit it along with this, perhaps the priests might request the presence of the royal castle for purification. It will be the responsibility of the first person to judge, so I would appreciate it if you could take care of it. To the royal castle, well, yes, that seems reasonable. It has been written in literature that hardly anyone has ever seen a fragment of the evil god like this, so let's accept it as the responsibility of those involved. If I were to paraphrase what just happened, it would be something like, although purification in the border count's territory won't bring in a large sum of purification offerings, by writing a note, we can appeal to both the royal family and the central temple in the royal capital. It seems they've accepted the idea of advancing to the capital smoothly without resistance. For the border count, by allowing me to take away the dangerous object without offering a large sum of purification offerings, he earns favor. Furthermore, since it will be submitted to the royal castle for purification, the purification offerings will be covered by the national budget, so it won't affect the budget of the Night Order. Then, let's prepare in the reception room. Jairm, please prepare for guidance and provide paper and pen. And also, prepare the purification offerings to give to the priests. Understood, then please follow me. With the steward leading the way, the priest left the study. I stood up and retrieved the fragment of the evil god, which was seated on the border count's desk, into the magic bag. Then, I will take responsibility for delivering this fragment of the evil god to the royal castle. If you have a letter to be handed over to His Majesty or the young lady, I will also take it. Well, there are subordinates who need rest, so I will depart in about a week. Understood, thank you. Though it was a small voice for the border count, it was the first time he showed a softer side. Well, not exactly soft, but it was the first time he expressed gratitude to me. In reality, just accommodating our third night order would have incurred various expenses such as food, so saving on the high purification offerings was significant. No, giving this territory to the border count was the decision of the royal family, so it's only fair for them to bear some of the burden for purification offerings. Well then, excuse me. Ah, thank you for your efforts. Exiting the study and closing the door, I exhaled all the air from my lungs. All right, once my injured subordinates recover enough to move, it's time to return to the capital. Maybe I'll go check on Mark and Chloe's condition before that. Returning to the barracks, I found that the subordinates, who should have been on patrol, had returned and were making a commotion. It seems they gathered to confirm what happened unexpectedly when they saw us returning from the forest. Some who were supposed to be resting had even come down to the main hall. Hey, Captain Justin. Is it true that the stampede is gone? I keep saying it, it's already over. I was the one who did it. But Cassius is saying something like this. Apparently, Cassius's report wasn't being believed. Poor guy. Haha, that's true. I just reported it to the border count earlier, and Cassius did indeed play a role. I find that amusing. Hi. Who said that just now? I was laughing pretty hard, wasn't I? Oh, it's Amdio, the squire, who's being teased by everyone. Is my smile that rare? Well, not exactly your smile, but your smile is. Looking at Amdio with narrowed eyes, he stammered with a forced smile. Just then, from the second floor landing overlooking the entrance hall, Simon popped his head out and shouted loudly. You know, I think it's more like, not this smile. As Simon said, not this smile, he imitated my face when I went to order spices and quickly disappeared. Several people in the entrance hall who had been looking up at Simon began to laugh, trying to hold back their laughter as they shook their shoulders. I clenched my fists and silently dashed up the stairs to the second floor. Chapter 19. Pancakes. The day after Simon's sacrifice by the poisoned ume fruit punishment was recognized by the subordinates, we sent out one squad to confirm the situation in the forest, while the rest went on patrol in the capital to inform everyone about the decrease in the number of monsters. As a side note, after dinner, I decided to make honey pancakes as a gift to check on Mark and Chloe's condition. Just as the cooks were about to leave, it came to light that something had happened when I obtained permission to use the kitchen from the head chef. It seems that the members of the border knights who had been given meals before we went to the eastern forest yesterday fell ill and were bedridden. I found it strange that they would send me gifts, knowing that I disliked them, but I suppose that's how it is. When I took it to the border knights' training ground, they told me, "We got it from the main house, but we couldn't finish it in time for departure, so we want you to eat it here." So even if something happens, they'll complain to the main house. This negligence must have been orchestrated by someone like Commander Clement of the Border Knights. If the cooks were asked by someone to put laxatives or something in it, they would probably mention the mastermind's name to avoid being blamed. Even though there are cooks here in our barracks, it couldn't have been them who brought it since it was brought by someone from the Knights. I'll leave their mess to them. I don't want to get involved. By the way, while I was making pancakes last night, a few people who smelled the aroma took about half of them as hush money. At first, they were surprised that I was making them, but they were eager for the cooked pancakes. They sneaked in to get some, the brats. Since it would be unbearable if others came as well, I gave them each one with the instruction to brush their teeth afterward. Together with the members who sang along, we went on patrol in the town, meaning everyone in my squad had eaten pancakes. I think Simon, who is sharp-eyed about these things, probably asked other members to come and check on me. Anyway, since I've secured Mark and Chloe's portions, I suppose it's fine. During our patrol along the main street, we spotted a family loading household goods onto a carriage and approached them. "It looks like you're moving. Hey, over there, you've loaded up quite a bit of food. Are you leaving town?" "Eek." "Sir Vandier, Knight Commander." "Why yes, we are. With the recent increase in monsters, it's getting dangerous, so we're thinking of moving to a town where we have relatives. There were rumors circulating in some quarters that the increase in monsters might be a precursor to the stampede. and we had received reports of more people leaving the capital over the past few days. If the reason is just the monsters, you might want to reconsider, as the monsters should be decreasing by now. Just so you know, although the recent increase in monsters was a precursor to the stampede, we've eliminated the cause, so it's safe now. Spread the word to others as well. The stampede is gone. It seems that preventing the stampede before it occurred, as recorded in ancient texts, is not widely known among the common people. They stared at me as if they couldn't believe it, completely forgetting their earlier fearful attitude. Yeah, we got rid of the cause, and we also got a promise from the high-ranking priests. You can rest assured. There shouldn't be any more stampede in the Talaran border, Count's territory from now on. Thank you very much. We were worried about whether we could make it in our new land, so if we can continue living here, that would be the best. The man sitting on the coachman's seat turned the carriage around with a smile and headed back the way they came. The surrounding residents, who seemed to have heard the exchange, were whispering to each other. It seems like it would be a good idea to inform everyone here once again. What I said earlier is true. You don't need to worry about the stampede anymore. And the decrease in monster sightings in the forest means you can rest easy. Thanks to my well-trained abdominal muscles, my voice carried well. The people on the main street cheered loudly and either went to inform acquaintances or scattered with smiles on their faces. I should inform Mark and Chloe soon. They'll surely be delighted with the pancakes too. I've only seen their gloomy faces for the past few days, so I can't wait to see them smiling again. Stopped by the pharmacy near the couple's house and bought more honey, which we used in the kitchen yesterday. The honey with sterilizing effects is also sold at the pharmacy. Entering the slums, when I knocked on the door of the children's house, Mark appeared. At the same time, a faint smell of pancakes wafted out from inside. Knight Commander Vandier, good afternoon. It's Big Brother. Look, Daddy's making pancakes right now. Chloe, happily munching on pancakes that were nowhere near as good-looking or sweet-smelling as the ones I made, compared to the ones I made. It seems Joseph is doing well. This is from Lord Talaran's official letter given to me yesterday. It seems that in case of injury due to Lord's orders like mine, they will create a facility to provide jobs that can still be done. Did Knight Commander Vandier talk to Lord about this? Thank you very much. Joseph looks much more decent than before. It seems that all the fuss I made with the border count paid off. However, the situation doesn't seem conducive to presenting the honey pancakes I made. Since I promised Chloe last time that I would bring a souvenir, I should do something. This is the souvenir I promised Chloe before. Since the monster incident has subsided, we'll be returning to the capital in a week. Just came to let you know. Keep living happily. I handed the freshly bought bottle of honey to Joseph, and Mark and Chloe's eyes sparkled at it. Amazing, honey. Thank you, Knight Commander Vandier. Thank you, Big Brother. Honey, such an expensive thing. Thank you so much. I'll give it to the children right away. I'm really grateful, no matter how many times I thank you. Please take care when you return to the capital. Don't mention it. From inside the closed door, the joyful voices of the children could be heard. The subordinates who had been waiting nearby seemed strangely smug. Big Brother, I want pancakes too. Simon clasped his hands together and begged with a pleading look. Not cute at all, but they noticed that I hadn't given them the honey pancakes I prepared. All right, during break time. Hooray! Not only Simon, but the other three were also delighted at my words. You guys want some too, huh? Well, whatever. I'll endure it this time for their smiles. Not cute, though. Chapter 20. Return to the capital. A week after destroying the fragment of the evil god, the day for our third night order to return to the capital arrived. Oh, you're leaving already. We've become close enough to talk about foreign cuisine. Though it may be presumptuous of me to say so, I wish I could have learned more from you. Then maybe if I get ennobled and receive a territory, I'll come recruit you. I'll be waiting. It was half joking, but the chef's response was completely serious. Since our lodging was originally for unmarried members of the Border Night Order, the chefs would continue cooking for them as before. However, our departure also meant that the surplus spices we had been using would return to their original quantities, so the taste of the meals we made for ourselves would go back to how they were before. If anything, they might miss the spices more than us leaving. With all the return procedures completed, We formed up in front of the main residence on horseback for the final send-off. Knight Commander Vandier and members of the Third Knight Order, you have worked hard until now. Thanks to you, peace has returned to this territory. I pray for your safe return to the capital. No, we only did what we had to do. Clement, please take care of managing the health of your subordinates. Take care and continue to protect the Talaron border count's territory. That's all for now. Everyone, mount your horses. Depart. Seeing Clement's face turn red, we set off. It was probably Clement who spiked the food with laxatives. Captain Justin, are we really going to take 7 days to return to the capital? It only took 5 days to get here. Vice Captain Aurel approached on his horse. We hurried because there was an increase in monster attacks when we arrived. From the perspective of the Royal Castle folks, they probably wanted us to stay in the Talaron border count's territory as long as possible. No one will say anything about taking it easy on the return journey. And since some of us aren't in the best condition, it's better not to push it. Including you. You've really changed. I think the previous captain would have said something like, if you're my subordinate, keep up and spurred the horse on. The recent captain is like a caring older brother. Everyone says so. Yeah, he's like an older brother indeed. Oh, big bro. Just as Simon said something unnecessary, and I turned around with a glare, I heard Chloe's lovely voice. When I stopped the formation and looked in the direction of the voice, it seemed that the whole family had come to see off the Third Knight Order. As we made our way to the gate of the capital through the main street, the rumor of our return today had spread, so quite a few residents were seeing us off. When we first arrived in the capital, there was hardly any welcome. In fact, the streets were deserted. It seems they are grateful for reducing the monster damage to such an extent. Maybe their perception of the Third Knight Order has changed in the last week. Chloe, you came to see us off. Stay well. Yeah, big brother, you too. I reached out to pat Chloe's head as Joseph held her up, all while the surrounding area buzzed with excitement. Is that devilish Knight Commander Vandier smiling at the kid? That's what they must be thinking. I get it, that feeling. Don't say unnecessary things. Ouch, you don't have to hit me. Taking advantage of my conversation with Chloe and the others, Simon was saying whatever he pleased. Arnault reprimanded him, but I'll have to have a word with him later too. Ultimately, we were bid farewell with words of thanks and cheers as we left the capital. It's the first time we've departed like this, being thanked so warmly. In the past, we were as much troublemakers in the streets as the monsters, causing disturbances, threatening residents with our domineering attitudes, and starting fights. They were probably relieved we were leaving or staring at us from inside their houses, as if to say, go home already. Because of that, my subordinates also seemed somewhat ticklish. If they keep this up, they might cause problems on the way back to the capital. With such a large group, we spent the nights camping out, and I accompanied my subordinates when we stopped at villages and towns for supplies, serving as a lookout. Thanks to that, there were no major issues, except for nearly half of them throwing tantrums about wanting to visit brothels. Instead, I let them blow off steam in training with me and helped out with cooking, surprising everyone with my skills. Though cooking is usually the squire's duty, the taste ended up being like our previous meals, so I ended up getting involved. Even though this body should have been cooking for the first time, thanks to my natural dexterity, I was able to cook skillfully, much to my surprise. As a result, I became closer to the squires, who had kept their distance from me before, or rather, they warmed up to me. When we arrived in the capital, instead of welcoming citizens, we were met with residents frowning and whispering to each other. They were probably discussing how the city's security would deteriorate again. Though I understand we've done enough to deserve such reactions, I quietly sighed as I saw my subordinates, who seemed ready to start a fight any moment now. Chapter 21, Homecoming. After arriving at the Third Knight Order's headquarters, the third barracks, just a 5-minute ride from the royal castle, the first thing I did after dismissal was to replenish our stock of spices and herbs. We arrived at the third barracks around 3 p.m., and I instructed the civilian officials of the third barracks to use the reserve funds to make the purchases since the shops were still open. Initially hesitant, the accountant quickly agreed when I mentioned that the knights' behavior had improved significantly. Well, considering how unruly they used to be, I understand his sentiment. Until now, even if they were punished by skipping meals, they could still indulge in buying snacks somewhere. But now that they've experienced new flavors, it's different. In terms of taste, it's comparable to what you'd find in high-end restaurants or noble estates, but no one can cook using herbs except for the Holy Maiden and those I taught in the latter part. From today, the cooks who went to help at the first and second barracks will also return, right? I'll teach them recipes that will significantly improve the taste, so mealtime will be something to look forward to from today. You'll understand why the subordinates have become so well-behaved. With a sly smile, I left the office. The civilian officials seemed stunned, but upon reflection, I felt like I had uttered several words that I, the old me, would never have said. Well, they'll probably notice the change in my personality soon enough, so there's no point worrying about it. I'm exhausted and would love to stretch out in the large bath of the main bathhouse, but right now, I must look like a mess. After casting a purification spell, I returned to my room and changed into casual clothes. It's been a while since I took off my chainmail armor other than when going to sleep. I feel so light. I stretched and savored the sense of liberation. I truly feel grateful to be a noble with magical abilities, able to clean my entire set of equipment with just one purification spell. I'd love to dive into bed right now, but I need to teach the cooks how to use the herbs, which should arrive soon. I took out a copy of the recipes that the head cook of the border count had written down from my magic bag, the magic bag. Oh, if I just hand this over, I won't have a copy of the recipes. Oh well, I have no choice but to copy them. I need to hurry before the herbs arrive. I quickly copied the recipes and headed to the kitchen. Knight Commander Vandier, dinner time is still a while away. Is there something you need? The head cook's response reminded me of the first time I visited the border count's kitchen, and I couldn't help but smile wryly. Cook, please take this. From today, we'll be getting extra supplies of spices and herbs, so I want you to cook according to these recipes. You only need to adjust the seasoning and add a few extra ingredients, so the menu should be fine as it is. I've never heard of using these ingredients before. If I get scolded by the other knights for this reaction is the second time now. No problem. Everyone in the border count has already been eating dishes made from those recipes. In fact, complaints might arise if the seasoning remains the same as before. I remember the head chef mentioning that he had worked at a noble's mansion before. From now on, he'll be able to cook even better dishes than those found in noble households. No, scratch that. Once he masters these recipes, he'll be able to cook dishes even tastier than those eaten by royalty. Even tastier than dishes eaten by royalty. The head chef looked back and forth between me and the recipes, swallowing nervously. Normally, he wouldn't encounter herbs treated as medicinal plants, but despite being cautious, he seemed interested in delicious dishes, or so it appeared. If you're worried, why not try making a small portion to see? That way, you'll notice the difference, right? At least, the ingredients for today should arrive soon, so I'm counting on you. Understood. Though looking anxious, once he tries it, he'll probably get hooked like the head chef of the border count did. In novels, it spreads throughout the capital as soon as the saint teaches it. The saint, let's see, about a month after Stampede, she was brought from the mountain where she lived to the capital. Tomorrow, I'll be going to the castle to meet the king. According to the novel, I should have been scolded harshly by His Majesty and then immediately attacked Miss Diane. This time, I prevented Stampede beforehand, so the story will change, and I won't attack Miss Diane. But the saint herself should have already been found, and it's about time the temple officials went to the mountain to fetch her. Tomorrow, when I meet Miss Diane, I'll apologize for everything that's happened so far and advise her to think about what to do when the saint arrives. While thinking about such things, as I was about to return to my room on the second floor, knights started pouring out of the large bathhouse across the hall. Oh, Captain Justin, we were just talking with everyone earlier, but are we pooling money again to make the meals tastier? It was Marius, a squire, who asked, and Simon and the others were waiting for my answer. Don't worry, I've already instructed the civilian officials to arrange for the necessary items. Besides, unlike in the border count, we have a budget here that I can manage somewhat freely, so I've told them to cover the costs from there, so there won't be any burden on you guys. Wow, Captain, you look even more handsome than usual. Even in civilian clothes, your overflowing elegance makes it clear that you're noble. Simon, you're in too high spirits. Marius, who reacted faster than Simon, tried to complain, but he was silenced. Well, as long as it's just banter like this, it should be fine to leave them alone. For now, you guys have today and tomorrow off. Aurel and I will be going to the audience tomorrow. If you guys cause trouble while we're not around, you know what will happen, right? Giving my subordinates a stern look, they all responded in unison with a resolute, "Yes, sir." Ah, it's tough being a captain or vice captain at times like this, isn't it? We need to make sure not to cause trouble for those captains, right? Simon. Me. Arnault warned Simon, who seemed most likely to mess up, by name, and although Simon grumbled with dissatisfaction, the other members around nodded in agreement, causing Simon to fall silent. Chapter 22, Audience. Whoa, you guys look stunning in formal attire. I can't help but think you both look like nobility. Captain, bring back lots of rewards. Vice Captain Aurel is way too nervous. What's the point of being so nervous, even before going to the castle? Cassius, make sure to convey not just my accomplishments, but ours as well. They're saying whatever they want to me, and Aurel, of course, my squad members. Don't worry, I'll make sure to get everything we're entitled to. Since they'll probably already be doubting my reports and might even have summoned a high-ranking priest, I intend to add extra to any doubts they might have. Wow, Captain, you're amazing, you're such a cool guy. I'm not praising you, you know. I gave Simon, who was whistling and cheering, a stern look and he quietly looked away. Captain, it's about time to go. Right. Let's go. Whether it's meant as encouragement or just teasing, it might be fine just to have them see us off. Most of them heard we were off duty and went into town. Aurel and I headed to the royal castle on our beloved horses, listening to the lively voices along the way. Although I'd already informed them yesterday, we were kept waiting in an anteroom after being admitted to the castle. I handed over 3 letters received from Baron Talleyrand upon arrival to His Majesty's attendants, so we would likely be called in after they reviewed the contents. One letter was addressed to His Majesty, another to his daughter and her fiancé, the Crown Prince. I don't know what they contain, but I want to believe they don't contain anything bad for me. Watching Aurel, who nervously kept refilling his tea, out of the corner of my eye, I simulated in my mind what I might be told. After about 20 minutes of waiting, we were led to the audience chamber, where the attendant who had guided us to the anteroom earlier arrived. His Majesty probably knows everything already, but for the sake of formality, I guess the Prime Minister and other ministers have gathered as well. The commander of the Third Knight Order, Sir Justin de Vandière, and Vice Commander Aurel de Luminar have arrived for an audience. As the attendant announced in front of the large doors of the audience chamber, the doors on both sides opened. His Majesty and the Queen were seated on the throne, with the protagonist of the novel and the Crown Prince's fiancée, Miss Diane, standing beside them. A carpet was laid straight from the doors, with servants lined up on either side, glaring at me and Aurel. We've caused quite a few problems even in the royal castle. It seems difficult to gain trust from here, but we'll have to work diligently. We approached the throne and knelt down about 10 meters in front, bowing our heads. The commander of the Third Knight Order, Justin de Vandière, and Vice Commander Aurel de Luminar bring a report. We headed to Baron Talleyrand's domain on a mission and successfully prevented the stampede this time. Nonsense. How did you prevent the stampede beforehand? I can't believe it. Do you have any evidence? The ministers began to voice their objections, as expected. When His Majesty raised his hand, the ministers' objections instantly ceased. Continue. Yes, Your Majesty. We have brought the fragment of the evil god, the root cause of the stampede, as evidence. Under the supervision of Baron Talleyrand, it has been confirmed by a high-ranking priest to be indeed a fragment of the evil god. Please accept it. I extended the offer with the fragment of the evil god, which I had taken out of my magical bag, and the ministers took a step back. Being nobles, they were expected to be knowledgeable about the evil god's fragment. Your Majesty, I suggest double-checking if this is indeed a fragment of the evil god. The high priest is here, so let's have him verify it, suggested Prince Ernest, glaring at me with resentment. He had been persistently wooing my fiancé until now, so I understand his animosity towards me, but I hope he can separate that from the current situation. Very well. High priest, if you please. Upon His Majesty's approval, Ernest called over the high priest, who was among the ministers. Since the high priest also holds animosity towards me, he probably believes he'll degrade me naturally. However, as soon as the high priest saw the evil god's fragment, just like the priests in Baron Talleyrand's domain, his expression changed, and he covered his mouth with his sleeve. Seeing this, Ernest panicked. What's wrong? Do you mean to say this is truly a fragment of the evil god? Why, yes, even without using sacred power, the ominous aura I can sense. There's no mistake, this is undoubtedly a fragment of the evil god. If the priests in Baron Talleyrand's domain confirmed it, the high priest placed the fragment of the evil god in a sturdy box and closed the lid, finally exhaling with relief. Impossible. So, did you really prevent the stampede beforehand, Vendier? Ernest Sama. Diane, looking anxious, touched Ernest's arm. Ah, is she worried that I might suggest marrying Diane as a reward for this? Well, I guess that can't be helped. Allow me to correct one thing. The credit for this achievement belongs not to me, but to my subordinate, a man named Cassius. If you could increase the budget for spices to improve our meals, he would be pleased as a reward. For meal budget? Ernest glared at me as if to say, do you really expect us to believe that? In contrast to Ernest's reaction, His Majesty burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, such a childish reward, despite saving many lives. Oh no, it's just that salt and pepper are mainly needed to improve the taste of meals. And for ordinary nights, that's quite a fortune. HMPH, it was reported that you've changed, and it seems that's true. His Majesty, who is said to be a wise monarch among his predecessors, seems to see through me as if he's peering into my soul. He probably won't think that I've remembered memories from my past life, but he seems convinced that I'm different from before. In the Baron Talleyrand's domain, various things happened. I feel like my life has truly changed, I said. Actually, I'm striving to change my life for the better. By saying this, I hope they'll understand and accept my actions, even if they differ from before. Very well then. This time, the reward will be an increase in the budget for the third night order and further rewards to come later. For now, you should join us for dinner tonight. It would be an honor. Aurel and I bowed humbly. I couldn't exactly say that I want to try the new flavored dinner at the barracks, after all. Chapter 23, Crown Prince Ernest. After leaving the audience chamber, Aurel and I headed to the salon within the royal palace. There are several salons in the palace, but the one we're heading to serves as a lounge for the nobles working in the palace. Being invited to dinner means they intend to discuss the reward there. Since it's dining with the royal family, Aurel, who is already clutching his stomach tighter than in the audience chamber, tapped him on the back. What's the use of getting nervous now? It's probably your first time dining with royalty, so your stomach might ache. You might not even appreciate the taste, but in this case, it might be better. It'll probably be better than the food at the barracks, but now that you've experienced better, who knows? With a smirk, I comforted him, and though it was a wry smile, Aurel finally smiled back. Indeed, the meal they'll have tonight will probably be delicious. I'm already captivated by dishes seasoned with herbs. But still, I never knew, besides your knowledge, that you could cook, Captain. Your efficiency during camping, it's almost as good as a chef's. When did you practice? I didn't practice, I just did it when needed. It was actually my first time cooking in this life. While making it, I realized that I quite enjoy cooking. In my past life, I might have done it reluctantly, but seeing everyone enjoy the food makes me happy. As we walked and talked, we arrived at the salon. There are several table seats in the salon, and the dedicated maid serves tea and snacks to the visitors. Perhaps because the audience chamber hadn't dispersed yet, there was no one using it. We sat in the warm sunlight by the window and ordered tea. The maid's hand was trembling as she brought tea, with the notorious top two of the third night order present. Clatter, 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 clatter. The tea was even shaking so much that it made one nervous just watching it. Oh. Then, with a small scream from the maid, as if it were a given, the cup separated from the saucer in slow motion. Oops. By the way, it's all thanks to my physical abilities and dynamic vision that I quickly caught the cup and put it on the table. The cup was hot, but thanks to the formal gloves, it wasn't unbearable. The maid, with a pale face, was still trembling with the saucer in hand. Are you all right? Did you burn yourself with the tea? I'm terribly sorry. It seems she didn't hear my words due to fear. If it were me from before, I would have probably said something like, "As an apology, you'll accompany me tonight," or something. Upon closer inspection, a little tea had spilled on the saucer, and the maid's thumb was red. It seems she was surprised by the heat of the spilled tea and made a mistake. "You're burned, aren't you, water ball? Come, lend me your hand." Standing up, I took the saucer and dipped her thumb into a palm-sized water ball I conjured with magic. Even if it seems fine now, burns can get worse later if not cooled immediately. Thank you. Despite having such beautiful hands, it'd be troublesome if you got blisters, right? Can you use healing magic? Most people working in the palace, aside from manual labor, are basically nobles, so there's a high probability they can use some form of magic. And no, I'm not good at magic. She either fears me or feels ashamed of not being able to use magic, as she hung her head. If it's only this extent, my healing magic might be able to fix it. Let's use it as an apology. I'm not sure if it'll completely heal, but heal. If it still hurts, make sure to go to the infirmary. Why yes, thank you very much. What are you doing? Just as the maid finished thanking me, a person burst into the quiet salon. Whether he had just finished the meeting in the audience chamber or slipped out, it was Crown Prince Ernest glaring at me. Approaching us boldly, he then forcefully separated the maid's hand from mine that I was holding. I see, he might have thought I was trying to flirt with the maid. Your Highness. Don't worry, everything is fine now that I'm here. Interrupting the maid's attempt to explain, Ernest turned his face away dramatically, as if he were a staunch defender of justice. It was so transparently comical that I had to suppress a laugh. What's so funny? Oops, seems like I couldn't hold it in. Well, I just thought that politicians who don't listen to others won't have a future, you see. Those who jump to conclusions, act self-righteously, and refuse to listen to inconvenient truths are called dictators, right? It's important to confirm before making judgments. Acting based on assumptions can lead to irreversible consequences, you know. What did you say? Come to think of it, I didn't really like the protagonist of the novel too much. The novel itself was interesting, but the protagonist's overconfidence sometimes rubbed me the wrong way, so I ended up saying something a bit mean. Maybe it's because of my past dislike for Ernest that this happened. What was I doing? You were about to assault this person. Isn't that what the Crown Prince was doing? The hand he was clearly gripping tightly looked painful. Indeed, the maid's eyes were teary. I am sorry, I held on too tightly. But this man was trying to harass you, wasn't he? By asking like that, it's practically an order to say yes, isn't it? That's practically forcing your opinion on others. How many people have you been doing this to? I haven't done anything like that. I don't know why, but even though I understand why I used to dislike Ernest, the snide remarks just don't stop. Aurel, too, seems to be secretly laughing at Ernest and my exchange. If you want to judge the situation correctly, isn't it appropriate to ask what happened first? Wouldn't you agree? I felt like the day when I could outwit Ernest with logic would come, and for some reason, I felt like the previous me, Justin, was laughing hysterically. Chapter 24. Encounter with the heroine, first half. Ernest's entourage, no, his close aides were wide-eyed in surprise at my statement. Ernest, unable to retort against my logic, clenched his teeth in frustration so hard that it seemed like they might shatter. Normally quite composed, Ernest blatantly exposed his emotions when dealing with me. This was probably because he had stopped pretending to treat me with the decorum befitting a royal whenever we crossed paths, likely due to our frequent clashes. Well then, let me ask you, what were you doing? Ernest glared at me, but I was focused on the maid's reddened wrist. Gently taking her painful hand, I glanced briefly at Ernest. It seemed like Ernest was too busy glaring at me to notice that the maid's wrist was red. It seemed like she burned herself with hot tea earlier, so I just treated it. Like this, healing heal. You must be tired from receiving healing magic twice today. You should tell your superiors and take a rest. May she be excused, Your Highness. Thank you very much. Then, if you'll excuse me. The maid, still bewildered, thanked me and left. Now, I wonder what kind of reaction Ernest will have to this situation. I can't wait to find out. So, what did you need from me? What do you mean? Despite smiling at him, isn't his attitude toward me a bit too hostile? What do I mean? It's as if you don't approve of my good deeds, almost as if you're saying I shouldn't do good deeds. I'm aware that my past actions haven't been praiseworthy, but please spare me from false accusations. He. With a firm statement, he clenched his fist tightly, suppressing his anger visibly. Until now, it was often the case that Ernest would reprimand me for my unnecessary actions and receive praise in return. Ah, I see. It's like those superhero shows without villains. It shines because of the villains. Without them, it's just what? Back when I attended the Royal Academy, I might have been able to impress others with my achievements, but as an adult engaged in official duties, it's natural to work. It's not easy to achieve great accomplishments worthy of praise. However, there was a clear sense of justice in protecting the fiancé from me, the villain. Oh no, if this continues, Ernest will turn into a cheating scoundrel who two-timed his fiancée and the saint. That's too funny, isn't it? Well, maybe not for Lady Diane, but if it follows the novel, he'll fall in love with the saint. Is there anything else? I don't know what you're plotting, but I'm watching you. As Ernest left with his bewildered aides, a maid in charge of the salon promptly appeared. Knight Commander Vandier, thank you very much for earlier. The tea seems to have cooled down, so I'll replace it for you. Ah, please. The maid efficiently cleared away the cups and saucers and placed a new cup of tea on the table before leaving. As soon as we were alone, Aurel leaned forward with a grin. Well done, Commander, taking down the Crown Prince like that. He always looked down on the Third Knight Order, and you could tell from the way he spoke. It feels good to put him in his place. I'll have to tell everyone about this when we get back to the barracks. Heh. Indeed, compared to the First and Second Orders, they blatantly discriminate against us. If the Third Knight Order were to become more upright from now on, they might self-destruct without anyone to muddy the waters. Well, if that happens, it'll be interesting. I thought the commander had changed recently, but some things never change. I don't dislike it, though. Could it be that I had a villainous personality even in my past life? No, my younger brothers used to adore me, calling me Big Brother. There's no way, right? I was tempted to move my body since I had some free time, but I couldn't attend dinner in a sweaty state. So, I killed time while discussing future plans. After waiting for about 2 hours, a young attendant came to escort me to the dining hall. As we approached the dining hall, I saw Lady Diane walking ahead, escorted by a maid. Normally, she would be accompanied by Ernest, so it was unusual for her to be alone. As we caught up with her in stride, I noticed something. I casually took off my coat and draped it over Lady Diane's shoulders. Kaya, what in the world? Eek, Commander Vandier. Startled by the sudden coat, Lady Diane turned around and let out a small scream when she realized it was me. Considering my past actions, it couldn't be helped. What are you doing? The accompanying maid tried to shield Lady Diane, standing in front of me with her arms wide open. It's your embarrassment to make a fuss like this, I thought to myself as I leaned close to the maid's ear. Lady Diane's back was stained with blood. It's not visible with my coat on, so take her back to the room and let her change. You don't need to wash the coat, just return it as it is. The Third Knight Order's laundry team is good at removing blood stains. Whispering softly, I patted the maid's shoulder. After a brief moment of understanding, the maid bowed deeply to me. I'm sorry, thank you very much. Lady Diane, this way, please. It seemed like Lady Diane, whose face had turned crimson, had heard my whispering as she was led away by the maid. I had suspected blood when I smelled it up close, and it seemed my guess was correct. Women have it tough every month. I'm surprised by the commander's thoughtfulness. Aurel, older than me, seemed to understand, but the younger attendants seemed clueless about what had happened. Even if they graduate from the Royal Academy, they don't study the intricacies of a woman's body. Don't worry about it, let's go. I had lent out my coat, but now I had to think of an excuse for not having it as we headed to the dining hall. Chapter 25, Royal Family Dinner. Upon arriving at the dining hall, no one else had arrived except for us. Considering His Majesty's busy schedule, waiting must be considered one of the duties of subjects. At the dinner table, it seemed I was still intended for conversation, as I was guided to the seat next to His Majesty. The seat next to His Majesty was traditionally reserved for the Queen, and across from us would likely be where the Queen Consort would sit. I made sure not to forget proper manners. After a while, the Queen, the second Prince, and the third Princess arrived, followed shortly by the concubines, the first princess, the second princess, and then the third prince. So, the queen and the concubines each had 3 children. Moreover, since the queen had given birth to the youngest, it seemed their marital relationship was secure. After the greetings, the princes and princesses took their seats next to Aurel, while the queen and the concubines sat opposite. Although it seemed amicable, I felt a bit of tension. Perhaps it was just my imagination. By the way, what happened to Commander Vandier's coat? Amid small talk, the queen inquired. It was likely a sarcastic remark about the vassal who should have come in formal attire but appeared disheveled for dinner. I apologize. I encountered a young lady in distress, so I lent her my coat. I prioritized the dignity of a knight over my own appearance, so I hope you'll pardon me. Oh my, Commander Vandier doing such a thing. I heard reports that your character had changed significantly. Is that true? As she spoke, the queen glanced briefly at Aurel. Indeed, the commander has changed during his time in the Talaran March. He's now adored by a much younger lady than the third princess. Hee, it's news to me that Commander Vandier likes children. He didn't even seem to glance at Lady Diane during the audience. Did he change his allegiance? Is that not the case? MMGH, I apologize. It wasn't me, but Aurel, who seemed on the verge of bursting into laughter at the queen's words. Was it really that amusing to see me treated as a lolicon? I just happened to do a good deed on a whim, and I was merely endeared by the children of that household. Regarding the lady of the Talaran March, it may be impolite to put it this way, but I've lost interest in her. My response drew keen interest from all the members of the royal family present. It might be a natural reaction since they had seen me fixated on her all this time. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the corridor. It was Ernest's. There's no mistaking it, that's his coat. Why do you have it? After some conversation, His Majesty, Ernest, and Lady Diane entered. You've kept us waiting. With His Majesty's entrance, everyone stood up. Immediately, Lady Diane and her maid came to me. Thank you for earlier. Since it's the dinner table, please allow me to return your words and your coat as they are. Following Lady Diane's words, her maid handed me back the coat. We've confirmed that it's not stained. Thank you very much, the maid whispered quietly and then retreated to the wall. You're welcome. Considering all the trouble I've caused so far, if I've managed to make even a slight apology, then I'm glad, I replied. Are you truly Commander Vandier? You seem like a different person. His Majesty blinked as he observed the interaction between me and Lady Diane. The Queen chuckled at his reaction. Hee, we were just discussing that earlier. Your change is so drastic, it's as if you've swapped bodies with someone else. And the distressed young lady you encountered was Lady Diane, wasn't she? It's really interesting. I'd like to ask you some questions while we eat. As we sat down at the table, dishes were brought in one after another. As expected, the seasoning was well done, but something was still missing. Aurel seemed nervous and couldn't quite taste it. During the meal, we were asked about our experiences in the Talaran March, from predicting the stampede due to the increase in monsters to resolving the situation. Everyone in the dining hall, except for Ernest, listened eagerly to our story. Especially the princes and princesses, who probably couldn't leave the royal castle often, urged us to tell more. Thanks to Aurel mentioning Chloe earlier, we ended up having to tell the story from the moment we met Mark. As my stock rose within the dining hall, Ernest's mood seemed to plummet in contrast. It seemed best for him to leave shortly after the dinner was over. In the midst of the conversation, I managed to incorporate the topic of rewards, and, in addition to a rest period and an increased budget, they also promised funds for renovating the aging barracks. The topic of ennoblement came up, but since Cassius had been the one to achieve the great feat this time, we decided to postpone it. One reason was that the queen and the concubines seemed eager to introduce the young ladies connected to them. But for now, I prioritized the education of my subordinates over my own marriage. My goal was to make the children of the capital aspire to join the Third Knight Order. For that, they needed to learn proper manners, even if a bit rough. For that purpose, a carrot-and-stick approach. If there was something they would appreciate, I could use it as bait for training. And just as I was thinking about that, the answer came at the end of the dinner. They would surely be jealous if they saw it. Sweets made with plenty of sugar are luxury items, so they won't come easily, Aurel whispered quietly to me. Perhaps we should add a mini kitchen for making sweets during the renovation. With the promise of receiving plenty in return, we quickly left the castle after dinner, before Ernest could confront us. Chapter 26. A Toast. Riding my horse along the cobblestone path from the royal castle to the barracks, I was accompanied by the pleasant sound of hooves clacking. By the time dinner was over, the sky had already darkened considerably, and it was chillingly cold, with snowflakes threatening to fall. "I'm exhausted," Aurel muttered weakly, his breath visible in the cold air. "Yeah, I feel you. But well, if you think about it, it was worth it for what we gained, right?" I replied. Yeah, with no expeditions in sight for a while and plenty of budget, it was worth enduring. But still, the Crown Prince's attitude was terrible, wasn't it? Was he always like that? Aurel asked. He might have been making a scene on behalf of me, who's caused trouble before. You know, people with an overly strong sense of justice, without someone to hold them back, just come off as irritatingly self-righteous. Maybe he wanted to show everyone that without someone to reel him in, he'd just be an insufferable guy, I explained. Indeed, he can be quite insufferable, Aurel chuckled. Upon arriving at the barracks, we handed our horses over to the stable master and entered the warm indoors using magical devices. The tension I had been holding in my shoulders due to the cold melted away as I relaxed. Perhaps tonight was a good time to raise a toast in my room. As I was about to head to my room from the entrance staircase, Cassius descended the stairs. "Oh, Commander, Vice Commander, welcome back. Did you get plenty of rewards?" he asked eagerly. "Yeah, thanks to you, we saved a considerable amount of aid money to be used during the stampede. Since we got an increased budget, the meals will continue to be delicious, and we even received funds for renovating the aging barracks. We could make the bathhouse even bigger or even add a separate shower room. I'll consider your suggestions specifically," I replied. "In that case, a shower room. Sometimes you don't want to soak, especially in summer, and there are times when you want to wash off sweat but can't. It's tough for the squires too, most of them are usually late. When I was a squire, I was always exhausted after following a night," Cassius suggested. "Haha, that's thoughtful of you. All right, we'll make a shower room. I'm going to rest now. I'll inform everyone tomorrow," I said, patting Cassius's head as we passed each other and headed back to my room. After casting a cleaning spell and changing into my nightwear, I selected a bottle of liquor for tonight's drink. Although I, Justin, often went out to drink, I also had a collection of bottles in my room. Among them, I chose a high-quality distilled liquor and conjured ice into a glass with magic. With a pop, I uncorked the bottle and poured the liquor into the glass, causing cracks to form in the ice with a snap. "Oh, speaking of which snacks, this should do," I murmured to myself. Most of the bento boxes made for the expedition to the ruins in the eastern forest were still left. Since the lunch boxes were custom-made at that time, it might be a good idea to have the kitchen use them from now on. Having a stock of one meal for the next expedition would save us from cooking during rainy day camping, making it easier for the squires. Now, I just needed to think about where to expand or renovate the barracks, whether to add to the bathhouse or to demolish the salon and build it there. As I tilted the glass, the cold yet warm liquid flowed into my stomach. However, since I had no memory of getting drunk, it seemed I was born with quite the tolerance for alcohol. I guess I should turn the unused storage room into a mini kitchen. We can't keep borrowing the kitchen every time we want to make sweets. But it's surprising that they have a sweet tooth, ha-hee-hee. I had never seen them eating, but perhaps it was simply because sweets were expensive and not readily available. Indeed, after pepper, sugar might be the next most expensive seasoning. Still, it was much cheaper than pepper. As I pondered this, there was a knock on the door, more accurately, a heavy pounding. Aurel usually knocked normally, so it must be Simon or Gaspard. "The door's unlocked," I said, and the door swung open vigorously. "Commander, is it true you're going to make a shower room? Oh, you're eating something delicious. I want some too." As expected, it was Simon who had come to confirm after hearing from Cassius. All right, keep your voice down. Some people might already be sleeping," I cautioned. "Oops, hee-hee. But Commander, that food looks delicious. And that liquor, isn't it expensive?" "Yeah, it's enough to blow a few days' wages. It's just a reward for myself after a tough day. Dealing with royalty is quite a hassle." "Sigh, I raised my glass visibly, and the ice clinked as I did so. Wow, I'm glad I'm a commoner. Even just dealing with nobles other than you and the vice commander seems terrible. I can only imagine how much worse it is with the royal family, Simon exclaimed. Whether it's terrible or not depends on the person, but it's definitely not relaxing, I replied. Especially women, they don't attack directly but subtly fill the moat so that when you realize it, there's no escape. The queen and the concubine are typical examples. The king is the type to prepare multiple preemptive moves, making you think there's an escape route, but where you escape to is the worst possible choice. It's foolish to go against him. Anyway, I understand it was tough. So let's have a toast to that. Simon grinned. You just want to drink this expensive liquor, don't you? That night, Simon finished a bento box and 3 glasses of liquor before returning to his room. As I looked at the empty bottle, I had to remind myself that this was a celebration toast. Chapter 27, Sweets from Another World. The next morning, when I reported to my subordinates about the permanent improvement in the quality of meals and the reconstruction of the quarters, they cheered with delight. And a few days later, artisans arrived, and the construction began. In the end, instead of demolishing the salon for the shower room, we decided to install a door in the existing changing room wall and expand it outside the changing room and the large bath area. Some of my subordinates eyed the artisans coming in and out of my room with suspicion, but once I assured them that it would benefit them too, they accepted it readily. Although the shower room wasn't completed even after a week of construction due to the expansion, the mini-kitchen was finished first. Seeing the craftsmen bringing in magical ovens and refrigerators, some of my subordinates looked at them with great anticipation. So, I thought I'd try making something as a test run for the oven. Although we had been granted 10 days for rest, everyone was training individually to keep their skills sharp. On the morning of the 8th day, after our training was done, we headed to the main street lined with shops in the noble district to buy ingredients. While Culinary, my beloved horse, could have taken us there, it was good to walk long distances occasionally to prevent physical fatigue. Since I had only worn training clothes or casual attire since the rest day began, noble attire felt uncomfortable. Moreover, not carrying a sword made me feel uneasy. I had left it behind to avoid alarming the residents of the capital, but I should probably wear it from now on. However, it seemed that because I wasn't wearing a sword, people still hadn't realized that I was the commander of the Vandier Knights. Until now, I had always emphasized that I was a knight and had been quite intimidating. Let's see, I need to buy sugar, butter, flour, and eggs, and maybe cocoa powder and oil too. Oh, do I need molds? Perhaps I have to go to the artisan district for those. To be honest, apart from clothes and equipment, I hadn't done any shopping for myself before, so I had no idea where to find what. When I passed by in a carriage, I felt like there were shops selling groceries clustered around here. I looked around like a country bumpkin and found a shop with the words, spices, written in small letters on the signboard. From the outside, it was hard to tell what kind of shop it was, but it probably dealt with expensive spices and seasonings, so they made the store look inconspicuous to prevent robbery by illiterate commoners. As I opened the door, the bell rang lightly. In response to the sound, a well-built man, who seemed to be the shopkeeper, turned around, and 2 young-looking shop assistants emerged from the back and stood in front of the shelves. Probably both the doorbell and the shop assistants were theft prevention measures. Shopkeeper, 5 kilograms of sugar, and if you have cocoa powder, then 500 grams. And, oh, please wait a moment. I'll prepare them right away. As I rattled off the things I needed, the shopkeeper hurriedly instructed the assistants. I might make some snacks, so it's better to have salt and pepper too. Shopkeeper, do you have anything in a mill? In that case, we have separate mills for sale here. They are designed to perfectly fit these small bags here. How about these 2 along with this one? By the way, these small bags contain not just ordinary salt but rock salt, and they are also designed for use with the mill. You can even have your name engraved on the contents, and some customers deliberately buy different designs to distinguish them. How about it? The shopkeeper introduced the products with a splendid sales pitch. The rock salt was pink like Himalayan salt. I remember Himalayan salt contained minerals and had various benefits such as antioxidation and promoting blood circulation. Then I'll take that. I'll have these 2 mils and the salt. Is that all for today? Please calculate the total. Yes, I'll calculate it right away. While paying the smiling shopkeeper, I asked about the location of stores that sell the things I needed, and one of the shop assistants offered to guide me. He indirectly mentioned that by guiding a customer to other shops, they could gain repeat customers and also earn the gratitude of the shops they visited. It seemed like quite a savvy tactic. The guide turned out to be a 14-year-old girl named Stella, or was it a young woman? She worked at this shop for the sake of her studies, even though she was from another merchant guild. The daughter of a merchant guild, Stella, was very knowledgeable about the shops and even negotiated prices at the store. With all the ingredients and tools for making sweets now gathered, I wanted to do something in return for this girl. I'd like to give you a tip as thanks for guiding me. Would you accept it? And no, I couldn't. I would be scolded by my master if I did something like that. Stella hastily shook her hands and head. While she might have accepted it at a tavern or restaurant, in noble establishments, it was often prohibited to accept tips to avoid the impression that the establishment didn't pay its staff enough. I had made her walk around quite a bit, and I still felt uneasy about it. Ah, I got it. I'm feeling thirsty from all this walking. Is there a cafe nearby where I can also have something sweet to eat? Yes, in that case, I recommend a shop on the next street over. It's often mentioned by our customers. Oh, I see, then I can look forward to it. Upon arriving at the shop she recommended, Stella said she would wait outside the shop. I can't allow that. Don't you think it takes a bit of courage for a man to enter such a shop alone? Consider this as part of your customer service and accompany me. Understood. Although she hesitated, she couldn't contain her smile. Please order whatever you like and let me know how it tastes. You might have noticed from the shopping list, but I'm planning to try making sweets. Wow. Are you going to make them yourself? Yeah, there are a lot of guys like little brothers, and I'm thinking of dangling a reward to get them to listen to me. Hee, those guys are lucky, aren't they? In the end, Stella ordered a fruit cake with plenty of whipped cream, and I ordered a set of cheese tarts. To cut to the chase, it was delicious. It didn't reach the level of taste in Japan's high-end stores, but it was a comforting taste, like something made by someone who enjoyed making sweets as a hobby. After chatting and enjoying the sweets for a while, I escorted Stella back to the shop. By the way, the price was equivalent to a decent meal. Stella must have been beaming with joy when she finished her meal. Thank you for guiding me today. Tell the owner that I'll come back to buy something again. Yes, thank you very much. May I ask for your name? I'm Justin de Vandière. It might be easier to remember as the commander of the 3rd Night Division. Well then, since all my belongings were in my magic bag, I headed back to the quarters feeling light. I pretended not to hear Stella's surprised voice from behind after murmuring my name. Chapter 28. Cookie Making by the Night Commander. Returning to my room, I lined up the ingredients I bought on the counter of the mini kitchen. If I'm going to make something, cookies are a safe bet, plus, I can make a lot of them. Leaving out the butter, eggs, sugar, flour, and cocoa powder, I tidied up the other ingredients. It's been a while since I've made sweets, so I'm actually looking forward to it. Since I didn't buy cookie cutters, I'll be making icebox cookies. I prepared plain dough and cocoa dough. Was it always this tough? Just mixing softened butter and sugar has my arm muscles screaming. Despite having more muscular arms than in my previous life, using different muscles this time around makes me incredibly tired. I mixed in the beaten eggs in batches, then kneaded the sifted flour and cocoa-flavored flour in separate bowls until the powdery texture disappeared. I decided to make both plain and cocoa versions and maybe a swirled version too. I read somewhere that chilling the dough in the fridge or freezer results in a moist and crispy texture when baked. To be honest, I couldn't really tell the difference, so I usually hurried by chilling them in the freezer. Since I'm in a rush this time too, I guess I'll just stick them in the freezer. The cling film I bought on the recommendation of the kitchenware store clerk, which seems to be made of slime surface membrane, was a lifesaver. Somehow shaping the dough into squares. Well, it's all the same once it's in your stomach. They're not the type to fuss over shapes anyway, right? No worries. For the swirled version, I stretched it out with a rolling pin. Since I'm putting the plain dough on the outside, I made both ends 1 centimeter longer than the cocoa dough, but the corners keep rounding off. I could cut off the corners to make them square, but ultimately, I can see that I'll end up with excess trimmings. It's fine if the corners are round. If there are any odd-shaped pieces, I'll just eat them myself. I managed to chill the dough in the freezer. Phew, just doing this much is making my arms tired. Maybe I should do some arm stretches. After casting a cleaning spell on the utensils I used, I sat on the sofa in my room and stretched my arms. Perhaps because I was tired, I dozed off without realizing it, and when I woke up, an hour had passed. Oh no. I hastily took the dough out of the freezer, but the sheet-like dough was frozen solid. If I tried to make a swirl out of this, it would definitely crack. Oh well, I'll just cut the square ones first. These ones are hard, but not impossible to cut. I noticed that I forgot to sift the sugar when I sifted the flour. Sugar melts when it's baked, right? But man, whether it's because it's been a while since I last made them or not, I feel like I've gotten really bad at this. Maybe because my hands aren't used to it, I arranged the elongated dough pieces in a checkerboard pattern and made the pattern. It's a bit crooked, but it should be fine. I wrapped them in cling film again and back into the freezer they went. Phew, now I just have to wait for them to cool. I think I'll go have lunch now. In my past life, I used to make snacks in bulk for my younger brothers, so I used to do this much more efficiently. I'm surprised at how long it's taking me. When I went to the cafeteria, the chefs kept glancing over at me for some reason, but I pretended not to notice, finished my meal, and quickly returned to my room. Yeah, this seems about right. Cutting icebox cookies is a race against time. Once the magic oven is preheated, I swiftly cut the dough into pieces before it melts and loosens, then line them up on the buttered baking sheet. It would have been nice to have cooking sheets to save on extra butter, I mused as I finished lining up 2 batches. The preheating is done, and they'll be ready in 15 minutes, but there's still some dough left to cut. About 10 minutes into baking, when the scent of cookies filled the room, there was a knock on the door. Opening it, I found a group of my subordinates assembled. What's up? Oh, come on, you know, right? You're making such a delicious smell, Arnault said with a smile, apparently lured by the smell of the cookies. Hold on, they're not even baked yet. I'll let you taste them when they're done. Yay. Then let's wait here until they're done. Excuse me. Wow, it's my first time in the commander's room. It's so stylish. Simon boldly entered the room, followed by Marius, the squire of the knights, who also came in and admired the interior with sparkling eyes. For me, this room is simple but cozy, with carefully selected high-quality items. There are 3-person and 1-person sofas, so my subordinates are all eager to sit here. I may have unwittingly prepared for clandestine meetings with only my squad and the vice commander someday, and it backfired. On my way back from the barony of Talaron, I knew the commander could cook, but I never thought it would be for making sweets. Everyone back at the barracks is surprised. Oh, Commander, the light went out, are they done? Gaspard was talking while glancing at the mini kitchen, but it seems they're done, and he got excited. I put on mittens, took out the baking sheets, and placed them on a cooling rack. Wow, they're done. Let's dig in. Ouch, they're too soft, aren't they? Simon snatched one up and popped it into his mouth. I took out the other batch from the oven, closed the oven lid, and then tapped Simon's head. Of course they are. They'll harden once they cool down. Besides, eating them when they're hot won't let the flavor settle. I'll make some tea. By the time you finish drinking it, they should be ready, so sit down. Okay. He rubbed his head where he was hit and returned to the sofa. While boiling water for tea, I cut the swirled cookies and laid them out on the table, including mine, and they drank quietly. Maybe they were still in awe after seeing Simon scolded earlier. Returning to the mini kitchen, I checked the temperature of the cookies, which were warm but firm. I separated the ones with imperfect shapes and visible sugar lumps from the edges. Taking a bite, it tasted like simple homemade cookies. Maybe it tasted better without using eggs. I'll make that next time. Commander, are you making more? Yay. These are so delicious. Simon was munching away from behind without me noticing. After this, he was sentenced to a ban on further eating and the punishment of pickled plums. Chapter 29. Unexpected encounter at the bookstore. Wow, you can make sweets. Thank you, Commander. After receiving approval from my direct subordinates, there was a commotion when I let the other members taste the cookies after dinner. It seems the smell of cookies baking had spread throughout the dormitory, causing everyone to get excited. even if they could only eat one or two, as long as they could tell whether they liked it or not. I also let the nervous cooks taste them, but it was quite difficult to eat due to the glaring looks from the members who wanted more. Hey now, perhaps in the future you might get to make them. Even if I teach you the recipe later, it's important to know the taste. Cooking is one thing, but making sweets is tough, so treat those who can do it well with care. I told them and everyone gave a good response. Huh. It seems like I said treat me with care. Well, they've always respected me, so I doubt they'll misunderstand now. The next day, while doing morning training, everyone seemed unusually enthusiastic. It's almost like they were trying to impress me. Wait, could it be? Hey, just so you know, we won't be making sweets for a while. As soon as I said that, someone slumped in disappointment. Yeah, maybe if you do some good deeds to change the image of the third knight order's wild dogs, I might consider making them as a reward. Something even tastier than cookies. I left the training ground amidst the voices of joy from my subordinates. If they're that happy, maybe I should buy a recipe book to make proper sweets. As I was getting ready to leave my room, I remembered the unease of not having my dagger from yesterday when I wasn't wearing my sword. Right, there was that. It's better than nothing if there's a full-fledged dagger. I took out a pair of socks with a dagger sheath from the dresser. Since it's unbalanced to have only one, I attached them to both feet, but it might take some getting used to. I practiced pulling them out smoothly from the bottom of my pants several times. My body seems to remember it, so there shouldn't be any problems. Maybe I should keep another one as a spare in my inner pocket. All right, this way I won't intimidate others, and I can handle myself if I happen to encounter any trouble. While walking, I thought the weight of the dagger was surprisingly good for a workout, but come to think of it, I've never done weighted training in this world. I might consult with Vice Commander Aurel and consider adding it to the training. The bookstore is 3 shops down from the one I went to yesterday. It's my first time coming here. When I entered the store, it smelled like paper and ink, just like a library. It's a 2-story building with an open ceiling, and bookshelves line all 4 walls, with scaffolding surrounding the second floor. On the ground floor, there are rows of back-to-back bookshelves, each with genres written on the side, so I walk around the store checking each one. As I was browsing through the bookshelves, I noticed a woman stretching to reach for a book. I approached and handed her the book instead. Thank you so much, Sir Vandier, Knight Commander. You're welcome. I couldn't recognize you because of that outfit. With her gratitude, the woman who looked my way was Miss Diane, also known as the heroine. Because she was dressed like a wealthy merchant's daughter, I had assumed she was a commoner. I didn't say it out loud, though. That's my line. Not wearing a sword, you also look like a completely different person. By the way, why are you here? Could it be? Obviously, I came to the bookstore because there are books I want. Oh, why yes, that's right. Then excuse me. Miss Diane hugged the book, curtsied briefly, and disappeared into the depths of the store. I resumed my search for the recipe book and picked up a book titled, For Those Who Want to Start Making Sweets. It had illustrated recipes, ranging from those with minimal ingredients suitable for commoners to those for people with a flexible budget. I'll go with this one. Why would you get such a book? Wait, don't tell me you're going to make sweets. Miss Diane, who seemed to be about to settle her payment and leave, stared at the book in my hand and the maid's hand. I didn't want to spread the word about my interest in making sweets. It might attract unnecessary attention. What? Are you interested in me? I smirked teasingly, and no. Miss Diane blushed and stuttered. Just kidding. Even though it's the noble district, be careful on your way home. Now that I had found the book I needed, there was no need to linger. I left Miss Diane and her companions behind and headed deeper into the store to settle my payment. After paying and leaving the store, it seemed like Miss Diane and her companions had already left. It's a relief that nothing troublesome happened. Let's head back. Just as I thought that, screams echoed from the alley where Miss Diane and her companions had disappeared. Chapter 30, A Chance to Help. Hey, just because I'm not attacking doesn't mean the story's plot convenience is at work, right? Rushing toward the source of the voice, I found Miss Diane and her maid being abducted by 2 rough-looking men. In this part of the street, where large shops lined up, there was an alley leading away without an entrance, making it less crowded. If they were dragged into the alley from there, it would be troublesome. Grasping the sheath of the dagger tucked into my inner pocket along with my coat, I drew it out by the handle. Since the men were trying to carry Miss Diane and her maid away, I aimed for their legs and threw the dagger. Arg! Eek! What's happening? My lady. The dagger I threw struck the calf of the man carrying Miss Diane, causing him to collapse. At the same time, Miss Diane was thrown onto the cobblestones. My apologies. Damn if it's come to this. Ouch, let go my lady. The man carrying the maid dropped her onto the cobblestones and grabbed Miss Diane. It seemed like he intended to leave the other man behind and take only Miss Diane, but the maid clung to his leg. Damn it, let go. I won't let go, you release my lady. Despite being kicked roughly, the maid continued to cling desperately. Unable to escape and catching up, I addressed the maid. Well done. Let's get Miss Diane back. Hey. I drove my knee into the man's side, causing him to loosen his grip on Miss Diane. Any injuries? No, I am Annabella. Feeling dizzy from being tossed around, she held her head with one hand but soon called out the maid's name. The maid, called Annabella, had several red marks on her face from being kicked and looked exhausted. Probably due to me intervening, she had let her guard down and fainted. Damn it, we're out of here. The man, still carrying the one with the dagger stuck in his leg, fled. I wanted to apprehend them, but I couldn't just leave these two in their current state and chase after them. What about the carriage back home? It should have arrived here by now, but... Miss Diane looked around anxiously, but there was no sign of the carriage. The coachman was probably either attacked or involved in this abduction. No choice. Let's catch a carriage at the crossroads and head back to the royal castle. I'll carry the maid, she's quite loyal. Yes, she's too important for me. She's been my dear friend since our time at the Royal Academy. Oh, that explains why you looked familiar. Miss Diane and I only overlapped for a year at the Royal Academy. That's why she called out to me, trying to avoid Ernest's attention. Carrying an unconscious person like a princess is quite heavy, but with my trained body, it's no problem. I lifted her up and started walking, making sure she didn't see my face too much. For now, if the coachman who came with us today is uninjured, it's better to dismiss him. He's probably involved in this abduction. If he's injured, it means he got caught up in it, so it's good to give him enough compensation. What? Why, yes, I'll do that. Since there are many carriage stands along the main street, you can usually get one quickly. I called out to the coachman, had him open the door, and laid the maid on the seat first. As Miss Diane got in, I offered her my hand to assist her. Thank you for today. If Knight Commander Vandier hadn't been here, who knows what would have happened. She thanked me again after getting into the carriage. Don't worry about it. It's all part of a knight's duty. I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention that I was here. There are some nosy people who might wonder. Oh, that's right. I think there was a message from my father, but if you want to become the official wife, it's better to get married soon. It's about time the temple went to pick up the saintess. That's none of your concern. Could you please close the door? Yes, yes. For some reason, Miss Diane suddenly got angry, even though I just spoke out of kindness. I closed the door as instructed and gave the coachman extra payment. Head to the royal castle. When you arrive, tell the gatekeeper to call for help because there's an injured woman inside. Understood, leave it to me. Seeing the coachman smile as he looked at the number of silver coins in his hand, I felt relieved. He should be reliable. As I watched the carriage speed away, I suddenly realized something. Since we were heading in the same direction, should I have gone with them for part of the way? But well, if someone saw us, it would cause a fuss, so it was probably better not to. It would be pointless to search for those guys now, and I should probably just return to the dormitory. I took out the empty sheath from my inner pocket and threw it into the magic bag. Little did I know at the time that the missing partner would return with a commotion later on. Chapter 31. Trouble arises. Returning to the dormitory, I took off my coat and collapsed onto the sofa in my room, gazing up at the ceiling. I'm exhausted. Physically, it was easier than fighting monsters, but mentally, I was drained. I had asked Miss Diane not to mention me, but I wondered if she had managed to come up with a good excuse. I didn't know if I should tell others about the attack. Since the maid returned unconscious, we might be questioned about what happened. Miss Diane herself had been through a lot, tumbling and being carried around, so her clothes were dirty. As I idly pondered these things, there was a knock on my door. Knight Commander Vandier, a letter has arrived from your family. The voice belonged to a civilian officer from the Third Night Order. It seemed a letter had arrived while I was away. Opening the door, I saw the officer, who looked pale. While it might have been peaceful while we were away in the Talaran marches, it seemed he was tired from managing the increased budget and demands from the members since our return. "Thank you for your hard work. You don't look well. You can put off any non-urgent tasks and take a proper rest." "Huh, oh okay." He seemed bewildered by my response, but despite his confusion, he showed a smile at the suggestion of resting. After closing the door, I sat on the sofa and opened the letter. It instructed me to return home. It would take 3 days by carriage to reach the Vandier Marquisate, or 1 day if I rode my beloved horse, Eleanor. I had 1 more day of approved leave, but the round trip would take at least 3 days, so I needed to apply for more time off. The letter from my own parents was devoid of any affection, just a formal notification. Sighing heavily while slouching on the sofa, I placed the letter on my face. With a single breath, the letter fell to the floor. They probably don't even think about how their actions affect me. Justin, most noble families are like that, favoring their legitimate sons too much. Still, it's better than being treated like my second brother Cyril, who's just being kept around as a spare. I rose sluggishly and left the room without picking up the fallen letter, heading to the office. I needed to apply for leave and report my departure. I didn't want to go, but as a member of the Marquisate, my father's orders were absolute. Knight Commander Vandier, what's going on? You're supposed to be on leave until tomorrow, right?" As I entered the office, the civilian officers who hadn't received leave due to not going on the expedition looked at me curiously. All of them seemed to have terrible complexions. "I received a letter from my family instructing me to return home. I intend to take a maximum of 5 days off. If I can return earlier, I will, but more importantly, all of you, as I told Gary earlier, take turns and make sure to take proper breaks since you all look unwell. Don't push yourselves until you collapse." I informed them as I headed towards the director's office at the back of the office, where I prepared the documents for leave. I also checked the papers on the desk, processing only the ones that seemed necessary within a week. After about 30 minutes of work, I left the commander's office and handed a stack of documents to the civilian officer, serving as the chief clerk along with my leave request. The chief clerk's eyes sparkled upon seeing the stack of papers. "I've taken care of anything that seemed necessary until I return. Now, I'll leave the vacation request to you." "Thank you very much." "Understood." And so, on the final morning of my rest day, I left the dormitory with my beloved horse, heading towards my family's estate, the Vandier Marquisate. My subordinates grumbled about extending their vacation, but when I showed them fists in both hands, they fell silent. The Vandier Marquisate was located on the opposite side, south of the Talaran earldom. Although not very far, it should be significantly warmer than the capital. As I headed towards the southern gate of the capital, I saw 2 platoons from the Second Night Order riding towards me. Something must have happened. Perhaps they had found the mastermind behind yesterday's attempted abduction of Miss Diane. If that were the case, it would put my mind at ease. Since the Second Night Order seemed to be in a hurry, I moved to the side to let them pass. But for some reason, instead of passing by, they surrounded me. "Commander Vandier of the Third Night Order, you are under arrest as a suspect in the attempted abduction of the Talaran Marchioness. It's futile to flee to your territory." The one who informed me was Constant de Roche, the vice commander of the Second Night Order and my classmate from the Royal Academy. Constant, are you serious? What would I gain from abducting her? Do you have any evidence? "Oh, by the way, just so you know, returning to my territory is at the command of the Vandier Marquis." However, Constant chuckled at my words. "HMPH, it's a well-known fact that you have feelings for the Talaran Marchioness, and we have evidence. Stop resisting." As the situation made clear, Constant was among those who disliked me. Moreover, he resented me, the same age as him, for becoming commander before him. "Evidence? You always need to keep your information updated. Anyway, why don't you ask the victim herself? Let her know that I'm willing to tell everything." "Very well, however, you will come with us. If you can escape after seeing the evidence, then try." That Constant, he's been giving me a hard time since I became commander, so maybe it's time for him to reflect a bit. While simulating the events to come, I followed Constant as the members of the Second Night Order surrounded me. Chapter 32, on this side. I was taken to the headquarters of the Second Night Order, located on the adjacent grounds to the Third Night Orders. Unlike the Third Night Order, which only had dormitories and training grounds, this one also housed facilities for accommodating criminals in the capital. Due to this, the Third Night Order was closer to the royal palace, but it seemed that the Second Night Order didn't appreciate that much either. After all, nobles' residences were more valuable when closer to the palace. When we arrived at the entrance of their base, I made a proposal. "Hey, can I leave my horse with the Third Night Order? Or Armin, can you take her there? I trust you won't handle her roughly." Suddenly being appointed, Armin, a squire of the Second Night Order, was surprised. I remembered how he handled horses with care during joint exercises. "Well, whatever. Armin, take the horse to the Third Night Order, and while you're at it, inform them that Vandier has been captured." "Why, yes." Dismounting from my beloved Aliner, I stroked her muzzle. "I'll be back soon, so be a good girl and wait here. Follow Armin's instructions to the stable." "All right, I'm counting on you, Armin." "Understood, I'll take care of her." Armin nodded politely, still mounted on his own horse, and took Aliner's reins, heading towards the Third Night Order. As for me, I was escorted to what you could call an interrogation room to be questioned. Yesterday, the fiancé of the Crown Prince and her maid returned to the royal palace in a clearly abnormal state, and there are witnesses who saw you with them. And this. A dagger was slammed onto the desk, the same one I had thrown at the thugs during the incident. "It's certainly mine, but why am I being treated as the culprit?" At the very least, the presence of this dagger here implied that it was either connected to the mastermind or the actual perpetrator. Don't play dumb. You used this to injure someone who came to help. Or are you going to claim that you lost it somewhere? From his attitude, it seemed that Constant was not aware of the whole truth. Someone who came to help, who's the glory thief? What glory thief? I crossed my arms and leaned back in the chair. Poor investigation skills. It's clear that whoever prepared this dagger hates me, but their plan is flawed. They didn't think it through properly. What disrespectful. Constant's overly straightforward personality was something the old me, Justin, used to dislike and ridicule. But the current me didn't mind this fiery spirit. However, his slightly overbearing attitude was unacceptable. I gave him a disappointed look. HMPH, disrespectful, that means it was probably brought by the Crown Prince, right? No, he must have received it from someone, probably someone from the temple. Whether it was the temple personnel who tried to abduct Miss Diane or someone who obtained it when seeking healing magic at the temple. I don't know. What do you mean? What I'm saying is, if you can't understand that, it's proof that you haven't heard from Miss Diane and her maid, right? Well, but the Crown Prince said there's enough evidence, and he's planning to hold a trial tomorrow. Really now, do you want to embarrass yourself that badly? Fine, I'll go along with the trial. But in return, call either Miss Diane or her maid, Annabella, or both as witnesses. They're the parties involved after all. Understood, I'll relay that. For me, whether it's a trial or anything else, if we can reach a conclusion quickly, I'm all for it. Especially if it means putting the Crown Prince in his place once again. When I read the novel, I thought he was just a nice guy, but in reality, he's an annoying, hot-blooded nuisance who thinks he's righteous. Then I was told to spend the night in a cell, but I almost screamed when I was taken to the underground dungeon. It was incredibly filthy and smelly. But the toilets are enchanted, so they shouldn't smell bad, right? Then could it be the stench of the prisoners? Hey, I'm not the culprit, so you don't plan on letting me stay in a guest room later to reduce the amount of apologies you'll have to make. What are you talking about? Disuyon. Constant looked at me with a mixture of disbelief and disdain. Hey, isn't that the commander of the Third Night Order? I knew you'd end up on this side someday. Ha, it really is him. What did you do? Did you finally get it on with the Crown Prince's woman? As the prisoners spotted me in the dungeon, they burst into crude laughter. Quiet down. The jailer knight yelled, but they ignored him and continued making noise. How naive. Well then, cleanse and purify. Using half of my magic power, I cleaned up the entire underground dungeon. Naturally, the prisoners inside were also cleaned up. Phew, humans really do shut up when they're surprised, don't they? Haha. Even Constant, whom I addressed, was speechless just like the prisoners. Chapter 33. Meals in the dungeon. All right, the smell's gone. Satisfied, I let out a contented sigh. What are you thinking? Huh, just trying to make this place a bit more comfortable since it's dirty and smelly, isn't it? Guest rooms are a no-go, right? Plus, if your body's dirty, it messes with your mood. Maybe the prisoners will feel better and behave themselves a bit. I smirked, but Constant looked at me as if he'd seen a ghost. Are you really Justin? Haha, you're calling me by my old name now. Who else would I be but Justin de Vandier? Internally, I felt a chill, but there was no denying that I was Justin. The prisoners, who had been dirty and grimy just moments ago, were now amazed and frolicking like children in their suddenly clean and odorless surroundings. Most of the people here are probably from the slums, unable to make a living through normal means. They likely never witnessed or experienced the kind of magic used by nobles. Well, never mind. Let's not do anything unnecessary from now on. After the trial, you'll be bowing to me anyway, so I'll behave for now. Oh, but I do want to eat my own food, so bring me my magic bag. That's okay, right? It'll save on the second budget too. Your magic bag should be designed to only be usable by the owner. I'll be present when you retrieve it. Now put it in here. Of the 8 rooms in this underground dungeon, 6 were meant for 8 people, while 2 were for 2 people. The one I was placed in, immediately after the entrance, was one of the empty 2-person cells. However, probably for mutual surveillance, a third of the wall facing the adjacent cell was made of bars, allowing the prisoners in the neighboring cell to peek in. Cut it out, I'm neither a zoo panda nor a koala. But well, being in prison all the time must be boring, so I'll entertain them for a bit. Just as I thought that, one of the prisoners spoke up. Captain, what on earth did you do? Even though you're a noble, you've been thrown into this bottom-tier cell. Bottom-tier cell? Aren't all prison cells like this? I don't have memories of being in a dungeon. I've only ever encountered monsters or bandits on the road, and when I did, I killed them all. The dungeons in my family's estate were similar too. Ha ha ha, normally, nobles get their own fancy rooms. But you, of all people. Well, it's probably just harassment. Small-minded men who want to degrade others by falsely accusing them. It's the kind of thing someone with a small heart would think of. Heh, you sure have made enemies, huh? Ah well, for you guys, having me here and cleaning up both the cell and yourselves must be a relief, right? Your bodies are clean now, so you must feel refreshed, don't you think? Just a few minutes ago, you wouldn't even want to touch your own heads, right? Approaching the iron bars, I ruffled their hair. The guy I thought was older based on his speech sounded younger up close. He must have picked up the language from those around him. Hey, stop it. Ha ha ha, what embarrassed. When I first appeared in the dungeon, there was nothing but malice directed towards me. But thanks to the purification magic, even if only in terms of speech, the prisoner's attitudes softened considerably. Constant left with a sour look, but the guards seemed visibly happier. The place had been quite smelly before. At lunchtime, a sort of bread porridge was brought in and distributed to the prisoners. Apparently, this was standard for breakfast and lunch. It was a good thing I insisted on having my own meal. As declared, Constant showed up with my magic bag. Here, brought it. Don't take anything out except for meals. Yeah. Reaching through the bars, I opened the bag and retrieved 2 bento boxes made in the Marchioness of Talleyrand's territory. One contained warm dishes, while the other had sandwiches. After taking out the bento, I closed the bag. Now no one could take anything out without my permission. That's enough. I'll be collecting the magic bag now. Yeah, I'll need it for dinner too. How many meals are in there exactly? Let's see, they made 3 days' worth, but since I'll be back in a day, there's some left over. HMPH, apparently the trial will be held tomorrow. Once you're found guilty, you'll eat the same as the other prisoners. So savor it until then. Sure thing, too bad for you, but once the trial's over, I'll be a free man, right? Well, since you've been cooperative this time, and it's also part of your duty, I'll spare you from revenge. I don't know what'll happen to the mastermind, though. Heh. Huh, you're back to the Vandier, I know. Ugh. I hadn't intended to make a bad face, but apparently, I'd ended up with that infamous smirk again. I needed to quickly enjoy this delicious bento and fix my expression. As soon as I opened the bento box, the refreshing aroma of chicken and thyme filled the clean dungeon. If it were still the smelly dungeon from before I arrived, I wouldn't have been able to enjoy this scent at all. Naturally, the prisoners began clamoring again. "Please share, just a bite," they begged. To prevent them from seeing inside, I turned my back to them and finished both bento boxes on my own. Chapter 34, Trial Part 1. Vandier, come out. You'll be back here again soon enough. The day after being thrown into the cell, Constant appeared. I thought he was bringing my magic bag for breakfast, but it turned out to be a summons. "Can I have breakfast first? Or, if you're in a hurry, you can eat in the carriage," he said. If a noble like me were to be tried, it would likely be at the courthouse in the noble district. The headquarters of the Second Knights is also there, just a street over from the residential area. It seems the Crown Prince will also be attending the trial. We can't keep them waiting, so it's best to eat in the carriage. Understood. Please take my sword and magic bag so they can be returned to me immediately after the trial. Got it. Until yesterday, they seemed to think I was the culprit, but now they were starting to doubt themselves, seeing my consistent denial. Hey, when you come back, share your food with me, okay? Think of it as a little bet. The guy who'd been bothering me since yesterday grinned through the bars. If I come back here, I'll share one meal. Promise? Absolutely. It's a deal, okay? I raised my hand to the prisoners who were asking one after another and left the dungeon with Constant. My beard wasn't thick, so skipping a day of shaving wouldn't be a big deal, but wouldn't it leave a bad impression at the courthouse if it were coarse? We rode in a carriage to the courthouse. It was a street lined with offices, like a typical business district. Knights from the Second Division surrounded us on all sides, with knights on both sides inside the carriage and Constant sitting opposite me. It looked like a complete transport of dangerous criminals. Upon arrival at the courthouse, we were fitted with magic handcuffs at the entrance. This was because someone had gone berserk in the past. Today's trial was hastily convened, so only about half of the seats in the courtroom were filled with early arriving nobles and merchants. The Crown Prince, with a triumphant look on his face, sat at a seat the same height as the presiding judges. Wait a minute, where's my defense attorney? Stepping up to one of the two witness stands in the center, led by Constant, the judge banged a gavel, declaring, "From this moment on, we will hold the trial for the attempted abduction of Lady Diane de Talleyrand, the Marchioness of Talleyrand's daughter. Defendant Justin de Vandier, you attempted to abduct Lady Talleyrand and injured the maid who tried to help her escape. There is no doubt about it, correct? Mistakes abound. To be precise, everything except the name of the incident is wrong." As soon as I opened my mouth, the spectators seemed to think I was admitting guilt and leaned forward eagerly. But as soon as I denied it, they began to murmur. At the same time, the Crown Prince stood up. "Don't lie, there are witnesses who saw you and Diane together, and Diane came back with an injured maid who had fainted. There is evidence and witnesses." I ignored the Crown Prince and kept my eyes on the judge. I hadn't said a word about Lady Diane's testimony, and while the evidence likely referred to the dagger I threw at the time, who was the witness? The culprit from back then. "Well, what do you have to say?" "Judge, may I speak?" "Go ahead." Instinctively, I felt that the judge seemed to have a higher favorability toward me than the noisy Ernest. "Is there no charge for obstructing the court against those who disrupt the trial?" "Oh, court obstruction, I've never heard of it, but indeed, there should be such a law. I'd like to bring that up as a topic for discussion." "Please do." "For us, the testimony of Lady Diane de Talleyrand or her maid Annabella is enough to prove my innocence. To call anyone else a witness apart from them seems like a fabrication. There's no way we'd be able to meet the person who put us through such terrifying experiences. It'd be painful for them to speak. Judge, call the witness already." I felt like both the judge and I were in sync, eager for the swift application of the charge of court obstruction. Ernest, who was facing the same direction as the judge, wouldn't be able to see it, but it was clear to me from the front. The furrow in the judge's brow. "Now, on the plaintiff's side, do you have anything to say regarding the defendant's denial?" The person who stood up as the plaintiff was someone I had seen several times at the royal palace before. I had once scared him so much that he nearly collapsed from fear, or maybe not. "As physical evidence, I submit this dagger." The plaintiff raised my dagger, which I had unsheathed, and a frightened teenager, who had been brought in through the door I entered from, was led to the other witness stand. This dagger has been confirmed by the knights to be the one used by the defendant Vandier. And the person injured by this dagger is this squire of the Holy Knights. The plaintiff said this, presenting my unsheathed dagger, and a teenager who appeared to be in his mid-teens, who looked oddly frightened, was brought in from the door I entered from to stand at the other witness stand. The witness will testify. Yes, I happened to hear the ladies scream and rushed over. I was injured by a dagger thrown by the thief, but I managed to prevent the lady's abduction. Where were you injured? I interjected from the side. On my left calf. With this, it was confirmed that he was connected to the mastermind at that time. It was already known that my dagger was here. In that case, you won't be able to become a holy knight anymore. W.I. The squire was taken aback by my words, and the commotion among the spectators grew louder. Chapter 35, Trial Part 2. First, the act of giving false testimony in court. Second, even if that testimony were true, turning one's back to the enemy at the moment of injuring one's calf. If you were trying to apprehend the person attempting to abduct the lady, wouldn't you have received a wound on your front rather than your back? Someone like that has no qualifications to become a holy knight. Well, in a temple where deceit is practiced, pawns who obediently follow without questioning are more likely to be favored over those with actual skill. As I stated firmly, the face of the self-proclaimed witness, Squire Squall, turned pale. He had been striving since childhood, hoping to become a holy knight in a few more years, but now he was faced with a choice. Either admit that the temple was conspiring or admit to lying and give up his seat as a holy knight. It was only natural. Judging from his stance, it seemed he didn't have much strength, so he was probably viewed as expendable. He seemed so shaken that his eyes were unfocused as he began to mutter something. It's not like that. This is the right thing to do, priest. How dare you be so disrespectful? As Squire Squall's voice was drowned out by the loud voice, a man in priestly robes emerged from the audience and stepped forward. Wasn't this the same person who had just been about to be called by Squall High Priest? At this point, it could be considered that my predictions were quite accurate. The sudden appearance of the priest caused a stir in the audience. He had been hiding among the spectators, but it seemed he rushed out to prevent Squire Squall, who had been set up as a witness, from saying something unnecessary. Silence. As the judge banged his gavel, the courtroom fell silent. Judge. The words of Sir Vandier, the knight commander, just now were an insult to the temple. As a priest, I must protest. The priest was the first to break the silence. Are you trying to be the hero? One of the judge's eyebrows twitched upwards. Only those who stand at the witness stand are permitted to speak. The audience must remain quiet. The priest seemed to want a retort, but he closed his mouth with a frustrated expression after being glared at by the judge. Let's deliver another blow for good measure. Judge, I would like to rebut the witness. Go ahead. If the two victims of the attempted abduction were here, it would become immediately clear. It was not the Squire Squall over there who prevented the abduction, but me. As I said this firmly, the spectators began to murmur interestingly. The judge banged his gavel again. Silence. The audience must remain quiet. Thanks to my statement, it didn't become completely silent, but whispers could be heard here and there. However, it seemed to be at a volume that didn't disrupt the trial, as the judge gestured for me to continue with his gaze. It seems that those who wish to entrap me are cooperating, but their coordination seems lacking. The dagger presented as evidence is mine, but it was stuck in the calf of a lackey-like man who tried to carry away Lady Diane de Talleyrand, not someone standing at that witness stand. Then, the witness is not a witness. Just as the noise was getting louder, the judge asked me a question. Yes, they are likely fabricated witnesses. From here on, it's just my speculation based on the circumstances. It seems the temple was behind the abduction. Considering the recent increase in monster activity, it's likely they'll announce the presence of a saint soon. If that happens, the temple would want to make the saint the fiancé of the crown prince. However, since the crown prince already has a fiancé, if any dishonorable incident were to occur, the engagement would likely be cancelled. During this, the priest who had caused a disturbance earlier seemed like he was about to speak up, so I glared at him to silence him. As for the spectators, they seemed to be listening intently, as if they didn't want to miss a word. And then, when the crown prince, who received testimony that I and the victim were together, was so eager to believe I was the culprit that he didn't bother to hear the testimony of the parties involved and proceeded with the trial, the temple tried to use his bias to cover up their own crimes. That's what it seems like. They didn't even consider that I might have helped. The dagger in question is not a custom-made item. It's a standard one sold in stores. They probably intended to have the shopkeeper testify that it was an item I purchased. Do you believe that you saved Diane? Crown Prince, please be quiet. The judge calmly reprimanded Ernest, who had stood up to protest. Do you think the Crown Prince's words just now indicate that my speculation is close to the truth? Perhaps they are detaining the two of them because they fear they might reveal the truth. Isn't it normal for the parties involved to testify? And isn't it strange that even the coachman who carried the two of them that day isn't here? From the gallery, murmurs of agreement with my words could be heard. Just one more push. The second knights followed orders from above and fulfilled their duties. But the one who gave those orders deceived the kingdom's knights with false information despite knowing the truth. I recommend bringing the one who gave those orders to trial. At that moment, the door through which I and the false witness had entered burst open. Wait, Sir Justin de Vandière saved us. He is not a kidnapper. It was Lady Diane, dressed in a maid's outfit, who shouted as soon as she entered. Perhaps she had disguised herself as a maid and slipped out of the royal castle. Naturally, the courtroom was not so much in an uproar as it was filled with murmurs of astonishment. That Ernest, his mouth opening and closing like a goldfish, is quite comical. I expressed my gratitude with a knightly salute to Lady Diane and turned to the judge. Did you hear that, Your Honor? From the looks of it, Lady Diane de Talleyrand was confined in the royal castle, which is why she has come here dressed as a maid. This is the work of someone who knows I'm not the culprit and wants to make me one. I would like to have that person stand here and now. Very well, I declare Justin de Vandière, the Marquis's son, not guilty. Guards, arrest the witness who gave false testimony. This court is adjourned. The last sound of the gavel for that day echoed throughout the courtroom, along with the protesting cries of the false witness. Chapter 36, Back to Square One. So, are you going to give it back? Inside the carriage sent from the courthouse to take me back to the Third Knights, when I reached out to Constant, he silently handed over my sword and magic bag. By the way, was it the Crown Prince who instructed you, or was it the Second Knight Commander? Taking the sword I received out of its scabbard and putting on just the belt, I asked. Constant immediately lowered his head. I'm sorry. Even though we falsely accused you and threw you in jail, you protected our honor, thank you. The orders this time came from the commander, but judging by the Crown Prince's behavior in court, I think he instructed us. Well, that makes sense. Most of my predictions are likely on point. So, is the story about the saint true? As members of the First Knights, they might have been informed, but it seems like the Second Knights were kept in the dark. They are treated as noble squires, not nobles themselves. We don't have confirmation, but we have a strong belief. Think about it. Both the priest in court and the witness clearly had ties to the temple. Normally, would the temple need to eliminate the Crown Prince's fiancé? And no. Right, the only reasons to get rid of a fiancé would be if they wanted to get rid of Diane herself, or if they wanted to pull her down from her position as a fiancé. But Diane hasn't done anything to harm the temple, despite her contributions as a noblewoman. Indeed, I saw her at the temple for official duties as the Crown Prince's fiancée, and she seemed to have a good relationship with them 2 months ago. Constant seemed to be retracing his memories, resting his chin on his hand and looking out the window. Maybe they received reports of the saint being found afterward. Haven't you also thought that the recent increase in monster activity is strange? Even though it was unsuccessful, there was an incident in the Talleyrand borderlands. The revival of the evil god. No, perhaps even before that, the dragon. At the mention of the evil god's revival, Constant gasped. The revival of the evil god, if a priest heard that, it would be a major event, wouldn't it? But you've learned in the Royal Academy that the appearance of the saint is because the gods send her to counter the evil god, right? It's common knowledge you've been taught by private tutors since childhood, even if you're not a noble. But the saint hasn't appeared yet. True, but if the saint were to appear while the Crown Prince's fiancé is still around, and if she were to push aside Diane and take the position of fiancé, wouldn't that leave a bad impression? It's easier for the public to accept someone stepping into the vacant fiancé position after something unfortunate happens to the fiancé. But does that mean the temple really? They are clergy after all. You are so pure. What? Are you making fun of me? Constance's face turned bright red as he started to get angry. Actually, I wasn't making fun of him. I just found his purity reminiscent of my younger brothers when they used to believe in Santa Claus. Hey, are you trying to frame me again? Being a noble, you come to realize that no matter how clean someone's surface may seem, there are plenty of people hiding dirty secrets. Even among the clergy. You probably know more about nobility than I do, so you might be aware of things I don't, I said, teasing him with a smirk as our conversation grew more relaxed. Oh, so you're not calling me Your Grace anymore. He suddenly furrowed his brow when I teased him, perhaps letting his guard down after our long conversation. Haha, just kidding. You can call me Justin like old times. Whether it's the first or the second, we'll have to cooperate across barriers if the evil god appears. It'll be quite a task to retrain those third knights, but I intend to instill proper manners into them. Oh, looks like we've arrived. As we talked, we arrived at the third knight's barracks, so I quickly got off the carriage. I briefed my subordinates on the situation and headed back to my family estate. Sorry about that, you were on your way back to the Vandier Marquisate, right? Take care on your way back, Justin. He reverted back to his tone from our academy days. He's truly a straightforward guy. Oh, don't worry about it. You were just doing your duty. Oh, and could I bring a dish to the prisoners in the dungeon later? If they sincerely repent for their sins, I might even consider feeding them again with a message of encouragement. Well, I suppose that's okay. Did you suddenly feel sorry for them overnight? It's not about that. It's more like a bit of punishment disguised as a meal, to be honest. Anyway, see you later, Constant. With that, I hurried into the barracks. I need to let them know I've been acquitted as soon as possible, or they'll be worrying about me being detained. As I entered the barracks entrance, my squad members were coming towards me with fearful expressions. I'm back. Captain. As they noticed me, they rushed over with surprised faces. Today was supposed to be regular training, so why are you all here? Because we were worried, sir. We were about to raid the courthouse to rescue you, of course. Cut it out, don't decide on your own. Doing something like that would only worsen my reputation. I immediately rejected Arnault's words. I thought he had become a bit more mature recently, but his fundamental nature hasn't changed at all. Anyway, I heard you were detained and had a trial today. Why are you here, Captain? Well, since I was originally framed, it's obvious that I've been acquitted. But well, thanks for worrying about me. I ruffled the heads of my subordinates one by one. Despite their complaints about it being rough or hurting, I find their refusal to run away a little bit cute, just a little bit. Chapter 37, Reunion with Family. I dropped by the office to inform them of the possibility of extending my vacation, and finally left the capital. If I hurry, I should be able to return within the initial 5-day vacation period that I applied for. By now, investigations into the Crown Prince and the Temple must be underway. While this country is a monarchy, it's also a nation governed by law. Even if you're of royal blood, you'll face punishment if you break the law. Besides, I have brothers, so even if I were disinherited, it wouldn't be a problem, or so I hope. In that case, for the Temple, which presumably wants to make the saint the future queen, this incident is quite a setback. Well, by the time I return to the capital, there will probably be some movement. Would it be pitiful for Diane if the crown prince were disinherited? No, if that happens, the engagement will likely be annulled, so she might actually be happier. Crimes are not our specialty, so let's leave it to the authorities. It's been a while since you and Alina went out together, right? Let's forget about the unpleasant things and have some fun. That's what I thought until I reached my family's territory. Although we smoothly made it to the territory in a day, when I arrived at the mansion, it was an entirely different atmosphere, totally unwelcoming. It seems that just before my arrival, news had arrived through merchants that I had been apprehended as the perpetrator of the attempted abduction of Lady Diane. To my father, it probably sounded something like, "The foolish son has finally done it." It was a good thing I had lunch before arriving, anticipating this kind of atmosphere. Having a meal with my family in this mood seemed impossible. Now I was being escorted by the steward to the dining room, but everyone had stopped eating as if they had lost their appetites. Father, I'm back. There are several things I want to ask you. Anything. I don't need a meal, so I'll have some tea. The seat I used until I left home was still empty, so I asked a maid for some tea and took my seat. Perhaps because I used to command them to bring tea in my past life, the maid seemed surprised, as did my family. At the dining table were my parents, my eldest brother and his wife, and my second brother. My eldest brother's wife had 2 children, aged 4 and 2, but they didn't eat in the dining room until they could handle cutlery properly. After the slightly nervous maid brought the tea, I took a sip, and then my father spoke up. Is it true that you tried to abduct the crown prince's fiancée? No, I was the one who stopped the abduction. I was falsely accused and put on trial, but thanks to the testimony of the victim herself, Lady Diane, I was acquitted and am here now. Normally, when a son returns home after a long absence, wouldn't it be appropriate to at least say, "Welcome back"? Quite different from my father in my previous life, who loved children. I see, that's good. So, why did you summon me with a letter without stating the reason? How dare you speak to your father like that? My eldest brother, Albert, slammed the table. His wife flinched. The Vandière family is quite hot-blooded, aren't they? I, for one, am still in the middle of a meal, aren't I? It's rude to interrupt. What did you say? Do you have to speak so loudly all the time? As the future head of the family, you should be more composed. Getting emotional so easily will only invite disrespect from those around you. As I calmly replied, I noticed Cyril, my younger brother, suppressing a laugh. Once Albert's son turns 7, he'll become redundant as a spare, so there are probably various implications from Cyril's perspective. You've changed quite a lot, Justin. You seem like a completely different person from before, my mother said, bewildered. But in my mind, my previous mother was the real parent, not this woman who showed little interest in Justin. Even so, the Justin who once sought affection became disillusioned and turned into such a person with a bad reputation. I could have laid it all out for them, but the feeling of not wanting to treat these people, who were only connected by blood, as family won out. I offered a polite smile to my mother. Oh, you know about me? I thought you had no interest and knew nothing about me. It's been a while, hasn't it? After delivering a bit of sarcasm, her expression seemed as if she had been shocked. In reality, she had shown no interest until now, so she had no right to make such a face. The actions of the eldest son being the first, followed by the second son, and the third son being indifferent were evident. In fact, I hadn't received a single letter from my mother since leaving home, and of course, she never came to see me, not even when I visited the capital. You've really changed. By the way, is it true that you refused a peerage? A peerage? Both Albert and Cyril exclaimed at my father's words simultaneously. Albert, who could inherit the title, might have been worried, but Cyril, who was just a nobleman's son, might have been concerned that my status would surpass his if I were ennobled. In reality, the credit goes to my subordinates, not me. It would be petty of me to take credit for their achievements. Besides, I'll be ennobled for my own accomplishments eventually. In fact, in novels, there should be plenty of opportunities ahead to earn accolades, whether it's slaying dragons or battling dark gods. My father blinked at my confident declaration, but in the end, he smiled satisfactorily. Chapter 38, Nephew and Niece. After finishing lunch, I headed back to my room in the detached quarters. As soon as my eldest brother Albert got married, both Cyril, my second brother, and I were moved to rooms in the estate's detached quarters. At the age of 19, having been recruited from the Vandière Marquisate's Night Order and becoming the leader of the 3rd Night Order in the capital a year later, I hadn't returned. While the building seemed to be cleaned occasionally, I wondered about my room. Opening the door gently, I was surprised to find it neatly maintained. Perhaps they cleaned it because they sent for me. By the way, when Cyril gets married, this detached quarters will become his new home. Since he hasn't married yet, it's either because there's no one willing to marry him or he hasn't given up becoming an adopted son somewhere. If this becomes Cyril's new home, I won't be able to use this room anymore and will have to stay in the main house's guest room. If that happens, I'll have to buy or rent a house in the capital. No, it might end up becoming a gathering place for my subordinates to drink. It might be easier to just throw all my personal belongings into my magic bag and continue living in the barracks. I did go to the trouble of setting up a mini kitchen. Oh, since meals are prepared in the main house anyway, this kitchen isn't being used. I couldn't decide on a souvenir for my nephew and niece, so I ended up not buying anything. Maybe I should make something. Peeking into the kitchen, it was a bit dusty, probably because it wasn't being used. I cleaned only the areas I would use with a purification spell and took out the necessary tools and ingredients from my magic bag. Let's make some eggless cookies for now. The cooking utensils were all there, and as long as I had the ingredients, I could make them. Unlike in the barracks, I could secure enough for myself here. With the wheat flour mostly being bread flour instead of cake flour, maybe making cream buns instead would be appreciated. Kids love sweet bread, and I remember my brothers often made me make animal-shaped bread. Let's see, custard was made with egg yolks, sugar, milk, and cake flour, right? I only remember the ingredients vaguely. Maybe it's written in that recipe book. Oh well, let's just stick to making cookies for today. Since the last time I made them wasn't too long ago, I think I did quite well. While the dough was chilling, I checked the recipe book, but there was no custard cream recipe. A few minutes after I started baking in the magic oven, I heard light footsteps approaching. This is it. I heard a cute child's voice, and before I knew it, the kitchen door swung open energetically. It was a toddler with silver hair like mine and green eyes like my sister-in-law Julia. Wait, Alexei. Mr. Justin is here, too, you know. The maid chasing after Alexei froze when she saw me. Alexei, so he's Albert's son, seems quite mischievous. I apologize. The maid, whose face turned pale, bowed her head, but since Alexei was coming towards me, I raised my hand to stop her. When Alexei reached me, he looked up at me with curiosity. Aren't you Uncle Cyril? I came here because I smelled something nice. Looking around, but unable to see the cookies in the magic oven, I picked Alexei up. He's surprisingly light. That's right, I'm Justin. What Alexei is looking for is in there. I'm making it because I couldn't buy you guys souvenirs. What are you making? That's a surprise for after it's baked. Doesn't it smell good? Make sure to share it with your sister Angel. It'll be ready soon. Can you prepare tea and wait? Yeah, you're staying at Uncle Justin's room in my room. Let's go, Anne. Yes, let's. Excuse us then. Anne, the maid, showed a relieved expression and left the kitchen with Alexei. Once the cookies were baked, I let them cool for a bit and placed the nicely shaped ones in a wooden bowl. The edges might look a bit odd when stretched, so I'll either eat those myself or give them to my knights when I return to the order. I popped one of the misshapen pieces into my mouth. Yeah, I still prefer these. I was thinking of making cocoa too if I had time. For 2 kids, this amount should be enough. After casting a purification spell on the items used, I headed back to the main house with the cookies. One of the maids in the main house guided me to Alexei's room, but she kept glancing nervously at my hands. Perhaps it was strange to have the scent of freshly baked cookies when they came from a separate building with no cook. Master Alexei, Mr. Justin has arrived. Upon arriving at Alexei's room, the maid informed my visit through the door. Wow, Uncle's here. Hurry, hurry. Though puzzled by Alexei's excitement, the maid opened the door. Inside the room, Alexei and Angel were seated on small chairs at a children's table. And Julia, my sister-in-law, looked bewildered as she sat on the sofa with the nanny. Mr. Justin, did you come to prepare tea for Alexei? I apologize for intruding, sister-in-law. I made some sweets for the children to enjoy as a little treat. It's like a souvenir. May the children have some cookies? Why yes, rather, let me make some now. Hurry up, Uncle Justin, hurry up. Excited, Alexei urged me on. I could tell what my sister-in-law wanted to say. She couldn't believe I had made them. Haha, all right, but don't eat too much or you won't be able to eat dinner, okay? Sweets alone won't make you grow big. Yes. Ugh. Angel seems to be shy. Nice to meet you. Uncle Justin brought some sweets. Placing the cookies in the middle of the low table, Alexei immediately reached out for them. He made a cute crunching sound as he ate, widening his eyes even more. It's delicious, Uncle. Uncle is amazing to make something so delicious. The cookies, with their simple and homely taste, must be just right for children. My brothers always enjoyed them. Watching Alexei happily munching away, Angel tentatively reached out for one, but couldn't reach. I sat next to Angel and brought the cookie to her mouth. Here, Angel, say ah. Ah. Curiously, Angel opened her mouth. I placed the cookie inside, and she chewed while still retaining her baby-like round cheeks. How cute. Yummy, more. Haha, all right, here you go. Handing her another one, Angel grabbed my hand and eagerly reached for the cookie. Were a 2-year-old's hands always this small? They seemed even smaller next to mine, perhaps because my hands were bigger than average, even compared to my previous life. It wasn't until a few minutes later that I noticed my sister-in-law and the nanny watching this heartwarming scene with bulging eyes, clearly amazed. Chapter 39. Family Bonding. Alexei and Angel were sitting across from each other. But eventually, I sat next to Alexei and crossed my legs, allowing Angel to sit next to me as we ate together. This way, I could bring the bowl of cookies closer, and Angel could easily reach them herself. Here, you should have some tea too. Oh, Angel's is water, so it's not hot. Come on, Angel, take a sip. You drank it well, good job, him. Feeling a gaze, I looked up to see my sister-in-law and the children's nanny frozen in place. It was certainly an unexpected behavior for the usual me, Justin. Sister-in-law, children are adorable, aren't they? Huh, why yes, they're both very cute, aren't they? But As I spoke, my sister-in-law quickly regained her composure and nodded hastily, exchanging a glance with the nanny. Why yes, well, Justin-sama seems quite accustomed to handling children. Indeed, it's like he's always taking care of kids. Wait, there aren't any hidden children, right? What? No, of course not. I'm either on a campaign or living in the barracks. I couldn't help but raise my voice at my sister-in-law's words. Indeed, at 22 years old in this world, it wouldn't be strange to be married with children. Uncle, it was so delicious, thank you. I'm glad you liked it. I'll teach the cooks here how to make them, so you can have them again next time. Really? Yay. Yay. Imitating Alexei's joy, Angel also expressed her happiness in the same way. Watching Angel happily, Alexei stood up gently and tugged at my sleeve. Uncle, I want to sit on your lap too. Ah, my nephew is too cute. Should I assign guards to prevent any misunderstandings? Uncle. Oh, of course you can. Angel, sit nicely with your big brother. I placed Angel on my left thigh and held Alexei with my right hand, seating him on my right thigh. Facing each other, the two smiled happily at each other. How adorable. As we relaxed like that, the door suddenly burst open. Oh, father. Alexei visibly tensed up. I gently stroked his shoulder to reassure him. Justin, what are you doing here? Albert entered the room brusquely and looked down at me from behind. I just came to give cookies as a gift to my lovely nephew and niece. They have such cute faces, resembling their mother. They're so adorable, unlike us. What's your purpose here? It seems like there's some misunderstanding. My legs were getting numb, so I lifted the two of them up and stood up. Since we're about the same height, I met his gaze head-on. What other purpose could there be besides doting on these adorable children? It seems like you're not getting much affection. When was the last time you held them properly? As a father, you need to make sure your love gets through, all right. I handed Alexei over to my older brother with a flick of my wrist. He caught him hastily and glared at me. What on earth are you thinking? Hiya. The moment I raised my voice, Alexei tensed up again. Oh, Alexei, I didn't mean to say that to you. He's not used to paying much attention to the children, huh? Well, it can't be helped if our father figure is like that. I don't remember ever playing with them or taking care of them. Maybe I should teach him how to interact with children, for Alexei's sake as well. Brother, have you been exercising lately? Well, it's a bit pitiful to compare yourself to me, a knight. What? If you keep drinking so much alcohol, you'll get a belly, you know. Why don't you exercise with the kids every day? It'll be good for you. I stretched out my legs, bent my knees, and let Angel sit on the top of my foot, hugging my leg. Angel, hold on tight for me, okay? She's only 2 years old, so she probably doesn't understand what I'm saying, but she's happily holding on with a smile on her face. I started doing sit-ups like this, and every time I sat up, our faces got closer, and Angel reached out her hand to grab my face, but then let go immediately, getting excited. Angel. Hey. Bah. Hey. Now, brother, you should let Alexei sit on your foot too. Oh, or can't you do sit-ups because your abs are weak? As I smirked teasingly at my dumbfounded older brother, he raised his eyebrows. Of course not, just watch me. As expected, my brother got worked up and started doing sit-ups with Alexei sitting on his toes. And when he first sat up, due to the recoil, the two of them ended up staring at each other from a very close distance. How about that, Alexei? Your father can do it too, you know. Yes, father is amazing. Praised by his child and showing off an obvious smug look towards me. Look, even my sister-in-law is giggling. Well, Alexei looks happy too, and as expected, the distance between father and son seems to have shortened. Poor father, isn't he angel? As my older brother continued his sit-ups, encouraged by his child, I whispered quietly to Angel, just for her to hear. Chapter 40, The Reason for the Summons. After what seemed like a slightly closer bonding time for the Albert elder brother and son during snack time, I headed to the main mansion's kitchen. The purpose, of course, was for seasoning improvements. As soon as I peeked into the kitchen, I could sense tension among the cooks. Relax, everyone. I brought notes on the seasoning that was well received in the Marquis de Talleyrand's border territory and the capital. Want to see? There are about 30 servants from the Vandière Marquis' household, and 3 cooks handle their meals. The head chef, perhaps because I've been working at this mansion since I was a child, cautiously approached me while glancing at the notes. I'll take a look. The head chef skimmed through the notes and blinked a few times, then looked at me. Where were these written? I've never heard of using herbs like this before. These were written by the cooks in the Talleyrand border territory, but I'm the one who came up with them. Hi. I'll guarantee the taste, so please at least make use of this for my portion. Of course, you can taste it and serve it to everyone, that's up to the head chef. Also, please make this for Albert's children later, they liked it when they tried it. Why yes. Handing over another memo, the head chef glanced at it, then gave me a vague response with a bewildered look on his face. I understand, he probably didn't expect me to show such concern for the children. All right then, I'll leave it to you. After handing over all the memos, I left promptly, as they must be busy preparing for dinner. Next, I headed to Father's office, as I hadn't clearly heard the reason for being summoned back. If it's about refusing the peerage, a letter would have sufficed. Moreover, if it was about what we talked about during lunch, there wouldn't have been a need to summon me specifically. Standing in front of the second-floor office, I knocked on the door, and the steward opened it and stepped out. Ah, you're here after all. The master is waiting for you. If they were waiting, they should have just called me in. What exactly are they thinking? As I entered, the steward brewed tea and placed it on the table in front of the desk. Sitting on the sofa, Father also took a seat opposite me. You know what this is about. You came to hear the reason for the summons. Yes, as you know, the third night order is not idle. I'd like to finish the discussion early if there's anything, as I want to head back to the capital tomorrow. To be honest, I'd prefer to finish this conversation and head back to the capital right away. I wanted to play with Alexei and the others a little longer. HMPH, you've changed a lot. When I first heard about it from the letter, I couldn't believe it. A letter from whom? From the Marquis de Talleyrand. And also from His Majesty. Surprised that I've been in contact with the Marquis. To be honest, yes. Could it be that there was a complaint about your son causing trouble for their daughter? From the lords you went to for rescue missions, I usually receive reports. They pointed out issues in the Talleyrand border territory and apparently improved them. At first, when you arrived at the border territory, you seemed restless, but after about a month, you seemed to have changed. One of the reasons for summoning you back was to confirm if the change in you was real. Yet I heard you were put on trial and was disappointed. I just wanted to make sure you weren't causing any more trouble for the Marquis' family, that's all. Oh, but you mentioned one of the reasons, well, better make it clear so I don't get involved in anything strange. Well, considering the past, it's understandable that there would be suspicions. But from now on, I think those kinds of concerns will disappear, so please continue to leave things as they were. With Albert and Cyril as well as Alexei, there shouldn't be any problems even if I'm not around, right? You can just consider me a nonentity. I said calmly and took a sip of tea. That won't do. You're a member of the Vandière Marquis family. Several marriage proposals have also come in. Cough, 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 cough. Oh, that was close. If I had heard a bit sooner, I would have sprayed tea all over Father's face. Was this the real issue? What's so surprising? Despite some behavioral issues, it's not strange for those who heard about your achievements in the Talleyrand border territory to take notice. I couldn't believe it when I first heard, but seeing you now, I'm convinced. Cough, I find it hard to believe that there are fiancés willing to accept me, knowing my past behavior. I don't want to be forced into an engagement against my will by my parents. I thought father would furrow his brow at my words, but he just tilted his head inquisitively. What are you talking about? Among your siblings, you have the most favorable appearance. There may not be any fiancés openly expressing their admiration for you, but there's quite a bit of popularity behind the scenes. Who said that? It's Caroline. She's good at socializing, after all. Mother, I had thought she had no interest in me whatsoever, so it was surprising to hear that she had such information. Maybe she just happened to overhear it. Oh, she was proud that you were born resembling her. So the family that made the proposal. No, I'm not ready to get married yet. Besides, isn't Cyril still unmarried? Let's think about it after Cyril gets married first. Right now, I'm busy re-educating those third night order guys, so marriage is out of the question. In noble society, I am certainly of marriageable age, but now that I remember my past life, I think it's fine not to marry until around 30. The person who will be my wife will surely have many chances to meet them. I need to discipline them first so they won't be scared when that time comes. As it is now, they would definitely tease and torment her out of curiosity or try to be mean to her. I see, then I'll decline those proposals. Yes, please, tomorrow, I'll head to the capital after breakfast. Understood. Since it seemed like the conversation was over, I left the office feeling relieved internally. But I'm glad Cyril is still single. I could never tell him that though. Chapter 41, Foster Siblings. The next morning, we decided to leave before breakfast, moving up our departure plans. The reason was that things were quite hectic during dinner. First, everyone was surprised by the change in seasoning. Then the head chef was summoned, and I exaggeratedly mentioned that my idea had spread to other territories, so I ended up having to explain everything from scratch. Sister Julia looked at Albert, who couldn't wipe the smirk off his face, and me with a fond smile. From Cyril, I received a strangely sharp gaze, as if he had heard from father or thought I had scored points with the seasoning. Although our parents had the typical poker faces of nobility, they seemed unusually restless, and I couldn't eat calmly either. After getting ready, I received my beloved horse Aliner from the stable and waved to Alexei and Angel, who spotted me from the window. They probably think I'm just going out for a bit. It's a shame to part ways when they've become so attached, but it can't be helped. Heading to the training grounds to greet the knights and my father and brothers, who were conducting morning exercises before breakfast, I found a familiar group waiting for me. Even though it was just a normal day, steam was rising from the knights as they trained, making their breath visible. While it's not as extensive as the Talaran border territory, the Vandier Marquise territory also has large forests, so training is essential. It's a night order that's almost as large as the third night order. I let out my frustrations there, as if to vent my pent-up feelings. Well, I was doing my job as a knight, but sometimes I overdid it with the monsters, or my attitude toward those around me was bad. Being the son of the Marquis made others hesitant around me, which probably led to my arrogance. In other words, most of them didn't welcome me. Only a few who I saved or got along with seemed genuinely happy to see me. Father, excuse me for interrupting your training. I'm here to say goodbye since I'll be heading back to the capital. No problem, we've just finished. Dismissed. It seemed like they had just finished, as father immediately disbanded the knights from the training grounds. Anyway, going back, It seems like the third night order has become your place. You should be fine, but be careful on your way. Yes. As I mounted my horse and started to head towards the mansion gate, someone appeared to block my path. Leaving without even saying goodbye, isn't that inconsiderate? Ryuka, if I had the time, I would have liked to talk, but there were some complications before leaving the capital, so I wasted a couple of days. Still, you're not planning on going to the capital. It would be reassuring to have you there. The person who appeared was Ryuka, the son of Mail, my wet nurse. In other words, he was my foster brother. Born a month ahead of me, he had been trained as a knight while I was pampered by the wet nurse. Normally, children of knightly families would be entrusted to their relatives, but since his mother served the Lord, we had been living together as childhood friends. At the time, I envied Ryuka, who was loved by his real mother, and Ryuka envied me for having his mother all to myself while he was undergoing rigorous training to become a knight. One day, our suppressed emotions exploded. At the age of 10, we had a serious fist fight, and confessed our jealousy towards each other. That day, both of us ended up in a sorry state and received a scolding from my wet nurse. She was about to report it to father, prepared to face the consequences, but I stopped her. I said it was our problem to deal with. Actually, I was embarrassed at the thought of being known to have fought over my wet nurse. From that day on, Ryuka and I became best friends. It's almost like a plot from a retro delinquent manga where friendship blossoms from a fight. The day I decided to go to the capital, I invited Ryuka to come along. However, he refused, saying he couldn't leave his mother, who was my wet nurse. It was also to give his mother, who had already fulfilled her duty as a wet nurse, an easy time. I couldn't force him, so I gave up. Nowadays, if I brought mail along to the capital, I could provide a home for her. I suggested it with that intention, but Ryuka shook his head. Nah, my mom doesn't want to leave the Vandier territory. I see. Well, congratulations on becoming a squad leader this year. You've earned it. With my skills, it's only natural. Well, whenever you feel like it, come visit the third night order. You'll fit right in with them. You'd be welcome in the second too, but if you come to us in the third, okay. Yeah, if I go to the capital, I'll visit you first, Justin. We bumped fists and left without saying goodbye. Since we had been sparring since childhood, I had the advantage in magical abilities, but in pure swordsmanship, we were almost equal. The other vacant position of vice commander is practically reserved for Ryuka. Aurel is already 38. It's about time for him to refrain from running around and focus more on strategy and management. Arnault and Gaspard have potential, but they're not yet at the level to take the lead. Anyway, for the time being, we'll rely on Aurel. Anyway, I wonder if the investigation into the temple and the Crown Prince's associates will progress by the time we arrive in the capital. But more importantly, I'm worried about whether my subordinates have caused any trouble. As the first snowflakes began to fall, I hurried to the capital with my beloved horse. Chapter 42. Subsequent Reports. Eleanor, you did well. Take a good rest. Upon arriving at the third night order in the capital, I congratulated my beloved horse, Eleanor, at the stable and took care of her grooming. Thanks to her hard work in the cold, we were able to return within the time frame of my initial leave request. Commander, I'll take over. Isn't it time for dinner? As I lost track of time while grooming, the stable attendant called out to me. When we arrived, it was already dusk, and now it was pitch dark outside, with only the magical lights in the stable shining. It's almost done, so it's okay now. Thank you, just handle the equipment. Yes. Good night, Eleanor. I patted her nose and headed to the barracks, then to the dining hall where my subordinates were enjoying their meals. Welcome back, Commander. A lot happened while the commander was away. What was the reason for your summons back home? Marius, Simon, and Arnault all noticed me and started asking questions. Wait a moment, let's talk while we eat. I'll tell you about my trip too. As I headed to the kitchen to get my dinner, the head chef approached me. Welcome back, Commander Vandier. While you were away, everyone behaved themselves without causing any problems. It's all thanks to your firm leadership, and I heard you did great in the trial. Chef, Commander Vandier just returned, so please let him eat first. Please, it's prepared over here. The chef, who used to be timid, now spoke eloquently, and an apprentice, feeling sorry, brought a tray ready for me. His attitude towards me has softened considerably since before. Quite a positive development, isn't it? Thanks, I appreciate it. I couldn't help but smile with joy. I took the tray and moved to the table where my subordinates were waiting. We've been waiting for you, Commander. Oh, it's been quite interesting while you were away. I gathered some information because I thought I'd tell you when you got back. Simon, although I'd say Marius, and I were the ones mainly gathering information. Arnault gave Simon a stern look. Well, that's probably true. Simon tends to remember only vague information. Anyway, can you tell me what happened with the temple and the Crown Prince? The Crown Prince is currently under house arrest. He insists that his fiancée suffered greatly, causing him to panic. The second night order commander insists that he was just following the Crown Prince's orders. The Marchioness of the Border Earl was under house arrest on the day of the trial. She managed to leave with the help of several maids and went to the courthouse. According to the maids' gossip, it seems the Marchioness has grown tired of the Crown Prince due to this incident. There are also rumors that the king is considering disinheriting the Crown Prince and making the second prince the heir. Various rumors are circulating. Regarding the temple, it might be better to hear from Marius. Yes, the temple claims that everything was done by a priest who was at the courthouse without authorization. He has acknowledged it himself, so his priesthood has been revoked and he is now imprisoned. The motive was to tarnish the honor of the commander who disparaged the temple, and it seems they did not intend to harm the Marchioness. Sir Squire, who came to court as a witness, reportedly committed perjury, saying it was for everyone's sake, but he refuses to disclose who ordered him. So, the Second Night Order is continuing the investigation. Wait a minute, is the Second Night Order, which mistakenly arrested the commander, still investigating? Gaspard interrupted Marius's words. The Second Night Order commander is currently under suspension, so it's an order from above. Those below, including the deputy commanders, simply followed orders and seemed to face no consequences. That's too lenient. All those in the second should at least face a pay cut. We can make up for it. Don't say foolish things. You all know that orders from superiors are absolute, right? It's natural for those in higher positions to take responsibility. And was there any information about a saint coming to the temple? Oh, I know about that. Yesterday, when I went drinking, a furniture craftsman was boasting about being rushed to make a bed for a woman. It's a luxury item with carvings, so he said even nobles might use it, and it might arrive tomorrow. Simon's nightlife occasionally proves useful. Even if they try to put up a facade, I wonder if they realize they'll be suspicious once the existence of a saint is revealed. They sneered at the incompetence of the temple. Ah, I feel more at ease seeing the commander smile in that way. Huh, what do you mean all of a sudden? Lately, your smiles have seemed like you're plotting something. Just now, the chefs were all stiff, weren't they? It's like the commander is some kind-hearted young man. Unconsciously, I had punched Simon's head. It was a reflex and my body remembered it. Moreover, I hit him with the second knuckle, which is quite painful in a subtle way. Well, if I don't do something like this, these guys won't listen properly. Ignoring Simon's grumbling, I thought about our future course of action while eating. Chapter 43. Diane's perspective. The prince's future wife will have a hard time since he'll likely take several concubines. Leave it to me. That was the impression I had of Justin de Vandière, the disrespectful heir of the Marquis of Vandière, who had the audacity to approach me like this, knowing that I am engaged to Prince Ernest of the royal family. However, despite Vandière's claim of affection towards me, even from my perspective, unacquainted with love, his eyes were not those of someone in love. So, when I heard that he had graduated from the Royal Academy and become a knight in his family's Vandière territory, I felt relieved. That is until he joined the Third Night Order in the capital city a few years later. Fortunately, unlike the Royal Guard, the grounds of the Third Night Order were a bit away from the royal palace, so we rarely crossed paths. Rarely, that is, until he started attending social events a few times a year and continued to approach me. Each time, Prince Ernest came to my aid. But when Vandière was promoted to the commander of the Third Night Order a year after coming to the capital, replacing the retired commander due to injury, it became a problem. As a graduate of the Royal Academy, I was already living in the palace for queenly education. Although he never came to see me intentionally, when we met, his words, pardon my language, were flirtatious. His actions, openly displaying such intentions, quickly became common knowledge, spreading rumors far and wide. I had heard that in chivalry, dedicating one's heart to the lord's wife was not only a literary trope, but also a reality. However, his actions were clearly something else entirely. It was evident that he wanted to take me away from Prince Ernest. As such incidents continued, and I began to tremble at the sight of him, the monsters started appearing in my family's border marquisate of Talaron, and it was decided that the Third Night Order would go to assist. Since my father had been informed of my situation beforehand, and he probably didn't like Vandière, I had been unable to sleep, worried that they might clash. One day, I received a letter from my father that contained many things. It seemed that Vandière, the commander of the Vandière Night Order, had changed after losing consciousness due to an injury. He was like a different person, his letter said. He was humble, not boasting of his achievements but crediting his subordinates. He promised not to trouble me, Diane, anymore. I couldn't believe everything written and read it repeatedly. And the truth of it became evident on the day the Third Night Order returned to the capital and met His Majesty. Vandier could have easily sought me as a reward, but he clearly stated that it wasn't his achievement. Furthermore, something unbelievable happened before the subsequent dinner. He showed concern for my dress, which had been soiled by the impurity of the moon, and discreetly helped me without drawing attention to the matter. Even Annabella, who had been wary of Vandier, was surprised by his response at that time. Although I believe I behaved quite rudely when we met at the bookstore in the town, Vandier brushed it off as if it were nothing. Moreover, he promptly came to our aid when Annabella and I were attacked by thugs right after that. However, when Prince Ernest saw us return injured, he immediately changed his expression upon hearing that we had almost been abducted after meeting Vandier at the bookstore. After that, he refused to listen to us properly. Somehow, both Annabella and I found ourselves confined, and when we questioned the maid who brought us tea, we learned that Prince Ernest intended to put Vandier on trial as the mastermind behind the abduction. Certainly, given his previous actions, one could understand why such suspicions would arise. However, even though it was clear that Vandier was innocent this time, Prince Ernest stubbornly refused to believe it, as if he desperately wanted to believe otherwise. When I asked the maid for help, she promised to cooperate because she wanted to thank Vandier for casting healing magic on her in the salon. It turns out that there were others who had been helped besides us. On the day of the trial, the maid who brought us tea brought several members of the Vandier Appreciation Society. I had no idea such a society existed with her. We managed to escape by mingling with them as they left the room. I couldn't understand the desire to be glared at with murderous intent or looked down upon as if I were a bug, but I do want to thank those women someday. I told the carriage manager that I was on an errand and left the royal palace with the two maids in a carriage usually used by servants. While bursting into the courtroom to plead Vandier's innocence, I was overwhelmed with sorrow for the injustice done to him and distrust towards Prince Ernest. Upon returning to the palace, I was scolded by Prince Ernest for this. But thanks to the commotion, he ended up being reprimanded by His Majesty and ordered to be confined instead. I hate to say it, but while Prince Ernest used to have the brightness and strength of the sun, lately, he seems more forceful than strong. Every time Vandier is acknowledged, his brightness dims and he seems unable to view things fairly. My father trusted Prince Ernest and supported him. But now, with the rumors that even the solid position of the Crown Prince is in jeopardy due to this incident, I feel I should inform my father of the current situation as I see it. Let's call the official merchant to send congratulations for preventing the stampede, and maybe ask for a letter to be sent along with the goods. If we go through the merchant, there's no need for inspection at the palace, right? Chapter 44, Encounter with the Heroine's Second Half. After falling asleep like a log due to exhaustion from traveling, I woke up the next morning feeling an unusually heavy atmosphere. This atmosphere, which I've felt countless times before, is characteristic of when monsters appear. Clear and clean, wind path, everyone be on high alert, prepare your equipment immediately. While using wind magic to spread my voice throughout the lodging, I began equipping my armor. At this time, the early birds would just be starting their meals. I had planned to take it easy and devise future strategies while patrolling outside today, but it seemed there was no time for that. After preparing my equipment, I rushed out of my room and headed to the hall near the entrance. Chef, it seems that monsters have appeared within the royal capital. Please ensure that everyone stays within the lodging. Also, please prepare a hearty meal for when we return. Why, yes. I showed a reassuring smile to the chef, who looked worried as she peeked out from the dining hall. By that time, members of the Justin and Aurel squads had gathered in the entrance hall. Captain, what's going on? Captain, it seems there are monsters near the merchant district. It looked like they were flying for a moment. Almost simultaneously with Aurel, Albin from the Roche squad, who lived in the third-floor room, shouted from the atrium. He must have seen it because of the high vantage point. Wait a minute, in novels around this time, aren't dragons rampaging? But originally, I, Justin, who has fallen into darkness, was supposed to have been manipulated by the servant of an evil god, embedding a magic stone given to me into both myself and the dragon for control. However, I haven't done anything, which means someone else has. Even Ernest at this point wouldn't risk destroying the royal capital, and even if he were desperate, his genuine concern for the country would still be real. In this situation, who would benefit from the appearance of a dragon, a saint who can weaken it? No, to be precise, it's the temple that wants to showcase the saint's prowess, and suspiciously enough, the high priest. The scene of the false witness, Squire, almost mentioning the high priest during the trial came to mind. To minimize damage to the royal capital, the Justin squad will go first. Orel, once the remaining members have gathered, form a formation to surround the wyvern. There's a possibility of a dragon as the opponent, so brace yourselves. Yes. Justin squad, let's go. Yes. 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 Even my usually lax subordinates had changed their demeanor in times of emergency. After instructing all of them to mobilize at the stable and informing them that everyone was to be deployed, we swiftly prepared our beloved horses and headed towards the merchant district. Damn, it's snowing. The powder snow hit my face, drastically reducing visibility, but with screams heard from afar, we picked up our pace. First, let's assess the situation. If possible, we'll guide them to the Grand Temple. Captain, isn't it the trading plaza? Gaspard's mentioned trading plaza referred to a considerably large area in the merchant district where periodic major markets were held. In contrast, the Grand Temple was located at the border between the noble and merchant districts. There should be a saint at the Grand Temple. We'll have an easier time subduing them if we weaken them. Haha, are you implying that we can defeat a dragon on our own if it's weakened? You're amazing, Captain. We can do it, right? Those who act cowardly will be punished later. That's scarier than a dragon. While Simon cracked a joke, his expression shifted to one suitable for combat. He must have sensed the presence of a significant threat nearby. As we headed towards the direction from which people were running, we saw a black dragon about the size of a 2-story house wreaking havoc and destroying the magic stone shop. Nearby, several knights from the 2nd Cavalry were lying on the ground, apparently lifeless. They must have sacrificed themselves to let the residents escape. There it is. When we attack, I'll act as bait and lead it away. You guys provide support from a distance. Yes. 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 The dragon, engrossed in devouring magic stones, seemed to have grown larger. I rode past the dragon on my beloved horse and simultaneously slashed at the base of its tail. Rular. The dragon let out a roar akin to a battle cry a moment late, glaring at me as it flaunted the blood splattered from my sword. Despite being enchanted with magic, the wound wasn't significant. Nevertheless, angered by being injured, it began to chase after me. As my subordinates warned the residents not to leave their homes and pursued the dragon, which was sandwiched between them, fortunately, the dragon seemed to only have eyes for me and paid no attention to my subordinates. Hang in there, Eleanor. We're almost at the Grand Temple. I gently reassured my horse, which seemed to be overwhelmed by the intimidation. Although the dragon chose narrow passages to limit its rampage, it was clearly frustrated, scraping against the walls as it moved. While not as large as the trading plaza, there was a square in front of the Grand Temple where people could gather. As the dragon escaped from between the buildings, it seemed to take flight, preemptively blocking my path. However, with the appearance of the dragon in front of the Grand Temple, I could see the holy knights hastily rushing out. They probably had some excuse, like making sure the Grand Temple wasn't left defenseless, but they had no intention of joining the fight until the saint appeared. Amidst those holy knights, I saw the figure of a young girl surrounded. That must be the saint. When whispered to by the high priest, the saint closed her eyes and clasped her hands in prayer. Then she was enveloped in a faint light, and simultaneously, the movements of the dragon began to slow down. However, its strength was unmatched compared to other monsters. As I kept my distance and observed, I confirmed the presence of a reddish-black magic stone around the dragon's neck, just as described in the novel. That must be the item used to synchronize with the one controlling it. As I deflected the dragon's arms swinging down with my sword, I mobilized all the knowledge I had read in the novel. Chapter 45, The Saint. In the novel, it was supposed to be me, Justin, along with the dragon, attacking the royal castle, with the crown prince leading the 1st and 2nd cavalries to defend it. When things got dire, the saint, along with the holy knights, was expected to appear, using her divine power to calm down both the dragon and me, Justin. In that moment, the Crown Prince's knights and the Holy Knights were to seize the opportunity and successfully defeat us. Afterward, there was a scene where the saint seemed sad, as if she could have avoided killing the dragon if she had purified the magic stone embedded in the person controlling it. It's been a while since I read the novel, so I even forgot the saint's name. Actually, I could barely recognize myself or any other characters based solely on the story's progression and the sound of their names. So, if the magic stone embedded in the person controlling the dragon could be purified, then we might not have to fight the dragon unnecessarily. There's no certainty, but I had a strong conviction. You guys, hold this thing back for a moment. What? Ignoring my subordinates, who were clearly astonished, I leaped off my horse and ran towards the saint using my enhanced physical abilities. More accurately, I headed towards the high priest beside her. Aren't you the saint? I need something purified from this guy. Huh? Why yes, what is it? While the saint was responding, I slashed through the upper half of the high priest's clothes from below, exposing his chest. Nobody reacted to my actions, but right after, the holy knights surrounded me. Saint, purify the magic stone in the high priest's chest controlling that dragon. As I deflected the swords aimed at me and shouted, the attention of the holy knights and the saint focused on the high priest's chest. Like the dragon, there was a reddish-black magic stone embedded there. What are you doing? This is necessary for the world. We must prove the saint's power before the evil god revives. Using the power of the evil god. As a high priest, you've lost the qualifications. The saint and the holy knights seemed perplexed by my exchange with the high priest. My subordinates were in trouble if I didn't hurry. While nobody seemed to notice when he was hiding under his sacred robe, someone with the aptitude for divine power could sense the ominous aura emanating from him. Everyone seemed more wary of the high priest than of me. I kicked the high priest down and, holding him down with my foot, forcibly tore off the magic stone from his chest, along with the flesh adhering to it. The high priest realized what I was about to do and grabbed my arm to resist, but I used my enhanced physical abilities to tear off the flesh that had become attached. Stop it, Aya. Letting out a scream like a dying whale, the high priest lost consciousness. There was no time to confirm if he was dead. I immediately thrust the magic stone, still attached to pieces of flesh, in front of the saint. What is this? Don't what me, purify it quickly. Purification cleanse, now purify it. Due to the pieces of flesh still attached to the high priest, the saint was too frightened to be of any use. But I impatiently ordered her to do the purification magic to clean the magic stone. Why yes, purification, purification. Unlike the faint light emitted by the saint earlier, this time a flash of light occurred. Us. I instinctively covered my eyes with my arm, and when the light subsided, I tried to look at the magic stone, but my vision was still blurry from the afterglow. I tightly shut my eyes and shook my head, but it didn't help. After blinking repeatedly, my vision finally began to clear up. Then what I saw was a bluish transparent magic stone that made me doubt if it was the same as before. As for the dragon, perhaps due to the synchronization of the magic stones, the dragon's magic stone was also purified, and it seemed quite dazed, as if just waking up. My subordinates, unsure of what to do, surrounded and observed, but the dragon just stared at them. Wait, could it be because I'm holding this magic stone that it's synchronizing with me? Hey, should we check if the high priest is still alive? Well, considering he's been deceived by the minions of the evil god, I'm not sure if we should still call him a priest. I told one of the holy knights, and reluctantly, they began examining the high priest's body. Sai, what should we do about that dragon? Passing a little magic through the magic stone in my hand, surprisingly, my consciousness synchronized with the dragon. More accurately, it entered what you'd call a tamed state. What? No way, this can't be happening. Q. The dragon tilted its head and looked at me, or rather, looked down at me. Did it see my memories when it synchronized with me? Its behavior was just like my younger brother's from my previous life. No, but it's impossible to keep such a huge dragon as a pet. Just as I thought that, the dragon roared toward the sky. Roar! The subordinates surrounding the dragon panicked and prepared their swords, but thanks to the taming, I understood. That roar was the dragon's spell. As evidence, the dragon was now about the size of a horse. The dragon is okay now. No need to worry. Perhaps realizing that everything had settled down, my beloved horse, Eleanor, trotted over to me. You did well, Eleanor. You were amazing. I gently stroked Eleanor, who endured the terrifying experience of being chased by a dragon. Thank you so much. Eleanor spoke. Did taming the dragon enable me to speak with animals? For a moment, I thought so, but it seemed like the voice didn't come from Eleanor. When I looked at the direction of the voice, for some reason, the saint was blushing shyly. Could it be? Why do you know my name? Could you tell me your name too? I felt like I was losing my mind at the forgotten name of the saint. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 46, Names. Captain, what on earth is going on? The second and third night orders rushed over upon hearing the voice of the dragon's miniaturization magic. It's only natural for Aurel to question me when he sees the current situation upon arrival. I get it, but I'm also quite confused about various things. Are you the captain of the night order, sir? Wow, so that's why you were so strong. I'd like to hear about that as well. We need a report, so explain. Regarding the saint, and is that dragon the same one as the rampaging monsters? From what we've seen of the destroyed cityscape before arriving here, it seems much larger. While the holy knights took the barely conscious high priest away, several holy knights are sticking around because the saint won't leave my side. Aurel gives the saint a skeptical look, and Constant further presses with questions. Apparently, with the second night order's leader under suspension, Vice Captain Constant is acting as the interim leader. Hold on a moment, I'm also having trouble keeping up with the situation. The captain can't be like this, can he? Just avoiding reality because he doesn't want to deal with it. Aurel shoots me a piercing look. Can you read minds or something? Well, since most of our missions end up with us dead if we don't grasp the situation quickly. Wait for me to explain step by step. First, about the dragon. It seems I managed to tame it. Wyatt. Wow, amazing. Normally, reactions like Aurel's and Constance would be expected. Is this saint unexpectedly influential? Don't be amazed yet, let me finish. So, the reason the dragon went wild was because the high priest orchestrated it as a staged event to create a stage for this saint's heroics. He used this magic stone to do it. It was red and black until the saint purified it earlier, and now it's clean like this. Then, for some reason right after that, I ended up taming it through the purified magic stone. The two of them seem like they really want to say something, but perhaps because I told them to wait until I finish explaining, they're holding off until I'm done. We realized it was tamed through a synchronization of consciousness. I thought it'd be troublesome being so large, so the dragon used magic to change from the size of a house to that of a horse right after you arrived. What happened to that high priest? Constant asked while scanning the surroundings. The magic stone was originally embedded in the high priest's chest, but when I forcibly removed it, he lost consciousness and was taken away by the holy knights. He seemed to be alive, but using a magic stone influenced by the evil god won't leave him off the hook easily. As for the dragon, while the magic stone was embedded in it, it seems fine now that the stone itself has been purified. After finishing everything about the dragon, their gaze naturally shifts to the heroine by my side, the saint. About the saint, it's definitely you, right? Yes, I was suddenly told I was the saint a week ago, and I just arrived in the capital yesterday. As you know, my name is Eleanor. She's the complete opposite of the dignified Lady Diane, more like a protect at all costs kind of girl. However, if we're talking about cuteness, my younger brothers from my previous life had that in spades. Taking care of twin toddlers was tough, but their cuteness was more than doubled with synergistic effect. I am Constant de Roche, Vice Captain of the Second Night Order, currently acting as the interim captain. It is an honor to meet you, Saint. The first one to introduce himself with a confident smile was Constant. Oh yeah, back in your academy days, you were always interested in the well-endowed young ladies, weren't you? I am Aurel de Luminar, the Vice Captain of the Third Night Order under the command of Vandier's Night Order. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Maybe because of the age gap, Aurel doesn't seem to be overly excited about the saint. Your family name is Vandier, right? That's a surname, isn't it? Please tell me your given name. Did you really bother to remember Aurel's name properly? It seems the saint is a straightforward country girl, but at the same time, she's a bit of a dreamer. When addressing nobles, it's better to use sama rather than san for the honorific. Moreover, in the position of a saint, it would be better to address everyone with sama for a better impression. Understood, Vandier sama. Please tell me your name. I am Justin de Vandier. Justin sama, then. The saint happily calls out my name. If she enters noble society like this, she'll be subjected to a barrage of attacks from other noble young ladies, just like in the novels. Addressing someone by their name requires permission. In noble society, calling someone by their name without permission is considered rude. But Vandier sama is so long and hard to say, can't I call you by your given name? Well, yeah, Chloe from the Talaran border territory also seemed uncomfortable, so I just said it was okay to call me Big Brother. It's inevitable since commoners don't have long names like family names. Sigh fine, Justin will do. Yay, thank you, Justin. Please call me Alina too. Huh, YT. In that case, I'll go explain what Justin told to the temple head. See you later. Without hearing my correction, the saint went into the temple with the holy knights. As I stood there dumbfounded, Aurel and Constant each placed a comforting hand on my shoulders from both sides, as if to console me. Chapter 47, Pact with the Familiar. Constant, I'll leave the investigation of the temple to the second. From what we've seen so far, it seems neither the holy knights nor the saint knew anything, so it's best to focus on individuals connected to the high priest. For now, I need to inform His Majesty about what just happened, the extent of the damage, the dragon, the saint, and the high priest. It's doubtful whether he'll believe it. Just thinking about it makes my head ache. Speaking of headaches, there were a few second knights lying unconscious where we first found the dragon. Come to think of it, the second knights must have been attacked. Even though they were being controlled, the fact remains that the dragon killed them. I wonder what will happen. The more I think about it, the more problems arise. However, Constant delivered some good news. I found some of our men on the way and confirmed they're alive, though unconscious. They should be receiving treatment with the second now. Good, that's a relief, I said, letting out a sigh. This might spare us from unwarranted executions. Although it's not like it's not known on this side, precisely because I'm taming it, it seems to sense my mood as the dragon approached with its appealing, round eyes. Sir, what should we do? Aurel asked, gripping the hilt of his sword with a tense expression. Calm down, I told you earlier it won't cause any trouble since I'm taming it. The dragon stared intently at the magic stone I held, expressing a desire to eat it. As I held it out, it emitted a slightly high-pitched, affectionate sound. Come to think of it, it was eating magic stones back when I first saw it at the magic stone shop. It gently took the softball-sized magic stone I offered, crunching it with a satisfying sound. Is your magic stone not turning into a reverse scale? I asked. Upon closer inspection, the magic stone had transformed into something resembling a scale. Even when I tried to communicate, it only tilted its head in apparent confusion, looking rather cute. Since it was a magic stone purified by the saint, it shouldn't be a problem to leave it embedded. For now, let's head back to the order, I suggested. Kyukyu, the dragon chirped. Huh. Oh, you want a name? Sir, can you understand the dragon's words? Aurel asked from about 2 meters away. Sort of. It's more like I can sense its emotions rather than having a conversation. As for a name, are you a male or a female? Ah, you're a male, huh? How about jest? It's similar to my name, Justin, I proposed. KRRR. It seemed to like it. As I stroked the tip of its nose, it closed its eyes in contentment. Right after that, I realized that a higher level of taming, known as a familiar pact, had been activated. Taming is said to be a preliminary contract for a familiar pact. Yay, now we can talk. Nice to meet you, Justin. From now on, let's get along. A boyish voice echoed in my mind. Was that you, Jest? Yes. It's what they call telepathy, I guess. Being a dragon, it probably knows various magic that humans can't use. Being able to communicate with it is convenient. There are many things I want to ask. All right, let's head back to the barracks for now. Just come with me. Got it. I'll postpone my thoughts for later. It's already time for the residents to wake up, and I don't want Jess to attract too much attention. If you can hide on my back, I could conceal you with my cloak. But it's impossible for you to become smaller than you are now, right? I can do it. With those words, Jess chanted a spell-like incantation, similar to the one it used to shrink earlier. In no time, it shrank to the size of a human baby. I attached it to my armor's back and covered it with my cloak. As I mounted my beloved horse Aliner, who seemed rather displeased, I chuckled. Haha, you had a rough time earlier. Just bear with it a little longer. Constant, let's head back to the third first, then proceed to the royal castle to report. As I spoke with Jest, I informed Constant, who had been giving instructions to the second subordinates. He responded with a raised hand. Although we surrounded ourselves with the third subordinates to conceal just as much as possible during the journey, the second knights, who had learned about Jest's existence, were staring at my back intently. Let's leave this uncomfortable situation behind. On the way back, unlike the dim dawn, the snow had stopped, and the morning sun illuminated the town, making the extent of the damage to the city clear. Hey, the magic stone that was hanging around my neck until a moment ago made me feel uncomfortable, so I wanted to escape from its commands and ate it. The one who was in tune with you earlier was just full of a desire to become superior and only wanted me to obey its orders. And I sensed that coming from the magic stone. By maximizing my own magical power over the one imposed by the magic stone, I wouldn't have to obey its commands anymore. I see. Come to think of it, the high priest and the head of the temple didn't have a good relationship, did they? They probably wanted to overthrow the head of the temple by using the saint. Captain, are you talking to the dragon? All we can hear is it chirping. Yeah, it seems that naming it upgraded the taming to a familiar pact. Since then, I can understand what it's saying. As I answered Simon's question while running, the amazed voices of my subordinates echoed throughout the city as Jest's figure disappeared from view, attracting onlookers. Chapter 48. Just A. Returning to the headquarters of the Third Night Order, I take the horses to the stables. After taking care of your horses, make sure to have your meals. I'll be heading to the royal castle for a report, so you all focus on your training. Usually, when returning horses as a squad, we leave it to the stable attendants. However, when returning them all at once like this, everyone takes care of their own. After checking the grooming, hoof care, and the remaining amount of rock salt for water and mineral supplementation, I leave the feeding to the stable attendants. Aliner, sorry, but I have to go to the royal castle. Please hang in there a little longer. We'll depart again after a short rest. After asking the stable attendants to provide feed and water, I return to my room in the barracks, take off my armor, and cast a purification spell. Then I gently remove Jest, who had been clinging to my back all this time. There are many things I want to ask, but let's start with filling our stomachs. Jest, besides magic stones, what else do you eat? I can eat anything. I only eat magic stones when I need magical power. Normally, I'm fine with just the magic particles in the air. So you don't particularly need regular meals. I thought with such a big body, you'd eat a lot, surprising. I have to eat, so you wait here. No way, I want to stay with Justin. I always thought his way of speaking was childish, but could Jest be a young dragon? All right. Jest, how old are you? Let's see, about 10 years. My mom is about 200 years old, but I don't know about my dad. Don't know. Yeah, I've never met him. When my mom wasn't around, some strange humans came and attached a creepy magic stone to my neck. I was asleep, so I didn't notice it right away. If my mom returns to the nest and I'm not there, I wonder if she'll worry. With Jess's last words, my whole body shivered. I remembered that one of the 4 heavenly kings serving the evil god was also a dragon. If Jess had originally died with me and then became one of the evil god's minions as revenge for the baby dragon, it would make sense. Hey, what do you think Jess's mother would think about him making a familiar pact with me? I think she'd be okay with it if I like Justin. I know Justin is kind. Approaching me with unsteady steps, Jess rubbed its head against my leg. It was like a cat being affectionate. It seems to understand that I wanted a pet in my previous life, but couldn't because my hands were full with my brothers. I involuntarily crouched down and stroked its neck. At first, I thought it was black, but in the bright light, the scales looked sapphire, cool to the touch and warm at the same time. It felt smooth, and despite being scales, it felt like petting a child's head or a kitten. Oops, if I don't have breakfast quickly, it'll be late to go to the royal castle. It's better to inform them before the morning meeting. Although I'll take you with me, please behave, okay? Okay. Got it. In order to quickly go to the royal castle after breakfast, I put on my knight's attire and head to the dining hall, where several people have already started eating. While receiving my breakfast, I inform the cooks that the commotion this morning has been settled and that when the horse care is finished, the subordinates will come flocking in. As I start eating, Just on my back starts squirming. It seems to have reacted to the smell. What's that smell? As soon as Just spoke, there was a sudden clatter of multiple chairs being pushed back. It seems my subordinates, who were having their meals, were surprised by Just's voice coming from my back. Just come here, want to try some bread? Human food, I'll try it. It might be a bit awkward to use the same spoon to divide the soup, but it should be fine to tear off a piece of bread for Just to taste. Just fluttered its smaller wings and perched on the table. Here. I handed a bite-sized piece to Just, who grabbed my hand and eagerly bit into the bread. A smile spread across my face, reminiscent of my niece Angel's gestures. Is it good? The taste isn't bad, but it's a bit crumbly. Well, compared to magic stones, it's bound to be crumbly. Suddenly, I remembered some leftover cookies I made back at my family's cottage. How about these? Once again, Just grabbed my hand and chewed on the cookie, then looked at me eagerly. These are delicious. What are they? I want more. With sparkling eyes, Just took several pieces from my hand and began eating them on its own. Oops, I can't just stand here watching. I need to finish my meal quickly. I left the remaining cookies on the table and hurried to finish my meal. They're tasty, huh? I wonder if dragons enjoying sweets is the same as humans, or maybe they just like sweet things. That's something to investigate later. For now, I need to report to the royal castle, even though I really don't want to go. All right, let's go. If you behave well at the royal castle, I'll make more cookies for you. Is it called a cookie? It's a promise. As I stood up to clear the tray with dishes, Just slipped into the gap between my back and my cloak. It seems Just has already decided that my back is its designated spot. As I headed towards the royal castle, I could see the kitchen staff frozen in surprise, but I trusted that Aurel and the others would explain as we made our way. Chapter 49. Original size. I will report to His Majesty about this morning's disturbance. Please, inform His Majesty. This is Knight Commander Vandier. I will inform His Majesty immediately. One of the gatekeepers rushed inside in a fluster. His Majesty is the most important person in this country, right? What was that? Just's words should only sound like squeaks to everyone else except me. Don't worry about it. I'll report everything to His Majesty, including that. Let's go. Yes, sir. The gatekeeper saluted and let me pass. Handing over my beloved Aliner to the stable keeper at the entrance of the royal castle, I entered and was guided to the waiting room by one of the attendants. I felt like the stable keeper gave me a double take earlier, but I'll lose if I let it bother me. At this time, it's probably just after breakfast. I might have to wait a bit, but if I make it in time for the morning assembly, it'll be fine. Aren't you going to meet His Majesty? What? The attendant waiting in the room looked at me with surprise. Keep it down, there are reasons for this. Yes. The attendant, looking at me conversing with Just with an uneasy expression, distanced himself nervously. I can't blame him. After a while, the chief attendant came to call for me. Handing my sword to the attendant in the waiting room, I headed to His Majesty's private chambers. This time, it seems it's not an official visit, but rather a personal matter that needs confirmation beforehand. Your Majesty, Knight Commander Vandier is here. Let him in. If it's just for a brief visit to the private chambers, I didn't need to come in full dress armor. With such thoughts, I entered. His Majesty, who was somewhat less formal than usual, was there. Good morning, Your Majesty. You're likely aware of the commotion this morning, but I've come to report the details. Yes, I heard. Please have a seat and speak. My apologies. My apologies too. Just mimicked my formal greeting with excitement. While the chief attendant had been preparing tea moments ago, there was suddenly silence. I even stopped in mid-sit. What was that? His Majesty was clearly concerned about what just happened behind me. I had sat down on the sofa with my cloak draped over it. That was a dragon that has formed a contract with me. Just come out. Yes. Just wriggled out from under my cloak and perched on my knee. Hee, I was really good, wasn't I? I behaved myself properly, right? Just puffed out his chest proudly towards me. Yeah, you were good. But if you could have been a little quieter, you would have been even better. I praised him while patting his head. However, it seemed like he ignored the part about being quieter and happily rubbed his face against the hand that was petting him. Vandier, did you just mention a familiar contract rather than taming? His Majesty's hand pointing at me was trembling. Well, that's understandable. The last recorded instance of forming a contract with a dragon was about 40 years ago. Moreover, it happened in another country, so this would likely be the first time it's happened in our kingdom. Yes, allow me to explain in order. I openly disclosed everything from this morning's deployment, my initial encounter with Jest, the High Priest's scheme, and the matter of the saint, to forming a contract with Jest after taming him. After hearing everything, His Majesty's state was as follows. What in the world? I've had suspicions about Ernest's involvement before, but I never imagined he would go this far. However, bringing the saint to the capital is an accomplishment, but putting the capital in jeopardy for that is unacceptable. There's no way Ernest is involved in this. Victor, summon Ernest immediately. Yes, right away. As expected of the chief attendant, despite His Majesty being in such a state, he remained as composed as ever. He gave instructions to the attendant waiting outside and sent a knight from the First Knight Order along with them to Ernest. The entrance to His Majesty's private chambers intentionally has a thin door, so only trusted individuals are stationed there. This is to ensure quick action in case of any abnormalities and to shorten the time needed for explanations in such situations. So, Vandier, according to your story, is it that the small dragon on your knee was the size of a building? And yet, it just looks like an adorable little hatchling. It seems His Majesty is skeptical about Jest. Jest, His Majesty wants to see how big you really are. Can you grow bigger? Yeah, sure, okay then. Wait. If you become your original size here, the room will collapse. Outside, do it outside. Be careful not to damage any buildings or gardens. Yes. When Jest opened the window with magic, a chilly breeze flowed in. After moving to the center of the courtyard from the window, Jest let out a slightly different cry from when he shrank, and he changed back to the same size as when I first saw him. Wow, this is a magnificent dragon. Moreover, it seems to understand what Vandier says, just as expected from a familiar contract. While His Majesty was delighted, the people inside the castle, who noticed Jest, started to stir. It couldn't be helped since the incantation for resizing was heard. Your Majesty, shall we end it here? Since everyone has started to make a commotion, I'll take him back. Indeed, to think it would return to its previous size. Dragon magic is truly remarkable. Just shrink down and come back. Ignoring His Majesty muttering to himself, I instructed Jest, who then shrank back with magic. A few minutes later, a large group of knights from the First Knight Order swarmed into His Majesty's private chambers, adding to the chaos. Chapter 50. Morning Council. Why do I have to stand alongside that brat from the Vandier family? The man repeating complaints and clicking his tongue at a volume that His Majesty couldn't hear was the commander of the First Knight Order. Rumor has it that he has harbored a dislike for members of the Vandier family ever since losing to his rival, Vandier's father. The reason I, the commander of the Third Knight Order, can stand here in such a situation is due to the excellent relationship between the commander of the Knight Orders and my father. Consequently, it's natural for me to be particularly disliked by him. As for why this man who dislikes me is standing beside me, it's because of His Majesty's order to participate in the morning council and stand in a position to protect him in the audience chamber. As I'm not a member of the Royal Guard, I'm not allowed to carry weapons. This is my first time attending the morning council, but I'm glad I received a brief lecture from the chief attendant beforehand. Otherwise, I might have embarrassed myself by not knowing the protocol, such as who to greet and when to speak. The commander of the First Knight Order might have been expecting that. Now, I believe some of you have seen the dragon this morning. That dragon is the one that the Vandier Knight Order commander here has formed a familiar contract with. The ministers exclaimed in admiration at His Majesty's words. Perhaps because it's a historic achievement, he emphasized the familiar contract. Amidst the voices of the ministers, the small clicking sounds became even louder. Your account, show some decorum. His Majesty provided explanations that were not entirely truthful but not entirely false regarding matters related to the temple, and finally instructed me to showcase Jest. Jest, come out here, let me hold you. Yay. Jest moved from his usual spot on my back and settled into my outstretched arms. His behavior of rubbing against my chest was completely that of a dependent animal. At the moment, he's small due to magic, but his true size is what you saw in the courtyard. He's only 10 years old, so I advise against approaching him carelessly as his actions and words are childish. His parents seem to have lived for 200 years, and if anyone were to harm Jest, it wouldn't be surprising if they burned down not just the capital but the whole country. If anyone does anything strange, please report it. As I finished speaking, the audience chamber fell silent. Oh, come to think of it, I didn't mention Jest's age or his parents to His Majesty. Vandier, where are the parents of that dragon? As expected of His Majesty, even though he must be quite shaken, he maintained a calm demeanor. I don't know. Jest says that while his parents were absent, he was asleep and had magic stones embedded in him to control him. Since the appearance of the saint means the resurrection of the evil god is imminent, it would be reassuring to have an ally until then. Will I be able to be with Mom? That's only possible after we find your mom. I'd be happy if you could fight alongside me when the bad guys come. I'll fight too. If I can meet Mom, I'll tell her. I see, thank you. Jest, you're a good boy. While stroking Jest's forehead as I held him, he closed his eyes blissfully, seemingly enjoying it. He really does have cute reactions like a dog or a cat. Vandier, what did the dragon say? Oops, I almost forgot about the audience chamber due to Jest's cuteness. Perhaps the ministers were also surprised by Jest, as they began to buzz again along with His Majesty's cough. I also turned back to His Majesty with a stern expression. Jest, who heard the story earlier, said that if he could meet his mother, he would lend his strength in the battle against the evil god. I see, that's doubly great. But I hadn't heard from the temple yet about the saint entering the capital. What are their intentions? At that moment, the chief attendant approached His Majesty and whispered something. Well then, let's conclude this morning council here. Everyone, you've all worked hard. The 2 knight commanders, follow me. Yes, sir. Following His Majesty again with Jest hidden on my back, we headed to the reception room. Inside were the temple chief, with his rich white beard unlike his head, and the saint whom I had just met this morning. Forgive the sudden visit. We have welcomed the saint to the temple, so I came to report, and although you probably already know, I would also like to talk about the misconduct of the chief priest. As the temple chief stood up to greet me and looked my way, it seemed like he had heard various things from the saint. The saint, perhaps told to remain silent, glanced at me happily from time to time but stayed quiet. So that's the saint. Nice to meet you, I'm a leaner. Oh ho, from the streets, no, from a village deep in the mountains, just arrived and still not familiar with manners. Please feel at ease. This time, the Knight Commander Vandier prevented the disaster caused by the chief priest's invitation. We are grateful. Upon investigation, the chief priest has completely lost his divine power. It is likely due to the influence of the cursed magic stone embedded in his body. He is now unconscious, almost like a vegetable, but his disposal is up to you. Once the magic stone was removed, he seemed to have lost not only his divine power, but also his life force completely. It's quite miraculous that he's still alive. In that case, punishing him won't change anything. Let's consider it a punishment for the temple to manage the chief priest in the future. Even if it was an individual's rampage, if someone from the temple caused a disturbance, some form of punishment must be implemented. Understood, we will do so. The discussions continued, and since I was just standing there, I wished they would let me go home. But I wasn't released until about an hour later. On the way from the reception room to the exit, I heard a rumor that the cause of the minister's commotion during the morning council was not Jest, but rather my smile directed at Jest. I'd like to believe that it was a misunderstanding. Chapter 51, A Leaner in My Eyes. Justin. No way. When I called out to the stableman to bring my beloved horse Eleanor to the exit of the royal castle, a different Eleanor showed up. What happened to the chief priest? Well, you see, he was having a long chat with the king, so I came here first. After all, if I take my time, Justin might leave, right? Until this morning, she was using honorific language, but now she's speaking informally. Isn't she getting a bit too close? The stableman, who had never seen a young lady speak so familiarly to me, seemed shocked. Hey, wait, did you come here without His Majesty's permission? Hi. But it would be rude to interrupt their conversation, right? I instinctively covered my face with one hand and sighed. But well, in the mountain village, asking for permission to leave during a conversation might be considered rude. Is this a difference in common sense? I understood that, but it's too risky. Sai, listen, the people you were with are the most important in this country and the most important in all the temples. Remember, it's unthinkable to leave without permission as a matter of courtesy. Also, always speak politely in the royal castle, no matter how close you are with the other person. Even Justin. She pleaded with me with upturned eyes, but when did we become close? We just met this morning, didn't we? The name Aliner is the name of my beloved horse to me. I don't associate it with you, Miss Saint, and when you call me, please use an honorific. If you don't like Sama, Commander is also fine. Well, since leaving the village, no one has called me by name. But calling you Commander Justin makes me feel like I'm part of the Night Order. From now on, I'll call you Commander Justin. Seeing her quickly switch to formal language, it seems she's not completely airheaded. In that case, it wouldn't hurt to give her another piece of advice. People tend to reject what's different, so until you can mimic the behavior of a noble young lady, it's better not to come to the royal castle too often. Otherwise, you might face subtle harassment. Good luck. Got it. I'll do my best. Hey. It seems the considerate stableman brought my beloved horse Aliner. They were watching us at the entrance to the royal castle. Thank you, you saved me. I really was saved. Now I can distance myself from the saint. If I stayed with her, I might get blamed for leaving His Majesty's presence without permission. I thanked the stableman and mounted the horse, departing promptly. Jest, you were well behaved. The voice from my back sounded completely groggy. Haha, so you were sleeping. Sleeping while stuck to my back, that's quite skillful. Were I good? When we get back to Justin's nest, will you give me cookies again? I see, because of the promise. Fortunately, what Jest did while being controlled didn't cause any problems, and the fact that he formed a magical contract is actually the more important issue. So, there shouldn't be any repercussions going forward. For now, I can breathe a sigh of relief. While I felt relieved, in a room in the royal castle, chaos was yet to unfold. Inside the royal castle. Let's rewind a bit. After ordering the knights of the First Night Order to listen to Prince Ernest's words with great difficulty. That's why I don't know. The chief priest only gave us information during the Diane abduction incident. When it came to the fragments of the evil god, it's natural to consult the temple. Please, Prince Ernest, try not to get so worked up. We are here only to listen on His Majesty's orders. What other information did you receive from that chief priest? I want to hear everything. In reality, Ernest only received the parts of the information from the chief priest that suited the priest's agenda. The chief priest was not just a step, but several steps ahead as a strategist, or rather, Ernest had complete trust in him based on preconceived notions of his position. Even during the Diane abduction incident, in a sense, Ernest was manipulated by the chief priest. And today, for the first time, he learned of the chief priest's outrageous actions, feeling a sense of fear of being treated like a fellow in the same boat. Why, since he, Vandier, returned from the Talaran marches, everything has gone wrong? What on earth? Why is he being praised? Until now, it was always me. Ernest clasped his head in both hands and began pacing the room unsteadily. Because he had repeatedly experienced receiving praise from those around him for admonishing Justin's actions, this pattern had become entrenched in Ernest's mind. In his haste to restore the broken cogwheel, he ended up with that trial, not realizing it would further corner him. When the first night was about to give up on the conversation, someone entered the room where Ernest was being held under house arrest. Prince Ernest, you shouldn't trouble the royal guards too much. If you know something, speak up. If you don't, you should tell us the last time you contacted the chief priest and how you usually communicated with him. If you feign ignorance, nothing will be investigated. Diane, all right, I understand. I'll tell you everything I know. The appearance of Diane, who was being educated to become the future queen, brought relief to the First Night Order, and Ernest regained his composure and sat down on the sofa. However, no one noticed that there was no longer the radiant glow of a love-struck maiden in Diane's eyes as she nestled closer to Ernest and sat beside him. Chapter 52. Interrogation. Arriving at the stables of the Third Night Order, Jest remained clinging to my back while I tended to a leaner probably only about 3 kilometers. But the whole time it could be a good workout. All right, that should do it. Thanks, Aliner, for your help this morning. The stable attendant conveniently brought over some fodder, and Aliner eagerly started eating as if she'd been waiting for it. It's almost lunchtime, but since there are no requests for assistance today, everyone should be at the training grounds. Changing from formal attire to training gear in the changing room at the training grounds and selecting wooden swords, I was approached by members of Justin's squad. Captain, how was the audience? No reprimand for the dragon. Simon was the first to ask, peering with curiosity at Just clinging to my back. Well, they were surprised by the magical contract. Indeed, I've never heard of such a thing. But seriously, are you going to carry him like that forever? You don't think of the captain as your mom, do you? Haha. Justin is Justin, he's not my mom. Oh, he's saying something. Is he complaining to Arnault? Arnault, you're a squire, yet you're so cheeky. Take this, the captain's special torture. When I heard about my own special torture, I tilted my head, but Simon was actually teasing Arnault with a pickled plum. It felt weird to have such a common punishment called torture. Ouch, it hurts. It really hurts like crazy. I'm sorry. Arnault apologized tearfully and collapsed to the ground as soon as he was released. Just so you know, what the captain does is twice as painful. Simon proudly pointed, for some reason, feeling triumphant. Twice as much? That can't be right. Oh, maybe because I'm stronger in this life, I didn't hold back as much. So, pickled plums can be used for torture. So that punishment is called a pickled plum. It seems Arnault also recognized it as torture. Using that level of punishment might be a bit pitiful. I should think of a gentler punishment. All right, let's get back to training. Maybe we'll do some one-on-one practice. As I suggested while stretching before joining the training, the subordinates grimaced. One-on-one practice involves one person facing off against everyone else in sequence. Naturally, being the one who faces everyone in succession is quite exhausting. Well, that is. From now on, each squad will start one-on-one practice. If any squad lacks motivation, I'll personally intervene later. While Arnault muttered softly, he issued instructions to the entire training ground. I must say, my voice carries surprisingly well, reaching across the entire training ground, which is even larger than a soccer field. Now, I'll go first, come at me one by one. If you want to come at me all at once, that's fine too. Just stay back, it's dangerous. Got it. As Just moved away from my back and sat neatly on a bench with wooden swords lined up, the subordinates argued over who would go first, pushing each other. Go in age order, stop messing around. All right, then it's me next, here I go. Even though Simon said, here I go, his face gradually turned into a more aggressive expression. He's a battle-crazed junkie. Here I come. Yeah. You're swinging too hard, I'm not a monster. I lowered the tip of my sword to deflect the strike from above and countered with a hit to his neck. I thought I'd strike since your torso was open. Not many can counter your strikes, but against me, it's a bad move. How many times do I have to tell you? Is your brain just for show? Do you lack learning ability? I tapped his head with the tip of my sword. Hey, but lately, I've been improving my sword speed, so I thought I could pull it off. Step back next. I'll go steadily. Gaspard, who quietly moved out from behind Simon, launched an attack. Although it's not very powerful, it's fast and he strikes multiple times. Push him, you can do it, Gaspard. No room for carelessness, focus, and make the captain more tired. Move in front of me. Gaspard is really fast, but the captain doesn't seem bothered at all. Oh, Marius is surprisingly observant. And Arnault, he should stick with it and not finish too quickly. Gradually shifting from blocking to deflecting the strikes, I create openings without them realizing it. When Gaspard's posture faltered, I deflected his sword, and unfortunately, Gaspard's wooden sword flew towards Jest. Kaya. What? Perhaps out of boredom, the wooden sword hit Jest's head while he was half asleep. I hurried over to Jest. It was an impact that could have knocked out a person, I think. I'm sorry, Jest. I didn't expect it to fly towards you. Are you hurt? Just a little, but pat my head. At Jest's adorable request, I lifted him up and patted his head. There, let the pain fly away. Does it still hurt? My head hurts too. There, wait, you should be practicing too. I absent-mindedly patted Simon's head when he offered it, then brought my fist down on his head. Ouch, but Captain, you only call me you when you're flustered or angry, right? Hee hee. Quiet, phew, all right, understood. If you want me to pay that much attention to you, then I'll spar with you properly. Arnault, Marius, sorry, but continue training with Gaspard. He. Eek. All right, I mean understood. Good luck, Simon. Let's go, we'll practice over there. Simon said he might have been dead if lunchtime hadn't arrived. Chapter 53, Ennoblement. About half a month after forming a contract with Jest as my familiar, the cityscape Jest had destroyed was almost fully restored. And now, it was decided that a night banquet would be held at the royal palace, keeping the Third Night Order quite busy. Geez, it's great that the captain is being ennobled, but why do we have to be noble escorts? Don't complain. It's because of the public debut of the Saintess and Jest, along with celebrating the captain's ennoblement. Nobles from all over the country will gather, and the second alone can't handle it all. As Simon and Arnault were discussing, it was decided that I would be ennobled for the achievement of forming a contract with Jest. Considering my family's status, I was determined to become an earl, but there was intense unspoken pressure to own a mansion in the noble district. The pressure mainly came from the royal family, probably suggesting that lower-ranking nobles should be employed as servants. And there's probably also pressure for marriage. Even in my past life, I couldn't imagine getting married before my younger brothers were old enough to be okay without me. At least it would be better to wait until after 30. It seems His Majesty is fully intending to reward me with a mansion. This is probably to encourage me to settle in the capital. With the revival of the evil god looming, it's understandable that they want to strengthen the capital's defenses. Captain, I'm not confident at all about being a noble escort. If I make a mistake, I'll lose my head, won't I? I don't know any manners. Surprisingly, Gaspard was whining. It can't be helped. If each noble prepares their own escort knights, the standby area will be chaotic due to one-upmanship. Since the Second Night Order will be too busy maintaining public order in the capital and guarding the castle on the day of the event, it can't be helped. I'll turn a blind eye to some lack of manners, and if there's punishment, I'll take care of it, so rest assured. There's still a week, so Simon and Gaspard should practice their language. If you use rough language with noble daughters, they might faint. Arnault's threatening words made the two of them look like they had just bitten into a bitter bug. They probably won't faint, but they might be scared. Certainly, it might be a good idea to memorize some basic language. I'll prepare a few standard phrases for you to memorize. It might be good to pass them on to the others, too. While gathering for the lineup of escorts a week later at the training ground, I headed back to the dormitory to create posters with polite language formulas. In the captain's room at the back of the office, I wrote down phrases with examples that might be used for escorting nobles. All right, this should do. For them, it might be better not to say anything other than these words. I posted the written phrases on the bulletin board in front of the office and instructed them to return to the training ground for language practice. And a week later, the Third Night Order gathered in the courtyard of the royal palace. Some were frantically memorizing the standard phrases for polite language they had learned the day before. As long as they didn't make a mistake with noble daughters, everything would be fine. But if they were to accidentally injure someone, it would be irreparable. Listen up, be polite in your responses. Especially treat women delicately as if they were puddings. If you handle them roughly, they'll break. From the perspective of the Third Knights, noble women were probably seen like that. Delicate and fragile, devoid of roughness. Surprisingly, their inner strength might be tougher than that of the average knight. Well, did you hear? Women are like puddings. Yes, Lord Vandier surprisingly says cute things, hee hee. The whispering voices of the maids walking along the corridor, facing the courtyard, could be faintly heard. Well, there wasn't any other name that came to mind as a replacement for tofu. Fortunately, it seemed that their voices weren't audible to the subordinates, so that's fine. The instructions handed over by the royal palace's officials contained addresses, maps, and the names of those coming to the royal palace by carriage. While some nobles hunker down in their territories during the snowy winter, nobles generally remain in their mansions in the capital for social purposes. In other words, it's the time when the capital has the most nobles. Although the subordinates are only going to escort the nobles in the noble district of the capital, it still amounts to quite a large number. Starting from those who live far away, they departed in order, and soon everyone was gone. Lower-ranking nobles generally live in the outskirts of the noble district, away from the royal palace. The main reason is the price of land. However, if lower-ranking nobles, despite their wealth, were to try to build mansions near the royal palace, they would be frowned upon by higher-ranking nobles. Due to such considerations, it's customary for lower-ranking nobles who arrive early to wait in the anteroom upon arrival, while the knights proceed to the next escort destination. In other words, the higher the rank of the noble, the more time they have to prepare. On the way back, since the second night order, which was guarding the royal palace, can also move, there is hardly any waiting, unlike when ascending the castle, which is a relief. By the way, the reason I'm not going on the escort is because I'm one of the main characters tonight. By the way, the other main character is still clinging to my back, hidden behind my cloak. It seems that the inside of the cloak is warm and to their liking. After about an hour, nobles began to arrive at the royal palace one after another, and the subordinates headed off to their next escorts. This repeated, and the number of higher-ranking nobles increased. My parents have already arrived. Now, it's just the duke's family and, looking towards the entrance of the royal palace, a conspicuously white carriage arrived. Descending from the carriage adorned with the emblem of the temple was the high priest and today's last main character, the saintess Eleanor. Chapter 54. Beginning of the banquet. After the saintess, with the help of the coachman, alighted from the carriage following the high priest, she glanced at me and seemed momentarily inclined to approach. But then she straightened up abruptly. It seems she's been thoroughly educated at the temple. Well, that's to be expected. If it had continued like that, it would have tarnished the reputation of the temple. The reason I'm here is because His Majesty instructed me to escort the saintess. High Priest Saintess, we've been waiting for you. Allow me to guide you to our waiting room. Saintess, please. Even though it's a small group, proper etiquette must be maintained, as the nobles from the Marquis and Duke families are being escorted nearby by their butlers. Otherwise, who knows what might be said behind one's back? Well. It seemed like the saintess was either surprised by my polite language for the first time or shocked by the escort. She glanced back and forth between my outstretched hand and my face. When I lightly fluttered my hand and signaled her to put hers on top, the saintess timidly placed her hand on mine. Others are watching, stand tall and face forward with dignity. When I whispered advice as she was looking down, she suddenly straightened her posture. Seeing her like that, the high priest smiled warmly. This high priest is on good terms with His Majesty. They're both shrewd individuals who don't show their true feelings. I led the two of them to a room near the grand hall where the banquet was to be held, leaving only us once the maids with rooms left. If it's a maid assigned to this room, she probably won't spread what she sees and hears elsewhere. In other words, we can relax a bit here. We'll be waiting here until summoned. I'll likely be called first. High Priest, you probably know, but if you want anything to drink or eat, just tell the maid over there. Also, it's okay to relax a bit in this room. Yes, thank you very much, Captain Justin. I'm in your care. The saintess bowed her head to the maid with a room. The maid responded, but very formally. She's probably heard rumors about the saintess, from her bravery in the trial to her reputation with Miss Diane. It's certain that she's perceived as a threat to her position. Will it be okay when they meet face to face later? After a while, only I was called first. The attendant announced my name, and from the grand hall's perspective, I entered through the door above the stairs. There, lined up above the stairs, were members of the royal family, and even Prince Ernest, who was recently under house arrest, was there. Everyone is probably aware, but Justin de Vandière, who is here due to the recent dragon incident, has formed a contract with a dragon. And now, in recognition of this achievement, it has been decided to confer the title of Earl upon him. This decision has already been discussed in the Noble Council. Furthermore, the ennoblement ceremony will be held at a later date. Now, let's show them the dragon. His Majesty gestured to me, and I called out to Jest. Jest, come here, please greet everyone. I was just about to fall asleep. Don't say that. Once you greet them, you can go back to sleeping on my back. Got it. Flying out from the shadow of the cloak, Jest settled into my arms. Voices arose from the nobles at the sight of Jest, especially from those seeing him for the first time, a mixture of half fear and half curiosity. Currently, due to the dragon's magic, he's this size, but originally, he's large enough to reach from the grand hall to here. Never entertain any indecent thoughts. Those who lay a hand on the dragon should be prepared for their lineage to be severed. Can I go back now? Am I a good boy? Half drowsy, just nuzzled against my chest, seeking affection. Yeah, you've been good. Want to go back on my back? Yeah. Unlike when he came out from under the cloak, Jest snuggled against my clothes and slipped back to his usual spot on my back, drawing everyone's attention. Even Prince Ernest, who had been glaring at me just moments ago. By the way, the reason Ernest is here is largely due to my recommendation. While it's true that I can't forgive him for falsely accusing me, my guilt over my past actions played a big role. He hasn't been completely forgiven. His Majesty made it clear to Ernest that it depends on his future behavior. There's hope for him if he views me with impartial eyes going forward. But judging from his gaze just now, it feels like it's only a matter of time before he's disinherited. In that case, what will happen to Miss Diane? Although Prince Lancelot, the second prince, has a fiancé, will there be a change in the engagement since she hasn't received the education befitting a queen? I believe Lancelot is a year older than Miss Diane. Personally, I find him less overbearing than Ernest. Glancing at Ernest, I caught Miss Diane's eye next to him. She seemed to have something to say, but in this situation, it's not possible to have a conversation. As I pondered this, the attendant announced the entrance of the high priest and the saintess. With a nervous expression, the saintess entered from the door I had come through, accompanied by the high priest. When she saw my face, her expression softened with relief. And at that moment, I cursed myself for noticing Ernest staring at the saintess with admiration in the corner of my vision. Chapter 55. Making friends. The saintess was introduced to the nobles by His Majesty and greeted them with a somewhat forced courtesy. Hasn't she grown quite a bit since the first day we met? Once the introductions were over, the orchestra directly below us started playing softly. The nobles on the lower floor danced and enjoyed light refreshments and drinks. Saintess, you should enjoy the soirée down there as well. Vandière, tonight you are entrusted with the duty of both escort and guardian. Yes, Your Majesty. I gave a knightly salute to His Majesty and offered my hand to the saintess. Perhaps because it was the second time today, she naturally placed her hand in mine, and we descended the stairs slowly. Ernest, you have a fiancé by your side, so don't look at me with envy. Does Ernest perhaps prefer a chestier type like Constant? No, Miss Diane is by no means lacking in that department. Ah, as a future queen, Miss Diane's dignified demeanor suits her, but perhaps Ernest's personal preference leans towards someone to protect, like the saintess. Miss Diane might not have much height difference with Ernest once she puts on heels. So, can you dance? Well, I always end up stepping on my teacher's feet every time. It seems dancing is not her strong suit. How about food? There are snacks and drinks over there. As for alcohol, would it be better to abstain? I've never tried alcohol before, and the high priest advised me to avoid it, but I am curious about it. Come to think of it, she looks quite young, definitely underage. Instead of alcohol, I guided her to the table with soft drinks. By the way, how old are you, Saintess? I turned 17 this year. Well then, you should probably wait a few years before trying alcohol. By the time you're 17, you might be attending the Royal Academy in the capital. You might not have to attend for a whole year, though, given your age. I picked up a glass of fruit juice with my free hand and offered it to the Saintess. Ah, thank you. And about that Royal Academy, does Captain Justin also? I used to attend. If you're a noble, you study there for 4 years from the age of 12 to 16. It's not uncommon to deviate from the schedule due to circumstances for a year or two. Well, it's like a microcosm of noble society, so there are many hardships, but also much to learn. Oh, escorting together, that's still impossible, isn't it? The Saintess drank her juice despondently. Why is she so attached to me? I'm the commander of the 3rd Knights Division, after all. The Saintess's protection would naturally be handled by the Holy Knights. Besides, escorts within the Royal Academy are not permitted. Only the royal family has future attendants acting as guards. Feeling lonely, are we? It was a reflexive action. But it seemed like the Saintess was about to jump into my chest, so I had no choice. If something like that happened, it would surely become a rumor. In other words, I just held her back. That's mean, Captain Justin. Ah, no, I'm sorry, In the situation, I was in a position where I couldn't let the saintess approach me as if I were grabbing her head. Probably because there was about a 30-centimeter height difference between me and the saintess, it naturally ended up in a restraining position. I inadvertently created a situation that could become a rumor in a different sense. While apologizing, I gently straightened out her slightly disheveled hair. Well, I guess so. If you're willing to become friends, then I'll forgive you. If we're friends, we can settle this kind of thing playfully. The saintess made a deliberately sulky expression while glancing at me. She came up with an exquisite condition. But if the evil god were to resurrect in the future, the 3rd Knights Division, which hadn't fought in the novel since it was destroyed, would be mobilized. In a sense, it wouldn't hurt to get along with the saintess. Moreover, there might be times when I'd need her assistance with recovery magic to help my subordinates. Understood. As I resigned myself and answered, a loud voice echoed through the venue. Vandier, what do you think you're doing to the saintess? Lord Ernest. Diane, keep quiet. Did you see what that guy just did? The voice belonged to Ernest, who had somehow come down to the hall with Miss Diane. Hey, did he use me to regain his reputation after smearing me with false accusations? Instead of quietly listening to Miss Diane, he pointed out what happened earlier as if he had scored a great victory. I had been acting to avoid unnecessary attention, but Ernest ruined everything. Not only had I already attracted attention with what happened earlier, but now I was drawing even more attention. Sure, from a distance, it might have looked like I was bullying the saintess, but there were various ways he could have called me out and told me about it. Oh, did he want people to see him for the sake of restoring his reputation? If that's the case, it's disappointing. Just as I thought that, a word was uttered that overturned the situation. Stop it. Captain Justin and I are friends. Are you really going to drop that bombshell here? Chapter 56, Prince Lancelot. Friends, you say? Yes, so please don't say mean things to Captain Justin. Standing in front of Ernest, who was bewildered as if to protect me, was the saintess. Certainly, given the situation earlier, it might be understandable if someone thought I did something to the saintess. But wasn't I supposed to be looked at with impartial eyes, as instructed by His Majesty? If I let this situation continue, it's likely to cause even more of a stir. It's about time Ernest realized that he's now in the same position I was in before. I'm sorry. I may have been a bit too familiar with Eleanor, with the saintess. Perhaps it's because we fought together as comrades when we made a pact with the dragon and the familiar. I deliberately responded to Ernest with a refreshing smile. If he were a composed person, he would have been deflated, but surely Ernest wouldn't like me calling her Eleanor by me or my smile. It's rude to address the saintess so informally. There you go. I have received permission directly from her to be friends, right? Yes. When I smiled at the simple saintess, she responded just as I expected. For Ernest, who was interested in the saintess, it must be humiliating that she's closer to me than anyone else. Now that the misunderstanding seems to be cleared up, we will take our leave. Eleanor, there are some sweets over there. Do you like sweets? I haven't had anything sweet other than fruit before, but I do like sweets. Oh, right. Prince, didn't His Majesty tell you to have impartial eyes? Please be careful with your words and actions, as you are the crown prince. Adding for now, silently at the end, Ernest's face turned red in an instant. Ugh, I don't feel well. I need to rest for a bit. Saying that to Miss Diane, Ernest headed towards the royal family's rest area. Hey, is he going alone without escorting his fiancée? He's becoming quite reckless. Of course, the nobles who were observing our exchange were whispering to each other. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before Ernest is disinherited. I'm the type who can shine if there's an obvious enemy, but I have no obligation to become that enemy. Here, this should be easy to eat. Wow, it looks delicious, thank you very much. Since there were some items that seemed difficult to eat elegantly, I handed her a small dish with pear compote. Watching the saintess eat with relish, I also picked up a piece and tasted it. As I chewed, the sweet juice of the pear overflowed, and the scent of red wine and ginger gently wafted through the air. Yeah, it's really delicious, as expected from something served at the royal castle. Yes, the food at the castle is delicious. The meals at the temple weren't much different from what we ate in the village. There's a teaching at the temple to live in poverty. In return, when welcomed in other towns or villages, various feasts are supposed to be offered. In such cases, there shouldn't be sweets like this, so it's good to try whatever interests you while you can. If you can eat it elegantly, that is. Hee. This time, I picked up a plate of fruit tart, slightly raising the difficulty level. The saintess also picked up something herself, but she seemed unsure of the correct way to eat it. I removed the larger fruits on the tart to make it easier for the saintess to see, then cut the tart into bite-sized pieces with a fork stabbing down from the top. After that, I placed one of the removed fruits back on top and ate it with a fork. This way, it can be eaten without looking messy. The saintess immediately mimicked my way of eating upon seeing it. It seems she liked it, as her eyes sparkled. It's surprising to see Knight Commander Vandier enjoying sweets. The one who spoke was Lancelot, the second prince, who shares Ernest's mother. Sweets soothe a tired body. Most of the knights in our order also enjoy them. It feels strange to see strong individuals indulging in sweets. My brother was rude earlier. I apologize for causing any discomfort to the saintess. Although he had been chatting with a smile, he suddenly became serious and apologized to me and the saintess. Observing him closely without being noticed, it seems he was speaking sincerely. By apologizing, he's also taking responsibility for Ernest's actions, indicating that he intends to become the crown prince himself. Perhaps he was secretly advised by His Majesty. I've already given Ernest a chance, and it's he who wasted it. With this, there's no hesitation, and I can support Lancelot. There's no problem on my part, so please don't worry. Rather, it seems Captain Justin was misunderstood. Lancelot offered a soft smile to the disheartened saintess. No, the fault lies with my brother. If he had paid attention, he would have realized that you two were having fun. But still, it's rare for someone other than members of the Order to address Knight Commander Vandier by name. Since the saintess said my family name was difficult to pronounce, I had no choice. I replied honestly to Lancelot, but the saintess looked visibly displeased. Since we've become friends, it's fine to call me that. We weren't friends at that time. She replied with a pout, making her dissatisfaction clear. Ahaha, it seems you're really friends now. Having someone you can talk to so casually, I'm envious. The words murmured quietly at the end revealed the struggles within factions. Chapter 57, Break. After Lancelot left us, nobles who were interested in the saintess approached us. There were various motives behind their actions, from those who harbored hopes of welcoming the saintess into their households to noble daughters who didn't like seeing a country girl being fussed over. Since I had been asked to escort her, I couldn't avoid it and even had to utter some forced lines just to somehow protect the saintess. My energy was reaching its limit, so I suggested to the saintess that we take a break in the garden. The magical lights make the night garden beautiful too, so please let me rest. While hiding such true feelings, I invited her, and the saintess readily agreed. That sounds nice. But I have a bad feeling about going alone to the ladies' rest area. That's right. Ideally, it would be fine for everyone to relax in their respective rest areas, but I think the saintess wouldn't feel comfortable at all. Nobles' daughters, who as if asking her to come to the back of the school building with their intense gazes, had been watching her since earlier. That's why I invited her to the garden. Such instincts are important to heed. Especially this time, your instincts are probably correct. As I headed towards the large window leading from the hall to the garden, I was called out to. Normally, I'd pretend not to hear and leave, but it was my parents who called out to me. Long time no see, father, mother. Are you the parents of Knight Commander Justin? Nice to meet you, sir, madam. My name is Alina. Pleased to meet you. Hold on, that way of speaking might lead to misunderstandings. Look, father is making eye contact to confirm the relationship between us. I shook my head slightly but quickly. Nice to meet you, Saintess. It seems you're getting along well with our son. We look forward to your continued friendship. Yes, same here. In a state of complete relaxation, thinking we could take a break, I felt like a bomb had been dropped on me. While the Saintess might be saying it purely as friends, my parents seemed to be hoping for something more. Although we were chatting lightly, as soon as there was a break in the conversation, I excused us from the scene to give the Saintess a break. At this rate, Rumors about the Saintess and me might spread. But well, once this evening gathering is over, unless something extraordinary happens, the Saintess and I won't be together anyway. Wow, it's so cold outside. It was almost too hot in the hall. The hall's temperature is managed to accommodate the ladies in their dresses. Now that the sun has completely set, it's so cold outside that you can see your breath. Unlike men who are wearing coats, women in dresses look visibly cold, so I took off my coat and draped it over the Saintess's shoulders. Maybe it's because of my past life memories before I remembered, but I've always been the type to seek comfort, so both my shirt and coat are enchanted with temperature regulation magic. It's warm, thank you. The clothes themselves are enchanted with temperature regulation magic, so they're high performance enough to endure both heat and snow with just one layer. Hee hee, you seem like a child boasting about a treasure. It's not like they're treasures or anything, but I do like magical tools, especially enchantment magic like this. Whether in my past life or now, that hasn't changed. If I didn't have the talent to become a knight, I might have been involved in work related to magical tools. Maybe being able to see through the depths of someone's heart or core is the specialty of the latter half-heroine. Ernest seemed to like the appearance, but the other characters in the novel were supposed to have been soothed by conversation and enlightened by various things, gradually becoming enamored with the Saintess. The purer the noble, the less likely they are to both guess what's in the depths of someone's heart and not imitate such behavior. Concealing one's true feelings and being friendly is exactly what nobles do when socializing. If I, Justin, didn't have memories from my past life, I might have been drawn to the Saintess, saying something like, "Only this woman understands me," or something like that. But that's not the case now. Perhaps due to the cold, there was no sense of people in the garden. Only the crisp sound of footsteps on the lawn could be heard. Thanks to the lights in the hall leaking through the window and the magical tools placed in the garden, there was no trouble moving around. Saintess, you'll probably be taken out more often in the future for subduing the evil god. Even though you'll be protected by holy knights, it's better to train a little so you can move more quickly in sudden situations. Since there are no female holy knights, there will definitely be moments when you'll be alone, right? I thought I was giving advice out of kindness, but when I turned around, the Saintess's mouth had formed into a clear pout, just like earlier in the hall. Is it that she doesn't want to go for the evil god subjugation, or does she dislike the idea of training? Why are you reverting to calling me Saintess now? Normally, you should call me by name when we're alone. Oh, is that it? That's what I was about to blurt out, but somehow I managed to stop myself. All right, sorry, Eleanor, is this better? Hee hee, that's more like it. It's fun to talk without formalities. I hope I can make more friends. It's unfortunate, but the noble daughters I saw in the hall didn't seem like the type to say, "Let's be friends." It seems like Eleanor's quite oppressed in the temple, so I'll have to find someone else for her to unwind with besides me. Chapter 58, End of the Evening Gathering. I didn't want to return to the hall, but I couldn't stay in the garden forever, so I reluctantly went back and was once again bombarded with greetings. Is there no kind-hearted young lady who would accept the Saintess somewhere? Most of the attendees tonight seemed more interested in seeing the Saintess than the noble daughters, so I couldn't find anyone who seemed likely to become the Saintess's friend. Ernest seemed to be the most interested in the Saintess, which was unavoidable. When the muscles in her face seemed to reach their limit and the Saintess's smile started to look unnatural, the end of the evening gathering was finally announced. While I, being Japanese, had the leisure of putting on a polite smile, my cheek muscles were screaming because I, Justin, hadn't smiled much before this. I wish the muscles in my face had been trained as well as my body. But well, my role is now over. As I escorted the Saintess up the stairs to the hall, Ernest, who hadn't come out of the almost exclusively royal rest area, was waiting at the top of the stairs. Seriously, are you going to bother me now? That's what I thought, but Ernest's gaze was directed at the Saintess. My position as a guard is still ongoing, right? Do I still have to deal with this? Saintess, may I have a moment to talk with you? This guy, with his firm expression like this, really does look like a prince. Unlike me, he doesn't have the face of a villain, so he's already got an advantage. If the Saintess says she wants to talk, can I leave first? No, probably not. Just when I thought that, a helping hand was offered. I apologize, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The saintess seems a little tired from being in an unfamiliar environment, so I would like to excuse her for today. With a gentle smile, the temple's chief firmly declined, seemingly not wanting Ernest to get closer to the saintess. It's a delicate situation, so I don't think he'll do anything strange, but it's somewhat odd that he's talking to the saintess despite having Miss Diane as his fiancée. I see if the saintess is tired, then it can't be helped. As he said this, he glanced at the saintess, seemingly hoping for her approval. I signaled to the saintess that it was the final blow. I'm sorry. The castle is a bit nerve-wracking. I'm only just starting to get used to the temple. As if to say that Ernest's gaze was uncomfortable, the saintess closed the front of my coat, which she had put on to hide her body. I see, well, it can't be helped if the saintess is tired. Rest well tonight. Sensing that she had been rejected, Ernest put on a sad expression and turned on his heel. What does the crown prince want to talk to me about? I have a bad feeling about it, so I don't want to get involved. But what should I do if he invites me again? At that time, just make sure not to be alone with him. Ask the temple chief to accompany you, or make it a condition to have at least 2 holy knights accompany you. It's fine to say that you can't meet with a man alone when you have a fiancé. If he insists on being alone, refuse it. As the saintess, that should be allowed, right, chief of the temple? Because of the saintess's unique position, even the royals shouldn't have complete freedom. Yes, that's right, as commander of the Vandier Knights said. Haha, I had heard rumors, but you've certainly grown a lot from your mischievous ways in the past. Edwin used to have a hard time with you when you first joined the Third Knights, didn't he? Cough, cough, wait a minute. Why did the former commander's name? Unexpectedly, an unexpected name popped out from an unexpected person. Oh, didn't you know? Edwin de Mestral, who was the commander of the Third Knights with me, and I were classmates at the Royal Academy. For some reason, we got along well and still keep in touch. It's normal for me to hold my position at the age of 51, but I've been saying for years that I can't continue as commander of the Knights, so I'm grateful that the Vandier Knights commander has taken over. With that, I understood why the temple chief was looking at me with such penetrating eyes. It was because he had heard various things from the former commander and knew a lot about me. Moreover, by releasing his friend, the former commander, from his position, it seems he holds a favorable impression of me. However, I don't remember this kind of episode in the light novel. Maybe there were settings created but not written about. If so, then the temple chief and the former commander Edwin in the novel might have been saddened by Justin's fall into darkness. It might sound strange, but thinking that way made me feel a little, just a little, like the Justin in the novel was being saved. I couldn't help but feel that way even though I hadn't realized there was someone watching over me. The gratitude is on this side. In many ways. Well then, shall we take our leave as well? At my age, attending evening gatherings becomes quite challenging. I've entrusted the saintess's escort to the exit. Yes, leave it to me. Perhaps because all the carriages of the ducal family had departed, there was already a temple carriage waiting at the exit. Captain Justin, thank you for the coat. Good night. Yes, good night. And Chief of the Temple, thank you for your hard work today. Also, Commander of the Vandier Knights, please take care of the saintess in the future. Since you're her friend, it seems. With a final, meaningful smile, the temple chief boarded the carriage. I couldn't help but think that he was still someone not to be underestimated. Chapter 59. Fragrance. I'm tired. Returning to my room after the evening gathering, I tossed off my cloak and collapsed onto the sofa. Justin, I was really good, right? I'll get some cookies, won't I? Yes, you were very good. Come here. There's only these left for now, but I'll make something else later. Sitting on the sofa, I took out all the remaining cookies from the magic bag and placed them on the table, then called Jest on my back. He climbed onto my back and, looking over my shoulder at the cookies, landed on the table with sparkling eyes. Yay, are there other delicious things too? Well, I can't make many, but there are various things you can buy at the store. Should we go buy some next time? Nah, I want the ones Justin makes. The ones Big Brother makes. The words my little brothers used to say to me. Suddenly, my vision blurred, and when I blinked, tears fell onto my knees. Justin. Sniff, it's nothing. I see you want the ones I make. Can't be helped. It's good that I'm in my own room. If my subordinates saw me like this, I wonder what they would say. Since the time I remembered my past life and cried, they haven't mentioned it, so maybe they'll just leave me alone. I stroked Jest's head to block my view, and in that moment, wiped away my tears. Maybe he doesn't mind since he's a dragon, but it's still embarrassing to be seen crying at this age. I'm going to have dinner now. What about you, Jest? Will you wait here in the room? Yeah, I'll just sleep like this. I'm still kind of sleepy. I see, it's fine to sleep in bed. Okay, good night. Changing clothes is a hassle, so maybe I'll just go to the dining hall like this. Today, the cooks will provide meals in the dining hall until late for the nights on guard duty. As I descended the central staircase, my subordinates returned. Welcome back, good job out there. We just got back. When did the commander return? About 15 minutes ago. I'm just about to have dinner. As I answered Marius' question, Simon and Arnault sniffed my body. Hey, what's going on? It smells nice. Hey, we've been diligently guarding those troublesome nobles in the cold all this time, and what's the commander doing? Eating delicious food at the evening gathering and enjoying the fragrance of women. We want in on that too. Give us those delicious missions. Simon was bustling around me, making a fuss without knowing my worries. I grabbed his neck with one arm, plastering on a smile as I put him in a headlock and slowly rotated my fist against his head, pressing firmly. Oh wow, it hurts being squeezed, but this hurts like crazy too. The fragrance probably stuck to me when I lent my cloak to the saintess. With all the nobles and the prince coming to greet the saintess one after another, the trouble is beyond your imagination, isn't it? If you could take over, I would have gladly let you. Wow, Commander, I didn't expect you to torture with such a refreshing smile. But still, it's surprising that you're on such friendly terms with the saintess to lend her your cloak. I was escorting her by royal order. I only lent it to her when we went out to the garden during the break. I couldn't just let her shiver, could I? Was I the only one who thought the commander might say something like, if you're cold, go back by yourself? Even though my fist had stopped, Simon, still in my headlock, imitated me and said something unnecessary again. Of course, my fist started moving again. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Everyone's thinking the same thing but just not saying it. When I glanced at the other subordinates, they all averted their eyes at once. Well, it could have happened with the previous me, Justin. Even this time, because it was a royal order, I took care of everything until the end. But if it hadn't been for them explicitly asking for help in words in front of me, I probably would have ignored them. Well, whatever. Since it's later than usual, finish your meal quickly. The guards who have finished their duties will start coming back one after another. As I released the arm that had been holding Simon in place, he flew backwards like a shrimp and escaped. Immediately after, he crouched down and held his head in pain while I headed towards the dining hall. Oh no, am I going bald? Oh, Simon. Huh, what? Am I really bald from what just happened? Nah, your scalp is just a little red. Don't say things that could be confusing. I could hear Simon and Arnault messing around, but Gaspard and Marius had cleverly followed me. Perhaps hunger had reached its limit. Even though he was a squire, Gaspard's resilience in leaving Simon and Arnault, who were knights, was a bit unusual. Later, Marius made sure to prepare meals for the two who arrived late as well. I should consider Marius as a candidate for Vice Commander Aurel's successor in the future. Chapter 60, A New Order. Several days had passed since the evening gathering, and just as complaints started to arise from the members about too much training, I received a summons from His Majesty. The destination was the audience chamber, which meant it was likely an official mission. Upon being ushered into the waiting room, I found a priestess I didn't recognize alongside the saintess. Oh, Captain Justin, I'm so glad. I was feeling a bit lonely thinking I was the only one summoned. This is Julian, the newly appointed high priest. Pleased to meet you, commander of the Vandier Knights. I look forward to working with you. As I was introduced to the saintess, the high priest bowed respectfully to me. It seemed he was aligned with the temple chief, and there was no animosity towards me. The feeling is mutual. We may need the temple's assistance in the future for the subjugation of the dark god. By the way, isn't Jest with you today? The saintess peered at my clear back and inquired. Oh, he seems to be getting along well with the subordinates and playing a lot lately. I guess it's because their mental ages are similar. Hee, the knights say everyone acts like kids. It's true. As we exchanged such banter, we were called in simultaneously with the saintess. An attendant informed us of our arrival, and the doors to the audience chamber opened. Standing in a row were the ministers, and why on earth is Ernest here? I had a bad feeling, but first, I greeted everyone politely. Thank you for coming. The reason I called you here today is because I want the commander of the Vandier Knights to search for the mother of the dragon you made a pact with, in preparation for the subjugation of the Dark God. And as an act of redemption, Ernest wishes to accompany you. Is that acceptable? I see, spare me. I wanted to say, but the king's tone made it sound like an order. It wasn't just my problem, and when I glanced at the saintess, she looked at me with pleading eyes. At that moment, I felt our feelings were aligned. It wasn't about me being unwilling. Could you give Ernest a chance? Because I didn't say anything, the king added further pressure. Could this be the compulsory force of the story, where, as the protagonist, I have to fight Jest's mother, one of the 4 generals of the Dark God? I'm afraid I must decline. If the Third Knight Order and the Saintess were to leave the capital together, it would be wise for the Crown Prince to strengthen the defenses of the capital. Given the Crown Prince's particular interest in the Saintess at the evening gathering, I was concerned he might have forgot about his fiancée. As I advised, the Saintess let out a sigh of relief beside me. The king is a wise ruler, but perhaps because he has watched the Crown Prince grow up with such good behavior, he tends to indulge him. After all, even during the trial, he ultimately let him off with a scolding and house arrest. Wouldn't this negate the act of redemption? Ernest seems to think that it's through hardship that redemption is achieved. If Ernest were to accompany us, the one facing hardship would be me rather than the Crown Prince. Was it just my imagination that there seemed to be a look of understanding on the face of the son beside me? I think he's aware of it himself, but it might be best to make it clear for the Saintess's sake. Most of the people present here attended the evening gathering, so many nodded in agreement. How rude. Also, if we're going to search for Jest's mother, it might not be wise to bring too much firepower. They might mistake us for an invasion force and prepare for battle, especially since they likely think their son was taken from them. If we prioritize efficiency in our search, it would seem best for my squad and Jest alone to go. But when I first tamed Jest, it was thanks to the Saintess's help, so her presence is necessary. Ignoring the disgruntled Ernest, the king pondered, placing his hand on his chin. In reality, when the Saintess goes, holy knights always accompany her. For the sake of her safety on the journey, dozens would likely come along, perhaps even more for the notoriously ill-behaved Third Knight Order, to protect the Saintess. In other words, the fewer members of the Third Knight Order, the fewer accompanying holy knights. Still, there would probably be at least 10 coming along. Perhaps the king was worried about leaving the capital with the members of the Third Knight Order without me. Considering past events, it would be like releasing wild dogs into the capital without their boss. Well, since they had been complaining about nothing but training, I'd let them wreak havoc in the undermanned territories along the way. But if we don't know the location of the mother dragon, wouldn't it be better to have more people for the search? As for that, Jest mentioned having a general idea of the direction, so there shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, there are many areas facing the forest territories that are understaffed. Jest's mother is said to be in the mountains deep within the forest, so it would take over a month just to get there. Even if we were to request reinforcements in that situation, it would be too late. Therefore, I plan to deploy one squad to each territory, but what do you think? Certainly, in that case, we could receive reinforcements before the damage increases, no matter where monsters are spawning. Yes, I plan to establish emergency communication methods by then, and ensure that nearby individuals can rush to support in case of emergency. If you've thought it through to that extent, let's adopt the proposal of Commander Vandier. Thank you. At that moment, I never imagined I would come to think that it would have been better to have Ernest accompany us. End of Volume 1.